Good morning. I'm at-large council member Anita Bonds, chairperson of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, and the time is 9:35 a.m. on Thursday, the 15th of February, 2024. We're meeting in the council hearing room 123 and via Zoom to convene the committee's performance oversight hearing for the following agencies: the DC Department of Human Resources, the Public Employee Retirement Board, the Office of Employee Appeals, and the Workforce Investment Council. The purpose of today's hearing is to receive public and government witness testimony regarding the performance of these agencies for FY year 2023 and fiscal year 2024 to date. I look forward to hearing from the agencies about their accomplishments in the past year and their progress in currently going forward in FY24. I'm asking that all the witnesses keep your remarks today to less than 5 minutes if you are a public witness. And that way we will allow all our organizations and an opportunity to be heard. If you have written testimony, please upload it to the council's hearing management system, which is located at dccouncil.gov, or you may email it to CEAL@dccouncil.gov, and that's CEAL@dccouncil.gov, and it will be a part of the record. Do I have any? All right, we recognize we are soloing here today. And so I want to thank everyone, and we will begin by hearing from our public witnesses. And we have a panel of public witnesses, Tanya Butler Truesdale, June Crenshaw, Tiffane Riley, and Ben Persh. And I see Miss Butler Truesdale, so you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and other members of the Committee on Executive Administration. Thank you for permitting me to testify today regarding my experience with DCHR as an employee of the District of Columbia government. My name is Tanya Butler Truesdale. I appear today in part to praise DCHR for decades of consistent improvements in all but 3 occasions. I have had superior customer service experiences with DCHR. In fact, prior to August of 2019, my only substantive complaint with DCHR was its failure to consistently and timely alert unsuccessful job candidates or interviewees of their status after the completion of the recruitment process. It is important to note that in my roughly 25 years of service as a District of Columbia government employee, I've had frequent contact with DCHR. I have frequently engaged with DCR training, repeatedly volunteered to assist DCHR annually with the Certified Public Manager Program recruitment tasks by interviewing candidates and assessing essays, communicated with the staff regarding hiring and recruitment process as a job applicant and sometimes as an interviewer, and most recently petitioned DCHR to adhere to its own DPM practices and policies regarding the classification of my current and previous DC government positions. In most occasions, I have been treated with respect, and the staff has demonstrated that my service and expertise are valued. I have been expertly served by DCHR instructors and trainers. I would specifically like to commend Mr. Allen and continue to miss the now retired Stephen Connolly. DCHR employees like these 2 gentlemen and countless others enhance DCHR's mission and are assets to the identification and retention of excellent human capital. I wish to offer high praise to Charles Hall Jr. and his predecessor, Venters Gibson, for their leadership in the management of benefits and retirement and learning and development. Our city is fortunate to have this quality of leadership. For these reasons, I am bewildered and befuddled by systemic and incidental challenges I have consistently experienced in securing a proper DCHR administrative review of my current and immediately previous job classification. In August of 2019, I discovered that my current job position contained in excess of 21 duties requiring the position to be properly classified as a 905 legal service attorney advisor, as opposed to an 1101 career service rental property program specialist. In my counsel testimony from 2020, I shared in detail the lack of timely communication from DCHR and the failure of the agency to provide a timely and legally sufficient response to clarification appeal and director's decision based on the record. There is no evidence that any party at DCHR reviewed the record I submitted containing more than 20 exhibits. Neither DCHR untimely response cited any controlling authorities or made mention of any of my exhibits. Hence, in August of 2023, the DC Court of Appeals agreed that DCHR had failed to provide a director's determination that was logically consistent with the evidence I presented. And from August 3rd, 2023 to January 19th, 2024, DCHR provided no information to me on how or when it would comply with the DC Court of Appeals memorandum of judgment issued in my case. DCHR did not contact me with a proposed action event until after I contacted this committee for an appointment to update the council on this matter, as I'd promised to do in February of 2020 before council member then Elissa Silverman. Today, I remain acutely concerned that DCHR's ability to properly comply with the memorandum of judgment from the DC Court of Appeals, because the contractor retained to interview me was not aware that I also provided was to get a classification determination on my immediately previous assignment in addition to my current assignment. Moreover, her 3 to 4 sentence invitation to conference contained 2 errors, and my administrative record is over 1,000 pages, requiring great attention to detail. The record requires great attention to detail, and I am shocked that DCHR had to retain a contractor to perform such services, given the size of DC government workforce. Further, the scope of the contractor's February 8th, 2024 questions only concerned the current position I hold, although I have repeatedly emphasized that I am appealing both my immediate and my immediate previous assignment. DCHR's failures have compromised my important relationships with my DHCD superiors, obliterated my career trajectory, obscured and obstructed my career path, and jeopardized my ability to maintain excellent working relationships that I have fostered over multiple decades. DCHR has in effect torpedoed my ability to maintain my team player posture. Defending my right to equal pay for equal work has needlessly forced a matter and controversy before the judicial branch simply because DCHR did not secure the proper expertise to provide legally sufficient classification appeal reviews and properly advise the DCHR senior leadership team. By way of this testimony, I beg this committee to assist me and others similarly situated by providing needed diligent oversight of DCHR's strategy to identify and employ better classification review practices. I thank this committee for allowing me to share this testimony summarizing my nightmare with DCHR. And finally, I thank the committee in advance for more diligent investigation of how DCHR implements the DC Comprehensive Merit Personnel Act and the APA, DC APA. actions currently filed against DCHR in Superior Court, and the filing of petitions and appeals with DCHR on such issues. Finally, I wish to thank the DCHR executive team, as I trust that they understand the importance of correcting systemic errors and decreasing incidental performance failures related to DC government job position classifications. I look forward to immediate resolution of my ongoing 5-year struggle and any opportunity to provide employee participation on overdue reform efforts. It is my hope that this committee will establish a task force and semi-annual roundtables for such efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Butler, Truesdale. I believe we have Miss Peisch? Okay, only Ben Peisch. Mr. Peisch, you're next.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ben Peisch. I'm a DC government employee. I'm nearing my 6-year anniversary. I love working for DC government. I work with great people. I'm grateful to serve my neighbors and look forward to a long career here. During my time, I've had many great experiences and opportunities with DCHR, including being selected for and graduating from the Certified Public Manager Program, of which I am an active and enthusiastic alumnus. I've also seen the benefits of the hard work of DCHR, including instituting hiring fairs, which have been a huge success in streamlining the hiring process. Additionally, the onboarding process is smoother and more efficient. So I've been able to experience firsthand how DCHR builds talent and responds to challenges head on, which I'm sure you'll hear about more during their testimony today. However, I do feel compelled to raise my concerns about the changes to the telework policy that were announced last month. For those unfamiliar, it rolls back 2 telework days to 1 and puts additional restrictions on that 1 telework day. And to be honest, as someone who worked hard for my small apartment in the district throughout the pandemic with small children and hit all of my performance goals, as many of my colleagues did as well, it is hard not to take this policy change personally. For me, telework simply means that I spend an extra 2 hours with my kids on a workday. Kids grow fast. My work expectations are the same, but the time makes me happier. That's my personal experience. However, telework is immensely popular for a myriad of other reasons and life circumstances. Therefore, I'm very concerned that cutting this popular benefit makes DC government a less enjoyable and supportive place to work, which will lead to higher attrition, increased difficulty in hiring, worse work-life balance, lower employee morale, all of which will negatively impact agency performance in serving the residents of the district. So I hope during this hearing today, we'll hear more about this telework policy change, including the decision-making process and who was consulted, how DCHR forecasts staff attrition, how the telework policy squares with DCHR wellness initiatives that encourage a better work-life balance, and how DCHR is gathering feedback from employees. My hope is that DCHR will listen, gather feedback, take a step back, and reconsider this telework policy change. As far as my testimony goes, I hope that everyone will assume my good intentions and I will do the same. I believe we all want what is best for the district, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. All right, that pretty much exhausts our public witnesses for the Department of Human Resources. I just want to, Mr. Pierce, could I ask you if you could elaborate on what your concerns are beyond it improving the quality of life with you and your family? I want to hear more about your performance as a government employee and in the actual marketplace, being in the office.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, for me, it's actually a huge credit to DC government because they did such a great job early in the pandemic of putting all these meetings online. In a lot of ways, it's much more efficient, even when you're in the office, to hop on a Teams call because the notes are right there. It's a real credit to Octo and our IT departments across the District, but yeah, for me, I mean, as far as performance goes, the performance expectations are the same. I go to all my meetings. My work is due at the same time. My goals are the same, whether I'm in the office or not. Is just a much easier work-life balance. It makes life a lot easier for folks, just generally on the day-to-day. I mean, some people commute a long way. Some people like myself live in the district. Telework is really a great benefit to everyone, regardless of your commute or where you live. Um, and yeah, as far as having a competitive marketplace, I mean, having strong benefits is always attractive for retention and hiring, and I think rolling back benefits makes it a lot harder to keep and replace folks. Does that answer your question?
So are you making very clear you see the opportunity to work from home as a benefit? Is
Yes,
that how
certainly.
you're looking at it? Okay.
Mhm.
This morning, we are not prepared to talk about this very important subject from the council's perspective. And I say that because that very issue is in our committee. And as soon as we get through our performance and budget, we are planning on zeroing in on this. We know it's a very important subject matter. We know that there have been national studies conducted that indicate there's a big value to all of us being in the office together, working together, and it tends to benefit the whole. But we also know that for individuals, even members of my family have told me, I like just working from home. So, the jury is out, in other words, but we will have an opportunity to examine that. Let me ask you, are there any other concerns you may have at this time regarding your work that should be addressed by the Department of Human Services, Human Resources?
About my work?
Yes, about your work or the work that you know of throughout government.
No, as I said in my testimony, like I think in a lot of ways, like the way that DCHR has streamlined the hiring process has been a huge asset. So no, then my testimony is just focused on the telework policy. I don't have any other concerns at this time.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And we will call you back when we are probably, I would say in April, having an opportunity to dive in depth on the issue of return to the work scene. Thank you very, very much for that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Truesdale, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. And so what you are really interested in is to make sure that we get today some indication from the agency as to when they are going to respond to the judgment. Is that correct?
After I contacted your office, they did contact me for an initial conversation. I will call it a conversation. I was not able to get them to explain to me what part of the order they thought that they were complying with, nor even give me a record of the conversation that we had. I was not permitted to record it. I was not permitted to have a union rep with me. I was not permitted to have counsel join me in that meeting. So I have met with them. As a result, I would believe of my contact with your office, because my repeated attempts to get them to give me a decision timeline had been ignored until I contacted your office.
And could you give me the date of this meeting that you had with the department?
Yes, I struck that from my oral testimony because I didn't want to go over that 5 minutes.
Yep.
I believe it was February the 8th, and I can make sure that I'm accurate about that, immediately after the hearing. But
All
I believe
right.
it was February the 8th.
All right. We have your written testimony. Thank you very much. And we'll we'll talk with the agency about what they see as their next steps. But bottom line, I think we all take a ruling from the court very seriously. And we either are going to be in compliance as a government or we're not. And I would be examining that portion of the concern most definitely today. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Council member, I'd also like to
Mhm.
add that I very quickly struck from my oral testimony the information about the scope of the conversation that I had with the contractor, who's been phenomenally patient with my concern, continuing concern about the process itself. It is critical to understand that not only did the conversation I had with her not even consider the full scope of my complaint, and that I was grieving about 2 positions, but also the agency seemed not to have explained to her that I had appealed my grade. Her questions were geared toward a grade 13 1101 series rental property program specialist, when I have provided several documents, 1,000 pages of exhibits related to my work as a legal service grade 15 attorney for the District of Columbia. So I just wanted to make sure that it is clear that even after a judicial appeal, they seem to be unclear as to what the mandate is. I'm not certain that anyone is actually a competent attorney has actually read the decision. Thank you very much for allowing me to expound on that.
Thank you for your response. And one of the things that we tried to do here at the council is to make sure that we all are treated fairly. And so when I hear you use the term competency, and we're talking about the agency that is charged with determining the competency of our employees, it causes me to pause. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mhm. We will now turn to the opportunity to hear from the government witness from the Department of Human Resources. And I'll ask the team if they would take to the witness stand, and we will definitely swear Mr. Hall, the director, in. But before then, I just want to remind the public that this agency, the Department of Human Resources, provides human resource management services that strengthen individual and organizational performance and enables the district government to attract, develop, and retain a well-qualified and competent and diverse workforce. The agency is organized in 6 administrations, and they all report to the Office of the Director. The 6 divisions are the Office of General Counsel, Human Resources Solutions Administration, Strategic Human Capital, Benefits and Retirement Administration, Policy and Compliance Administration, and then the Center for Learning and Development. Each of these divisions plays an important role in the functions of the agency and the overall district government workforce. I'm interested today in hearing more about the Human Resources Solution Administration, which is responsible for talent acquisition by providing a talent acquisition strategy that aids in the department's mission to attract, develop, and retain a well-qualified, diverse workforce, and leverages the district in becoming best in class. Also, we're going to hear about the strategic human capital, in which its responsibility includes promoting and managing employee performance management and establishing appropriate metrics and providing solutions based on results. And of course, the Benefits and Retirement Administration, which is responsible for planning, management, contracting, communications for all health, voluntary, and retirement programs, and policy and compliance, which implements and oversees standards for safe and effective work environment. And last but not least, we want to hear about the Center for Learning and Development, which provides training and activities that increase the knowledge, skills, and competencies of district government employees. These are all very important functions. That is the point that I'm making, and we are looking forward to hearing about what this agency has accomplished during the past fiscal year 2023, and what have they been busy accomplishing thus far during FY24, which began on October 1, 2023. And so with that, I want to again thank Mr. Hall, the director, for being here with us in person today. Big accomplishment. Happy to have you here, and I'll swear you in if you raise your right hand. And thank you, sir. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
Thank you very much, and you can begin when you want.
Thank you. Good morning, Councilmember Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Charles Hall Jr., and I serve as the Director of the DC Department of Human Resources, also known as DCHR. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on DCHR's FY 2023 and FY 2024 performance to date. As the personnel authority for most district agencies, DCHR's mission is to provide first-class human resource management services that strengthen individual and organization performance and enable the district government to attract, develop, and retain a well-qualified, diverse workforce. Each day, we work diligently with our agency partners across the district so that we can support the work they do and the services they provide to visitors and residents of our city. Our accomplishments in FY 2023 and our plans for FY 2024 reflect our commitment to helping agencies and residents alike. I will share those accomplishments and plans with you today. The DCHR team consists of 6 administrations that run the day-to-day human resource operations for employees and agencies across district government. The Benefits and Retirement Administration administers district government employee benefits. This administration manages employee health, dental, vision, short-term and long-term disability and life insurances, as well as employee assistance, wellness programs, and flexible spending accounts. This team oversees employee retirements, including those under the Police and Firefighters Retirement and Relief Board. The Center for Learning and Development provides training, workforce development, and organizational development programs. This team oversees the Capital City Fellows Program, Careers Pathway Programs, District Leadership Program, Executive Leadership Program, and the In-School Leadership Program. This work provides learning and career development opportunities for district employees, and it creates a pipeline of future district leaders. The Human Resources Solution Administration provides recruitment and classification services, such as employee selection and placement, position classification, and the movement of employees between agencies. The Office of the General Counsel provides legal counsel, employee relations services, and oversees the district government's paid family and medical leave program. The Policy and Compliance Administration designs, implements, and oversees personnel standards and policies. The administration ensures compliance with suitability and applicable regulatory requirements such as district residency and licensure. The Strategic Human Capital Team provides oversight and full-cycle human capital management through data and analytics. The team researches best practices and implements business process improvements. Together, we serve our residents, our employees, and our district HR professionals. The district government not only serves our residents, but also provides economic and career opportunities to those who devote themselves to public service. Washingtonians are among the brightest, most talented, and most resilient in the country. DC residents come from diverse backgrounds and from all walks of life. Residents from Ward 1 to Ward 8 offer invaluable perspectives and personal experiences about the needs of the city, and how it should be run. The district government is not just an employer. We are a member of the community, and as such, we must prioritize the inclusion of the community in its operation. To attract our residents and our finest talent, we must continue to evolve our recruiting strategy to remain proactive and market the benefits of district government employment. In FY23, DCHR continued hosting its successful quarterly hiring events. These events give agencies the ability to recruit for multiple vacancies at once, reach a wider talent pool, and provide hiring managers with dedicated time to interview qualified applicants. Before each quarterly hiring event, DCHR hosts preparation sessions for applicants, of which over 1,200 were DC residents in FY23, focused on critical interviewing skills and resume writing techniques needed for engaging conversations and job-seeking success. During these sessions, applicants learn how to describe the transferable skills they have that are directly related to the job they want, how to emphasize the importance of demonstrating interest while answering questions concisely, how to answer common difficult interview questions, and how to stand out to recruiters who are speaking to many candidates. Our hiring events continue to rise in popularity. In FY23, agencies hired 411 employees through these events. So far in FY24, DCHR has already hosted 2 in-person hiring events, including one that happened earlier this week and attracted over 600 residents. We continue to proactively source candidates for hard-to-fill positions through our partnership with LinkedIn. With LinkedIn, we can expand and diversify how we recruit critical in-demand talent as we highlight district agencies, and LinkedIn members can view the announcement and learn more about applying. Agency recruiters are also able to directly communicate with those interested in their positions. At DCHR, we recognize that individuals might have valuable skills and experience for advanced employment, but may not have had the opportunity to earn a college degree. These potential job candidates are referred to as people who are skilled through alternative routes, or STARS. And there are over 70 million STARS in the US, with thousands in the district. We are proud to say that DCHR can now tap this source of talent after finalizing our partnership with Opportunity at Work, an organization that pairs STARS with employment opportunities that meet their skills. Through this free partnership, DCHR highlights opportunities on Opportunity at Work's website and redirect interested applicants to apply on careers.dc.gov. The partnership with Opportunity at Work presents another way for the district to market our positions to a diverse candidate pool and attract even more candidates to apply to our positions. We are proud to say that 43,859 applicants submitted completed applications in FY23. As we continue planning for FY24, we will focus on advertising positions available in the district and the benefits of working for a local government. DCHR also attracts district talent through apprenticeship and internship programs. In collaboration with the Department of Employment Services, DCHR provided training and mentorship, graduating our first cohort of 10 apprentices from our HR apprenticeship program. Through hands-on guidance with current HR staff and associated classroom training, apprentices learned and applied HR strategies and skills in areas such as benefits, retirement, employee relations, learning and development, classification, and recruitment. All 10 apprentices secured permanent positions within the district government during or after program completion. To bring tomorrow's leaders into district government, DCHR provides the District Leadership Program, or DLP. The DLP is an internship program designed to provide participants with the knowledge, tools, skills, and experiences needed to become leaders in district government across a spectrum of operational areas such as human capital management, finance and budgeting, information technology, legal services, contracting and procurement, small and local business and economic development, legislative affairs, health and human services, education, and performance management. DLP interns serve at agencies across district government and contribute to priority initiatives where they can truly impact residents' lives. In FY24, DCHR will continue to attract talent through our programs and strengthen our relationships with local universities and colleges. DCHR has held preliminary conversations with several universities and colleges, including Howard University, University of the District of Columbia, and Towson University, about establishing formal partnerships, to engage students directly about district government opportunities. While we have made multiple strides forward in talent acquisition, we still have work to do. DCHR and the HR community understand that employees have choices when deciding where to work. We know that when someone applies for a DC government job, that they are likely submitting applications to other employers as well. To attract applicants, we have to highlight the unique benefits of working for a local government, remain in frequent and regular contact with applicants, and make sure that our selection process is quick enough so that we can hire talent before our other competing employers. The time it takes between an applicant applying for a job to when the vacancy is filled is called time to fill. Time to fill is an HR metric that allows us to measure how long it takes to hire. In the DC government, we define time to fill as the time it takes from when a vacancy is posted on careers.dc.gov to when an applicant or a candidate accepts an offer. While our metric is not based on specific policy or regulation, we have been using the same standard for at least 10 years to ensure consistent tracking and monitoring. Both DCHR and hiring agencies are responsible for steps in the hiring process that can influence time to fill. These steps include receiving applications while the vacancy is posted online, screening candidates to ensure they meet the position requirements, forwarding the top candidates to the hiring manager, interviewing candidates, selecting a candidate, and receiving needed approvals before a formal offer is made. The length of time to complete the entire hiring process can vary based on the number of days a vacancy is posted online, the length of time managers need to complete interviews, the number of qualified candidates that apply, and any salary negotiations. DCHR is working to reduce time to fill by making it easier for agencies to track it, and we've created tools such as a dashboard for agencies to use. In addition, DCHR will create a manager training and toolkit that provides resources and best practices so that we can improve our HR processes that affect time to fill. By improving these processes, we can reduce our hiring time without sacrificing proper vetting for qualified candidates. District government employees are our foundation, and the work they do to serve our city cannot be understated. From the frontline workers meeting with residents face-to-face each day to the operations and support staff, the district government owes its employees its deepest gratitude. We recognize the work can be tough, and our employees navigate challenges to ensure our residents receive the best possible service. Thus, we owe it to our employees to give them the best possible employment experience. Although the job might not always be easy, it should be easy to manage your benefits, get answers to your questions, and assess programs that can help your financial and physical well-being. To improve the way employees receive services, DCHR collaborated with the Office of the Chief Technology Officer, or OCTO, to implement a ticketing software to streamline employee requests related to benefits, retirement, 401A and 457B distributions, and customer care. Employees can submit a ticket via an electronic portal and track the status of their ticket to completion. Through the implementation of this software, DCHR can effectively monitor, track, and report on employee requests, ensure adherence to service level agreements, and better maintain online FAQs based on the evolving needs and feedback of employees. Since the deployment of this ticketing software in November 2023, DCHR has received and processed over 4,700 employee requests across service categories. In FY24, DCHR will continue to expand services provided via the ticketing system to further streamline employee requests. According to the Society for Human Resources Management, Wellness and employee morale are often connected. Wellness programs promote healthier habits and provide opportunities for employees to connect. Given such research, DCHR continues to serve employees by offering world-class employee wellness opportunities. DCHR and agency-level wellness coordinators hosted over 100 wellness events in FY23. These events covered topics such as mental health, healthy eating, and financial preparedness. Events also included physical fitness classes and other wellness opportunities such as smoking and tobacco cessation, coping with critical illnesses, and mindful meditation. DCHR continues to communicate our wellness opportunities to employees via a monthly newsletter that includes video messages that quickly highlight important topics such as diabetes awareness, flu shots, and creating a healthy work-life balance. To celebrate the contributions of wellness coordinators across the district, DCHR also held the first annual Wellness Leader Luncheon in FY23 and recently held the FY24 luncheon. During the luncheon, wellness leaders shared best practices and brainstormed ideas for future wellness initiatives. DCHR's commitment to wellness was also recognized by the Aetna Corporation, who awarded us the Workplace Wellbeing Gold Award. Based upon a programmatic assessment of industry professionals, the Wellbeing Award recognizes employers that display a strong commitment to providing workplace well-being resources, programs, and support for employees. In FY24, DCHR hopes to continue its award-winning wellness programming. The district requires strategic and innovative HR professionals to implement modern HR solutions. The city's talented and dedicated HR professionals play a significant role in DCHR's and the district's workforce accomplishments. To ensure HR professionals have the knowledge, skills, and resources to succeed in an ever-changing HR landscape, DCHR launched the first cohort of the HR Certificate Tier 2 program in FY23. Tier 2 of the HR Certificate program provides a deeper and more in-depth understanding of HR topics, including retirement, talent management, performance management, and employee relations. Participants also complete a 15-week HR certificate program sponsored by the Public Sector HR Association. To successfully graduate, each HR professional developed and presented a capstone project that highlighted how they will use a specific lesson learned to improve HR operations or planning within their agency. Participants not only increased their HR knowledge, but gained meaningful relationships that will continue to help them excel as district HR professionals. DCHR is proud to announce the graduation of 25 cohort members in late January. DCHR is currently in the planning stages of developing and implementing a comprehensive HR onboarding and training program for all district HR professionals that will launch in FY24. Throughout FY23, DCHR continued to implement effective strategies to recruit the best talent and innovated to implement more streamlined communication channels and processes. As we look forward in FY24, we will continue and expand much of the work started in FY23, including strategic recruitment, innovative development and wellness programs, and modern HR professional development. DCHR will also examine how we can continue to innovate by establishing and strengthening partnerships with local colleges and universities, increasing the use of social media, and build a comprehensive HR onboarding program. These accomplishments are possible because of the dedication, expertise, and unwavering support of the DCHR team, who dedicate each day to improving the lives of district employees and residents. In closing, I want to thank Mayor Bowser for her leadership and for the opportunity to serve the district's dynamic workforce. Thank you, Chairperson Bonds, the committee, and your council colleagues and staff for your continued support of the DC Department of Human Resources. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. This concludes my testimony, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for that very comprehensive testimony. Thank you very much. You hit on a number of questions that we have in anticipation. You and I've talked, so I'm not surprised that you bothered to take it head on, and thank you for doing that. But just to make sure that the public is listening, please inform us as how an applicant for employment in the government, DC government, is able to move from an applicant status to hired. Just walk us through that. You gave us about 5 different stages. If you would sort of go through that again, that would be helpful.
Sure. So there again are several ways that you can initiate an application. Of course, there's our careers.dc.gov page where you would find job postings and you can apply there. Once an applicant applies, then agencies, or in cases where DCHR provides hiring support, we are going to look at the applications. We're going to do a screening process, and then we're going to determine what candidates or applicants we believe best fit the position that is vacant. Once that screening process occurs, then that information will be sent to the hiring manager. The hiring manager will have an opportunity to review the candidates and applicants that have been provided and decide who they wish to interview. Interviews will then be scheduled, and from that interview process, the hiring manager has 2 ways they can go. One, if they believe they have found the candidate that is the best fit for that position, then they can extend an offer to that candidate. If they do not believe that based upon the applicants or the candidates they have are the best fit, then they have the opportunity to search for additional candidates, and they would then have to go through that same process. Additionally, as mentioned, positions can be found on LinkedIn. Persons can find out more information about those positions, and if they apply, then they would go through the aforementioned process that I just talked about. And then, of course, with opportunity at work, those are for people, again, who may not have the college degree, but have the skills that would be beneficial both to the position and the district. And they would be able to see those positions and then be led to careers.dc.gov to apply for the position and go through that process.
Thank you. Thank you very much for reminding of your points in your testimony. I have a number of questions about it, obviously. You may have heard yesterday when I was with the chief financial officer, and they were giving us statistics. One of my biggest concerns was, as we talk about there being higher, the salary level in the District of Columbia has increased, but the number of DC residents in jobs in the city has not increased. And so I was trying to understand what level of are these jobs where salary is showing an increase. Obviously, it means professional, technical, the high professional level. And so my concern is entry-level jobs, trying to get those that are not in the employment lane today into employment. And of course, we have to, in my opinion, as the government, we have to do what we preach to others to do. And so to that end, I'm just trying to understand how those who are attempting to and want to work, how do they get into the work world? And you're kind of giving us some idea about where they may go, but when I see pictures like yesterday of what looked like nearly 1,000 people trying to sign up at the library for I don't know how many positions, and some were told or came with the understanding that would be hiring on the spot. I'm just curious as to what are we really doing? And that is coupled with the understanding from Department of Employment Services that for every DC resident, and that's 600,000 plus, there is 1.9 job available in the district. You see, it something isn't working. So I'm laying it all on your table, so to speak, to help us dissect it enough so that we understand what we can do to improve the hiring of DC residents, wherever they are, but certainly those that, you know, would be entering the job market?
So first, I think that one of the things that I would highlight is that in FY23, we had about 53%, a little bit over 53% of those who were hired in FY23 who are actually DC residents. So I think that's a good number to utilize as a starting point.
So what does that represent? A percentage? Let's talk real people,
Mhm.
because we're talking, you know, 658,000. So what are we talking about? We're not talking about that big number, but supposedly we have twice that many jobs here in the city. Most of them are taken, I'm sure, so it seems, but what are we talking about?
So let me make sure I understand the question. As it relates to the number, I think that the number is that the majority of applicants, a little over the majority or half, were DC residents. I think that a couple things should be highlighted as we talk about filling positions. One, as you've mentioned, the level of the position. And so applicants need to be cognizant of what transferable skills or experience they have so that they're applying to jobs that they would be eligible for. So one of the things that we do before our job fairs is we don't just have the job fair, but we're actually providing multiple opportunities for people to come and receive both interviewing skills and development that they can get on a one-on-one basis. Also looking at their resumes. Oftentimes, you know, across the country, what we see is that people don't always tailor their resume to the position. Your resume can't be so generic or general that it is expected to fit every position. You've got to look at what position you're applying for, and then you've got to tailor your resume to that position. So it's important and imperative for persons, our DC residents are definitely welcome to attend those resume sessions. Even at the hiring event, we have a resume session or an elevator speech opportunity for people to learn how to talk about your transferable skills. So one of the things I think is helpful and needful is for people to take advantage of those opportunities so that if your resume is stagnant or if your resume is old or if your resume is not tailored to the position or positions you're interested in, then someone can help you see that and give you a better chance of actually getting a position. So that's the one place that I would start. The second place I would start is to make sure that you're looking at the job description and making sure that as you see it, that is something that you either have the requisite skills or education for, so that you're not just haphazardly applying for positions. And then thirdly, I would say, you know, we're in a job market where there are lots of people looking for jobs. That's not just unique to DC. Across the country, it's what we're seeing. And so you've got to make sure that you're taking the requisite steps to ensure that you are going to be the best candidate that interviewer sees, so that you are memorable and they believe that you're the best person for that job.
All right, and so this 56% is representative of how many people?
I would have to get you that number. I don't have that number exactly right now. We can see if we can get that for you.
All right, so how many applicants do you count in total in FY23 that your agency has touched in one way or the other?
So in FY23, we had about 43,000 applicants.
Okay. So would the 56% be
53.
representative? I'm sorry?
53.
53%. Would that be representing 53% of that number? Is that what it is? Okay, now I understand. All right. Okay. When
you say that number, just so that you're aware, that those are the people who are selected for positions, not just apply for positions, just so that there's clarity.
All right.
Because you can't be included in the number if you weren't selected.
Okay, these are
People
they made
selected
your
from the applicants.
certification list. No, they didn't
They've
even
made
do
it through
that.
the screening process. They went to the interview. the hiring manager selected this person. And
43,000?
they're part of the 43,000,
Okay,
but the entire 43,000 applied, but were not necessarily hired. 43,000 applicants. There's a subset of the 43,000 that were selected for positions.
correct.
Of that subset, 53% of them.
Okay,
are DC
and you're gonna
residents.
get me the number
Yes.
of, from the 43, the smaller number, which is the subset that was selected.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I think last year we talked about, there being maybe 2,000 positions that were vacant. Would that be what you're speaking of now?
When you say last year, are you referring to the last performance?
Yes, the
Yeah.
last year performance, yes.
So I definitely would need to get that information.
Okay,
from
would you,
staff sometimes.
I'm so concerned as it relates to how do we do better for those who are DC residents that indicate that they're trying to get work. And so that's where I'm
Mhm.
focused. I think that meeting those marks, those concerns that people have can move our society forward. I really and truly believe that. And data supports that across the country, the world, in fact. So I'm kind of razor sharp focus on that. What can we do to lift people up? I mean, that's what this is about. In years past, we've had situations where the administrations of our government have focused on maybe one particular group of people, so it has seemed.
Mhm.
And we have seen the benefits that they have received by having employment. And so while I am not in administration, I'm just this committee. This committee is focused on examining what it will take to get those who would be, I'll call entry level into the system, giving them an opportunity to have an opportunity really to move up to moderate middle income. Okay.
Right.
Okay. In our society. That's where I'm going.
Yes.
So that's my focus. I want to commend you for your ticket tracking of requests that you provide for the service to the employees. Now, I'm sure everyone's very excited about that. Looks like it. You have quite a few that have used it thus far. So congratulations on that.
Thank you. We
Most
appreciate it.
definitely. And your wellness program, your monthly newsletter. I'm hoping that at some point you'll put in your monthly newsletter a reminder about sexual harassment points. You know, I think that's something we have to remind our workforce of. No harm in reminding them that, keep your hands to yourself and, whatever. I would like to see that. I wanted to talk about your 15-week training program. You said you had 25 participants to recently graduate. How are these individuals who are DC government employees, who are DC government managers, I'm assuming, how are they selected?
For the program, so there's.
Yes, for your HR certificate tier 2 program.
Yeah. So for the HR Certificate Tier 2 program, these are current, of course, employees who are working in DC government in a variety of agencies. And similar to any other vacancy, there is a competitive process that occurs, right? So persons apply to the program, to be in the program, they provide an essay, and then they must provide recommendations as well. Then there's a selection process, of course, that takes place to.
And
based on the
so
process. positions.
Does your staff do the selection, or have you hired an outside contractor to do that?
For the persons who are going to participate?
Yes, uh-huh.
Yes, so for the people who are going to participate in that program, those are DCHR staff persons who select.
All right, so your team does the selection. You don't
Yes.
have a contractor,
No,
the wizard or something like that. Just
no
just
wizards
wanna-
here.
I want the employees to understand, you know, we're doing our own work. We're not, yes,
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
thank you. Thank you so much. That your team knows I hear all this stuff, so, you know, I'm just trying to put it on the record.
Yes.
Let's talk about the internship program.
Okay.
You indicated that there is this district leadership program. You call it the internship program.
Mhm.
So how long has it been enforced? Is it throughout the government? And how many interns do we have?
So the number of interns that we have right now is 21, I believe, for the DLP program. And of course, it's a very diverse makeup in the program. And they are participating in the program to really get the opportunity, but not necessarily, and it's important to make sure that this is noted, not necessarily all of them will move into full-time employment. It's important to remember that these persons are in their junior year in some cases, and many of them want to continue as students. They're not necessarily interested at the moment in moving into full-time employment. The good thing is that as they go through the program, they're gaining this experience that they'll be able to highlight on their resumes when they're ready to move into full-time employment. As it relates to how long it's been in place, the program has been in place for a little over a decade.
So is it open to when you say junior year, you mean junior college year?
Yes.
So is it open to every junior across the country, or the schools, the colleges in the District of Columbia? And you know, that's more than just those that are on the surface.
Right.
We have another 14, 15 that have a building like on Connecticut Avenue where a few students attend,
Mhm.
like Berkeley and others. Yeah.
Gotcha. So it's open to all. And of course, what we're looking for is to give people insight and opportunity to see how district government functions and to provide them that experience. Now, to your point that we do have persons who will attend from UDC or from Howard, but it is open to all because, again, one of the things we want to make sure that we're doing here in DC government, even as we are pushing for more DC residents, is to make sure that we have the best and the brightest working in DC government.
All right. Can you tell us about the selection process? You know, I'm a junior at West Virginia State, and I'm curious about DC,
Mhm.
and I want to know more about the government. How would I get in and have an opportunity to be one of these 21?
Yes, so there's similarly an application process. So like other positions, you're going to apply through PeopleSoft. You will complete that application and you will then go through an interview similar to other hiring. And ultimately, either you would be selected for one of the positions or of course you would not.
So it's almost as if I'm applying for a job.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, got you. Apprenticeship, you say you do that with the Department of Employment Services.
Mhm.
Um, how long has that agreement been in place with the Employment Services Department? And how many are currently enrolled in these apprenticeships that you are doing with Department of Employment Services?
Sure. So it's been in place for about 2 to 3 years. And it's again through a partnership with DOES. DOES actually pays the salaries for the apprentices. And so in partnership with DOES, we are collaborating to ensure that we find persons who are going to be suitable for the program, and then DOES handles ensuring that they are paid appropriately.
So these are apprenticeships in your office or throughout government in various offices?
Excellent question. So there are 8 apprenticeship programs, human resources. There's been one for Medicaid. We've had one with IT, with the DOES call center, and MPD has had one as well.
Okay, Medicaid, MPD, a call center, human resources, which is your shop. No,
Or
which is
it could be in an agency as well.
in,
but it could
in
be in
a
DCHR,
different
yes.
agency. All right, and how many do you have in these positions now? Do you know? Is it 8? Or
We do
more?
not have any currently enrolled because they've all graduated.
Okay,
So no one is currently.
and would
enrolled.
these be adults or youth?
So for career pathways, these are entry-level positions. And these apprenticeships can have persons who, may have not graduated from high school or may have their GED. They, may be looking for a second chance at employment. And so there's not an age factor applied to the apprenticeship program.
So would this include any of those who are in Project Empowerment Program, which is another DOES program for adults that are sometimes looking for a second chance, who lost their jobs and they're trying to retool?
It's possible. I don't think that currently, again, we don't have any
Okay.
persons involved in the program. But it is possible that someone could have heard about the program, apply for it, and be selected.
Okay.
Again, because there's no age limit to participating in the program.
So your arrangement with DOES is primarily through career pathways?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you very much for that. I noticed that you indicate that a lot of your recruitment, as you say, candidates to fill, for hard to fill positions are through Lincoln. And Lincoln, those who sign up for Lincoln tend to be, I think the data shows us that they tend to be at the management and professional level. Do you keep information, data that would show how many of those that are recruited and employed in the government come through the Lincoln advertisement process?
I think a couple of things. So one, that ensuring that when we talk about hard to fill, that we distinguish between what may be taking a long time to fill and what may be specific as it relates to a vocation that may present challenges, such as an IT position. I think that's an important distinction for us to make. As it relates to pulling data, we do have an option in PeopleSoft where we can see information that shows us where someone may have heard about a position or something like that. I'd also want to make sure that we put on the record that while your statement is correct, that LinkedIn is typically for people who may be in higher levels of their job experience, that is why we also want to leverage opportunity at work because it gives a more equal playing field. There is not just a program that we're using for persons who are at higher levels in employment, but those who are looking for entry level may not have that degree. Opportunity at work is a great opportunity, literally, for them to take advantage of seeing what positions we have, and their skills will help them be great candidates for positions.
I appreciate you putting that addendum on the record. Thank you so much. Because we certainly would hear from employees if you didn't sort of help us with that. Thank you very much for that. Your quarterly hiring events.
Mhm.
And you just completed one where you indicated there were over 600 applicants that we saw wrapped around the library. Okay, that was an event where we understood it was hiring on the spot. So of the 600, how many were actually hired?
Yeah, so a couple of important distinctions. One, the 600 number is for those who had pre-registered at the time that we were drafting this testimony. There were, I think the number that we last have heard is about 3,200 people who actually showed up. Another important distinction is that agencies have the opportunity to either show up and do on-the-spot interviews and extend offers, or they can have a table where they are collecting resumes and they will follow up with candidates. One of the things that we were very intentional about doing this year was making sure that we distinguished those agencies that would be hiring on the spot versus those who would be just accepting resumes. Because we know that if people show up and they anticipate seeing a specific agency having an offer potentially extended, we wanted people to know there is going to be a distinction between those who are here interviewing and extending offers versus those who are here but just collecting resumes. As it relates to your question about the number of offers that we have to date that were extended, right now we have about 14 that are confirmed. Keep in mind that these are on a rolling basis. So agencies still have to go back, and there's a process that still has to occur after the event. And those numbers will continue to increase as we go through that process.
Okay, because right now we're not even hitting 1%. Okay, I am. And I think about the energy that our government expends to try and lift people up okay.
Yes.
All right, could you tell me how many agencies actually did hiring on the spot?
Let me see if I can get that information.
All
for
right,
you.
and then also those that were just collecting resumes. I would really like to drill down on, and I think the public would be very curious about this too. What is the result of these mammothons that we do? And the result being in the number of people who are ultimately hired, the number of people who show up, the number of people who go through some sort of interviewing process or hired on the spot. I'll be honest with you. I only know of one person in this, and I know a lot of people in this city, and I hear from their relatives a lot too. I only know of one person that's ever been hired on the spot through our process.
Yeah.
And I know of many who say we've applied. And I feel like something's wrong with this system. And I'm looking to you to help me figure out what we need to do to improve it. You put on the record that you're trying to speed up the process and you're putting certain, measures in place. And I applaud you for that, but it's still not, it's not getting it the way we really need to do. I appreciate that you have the preparation sessions for the applicants. And I don't know, maybe that's something that all of our jobs training programs must have. Maybe it's time for us to mandate that we actually have certain criteria, curriculum that's a part of these training programs, because it's just not working. You told me that I think in FY23 the agencies hired 411. 411.
Mhm.
And I thought you said 600. I was going to go with that. To me, that crowd looked much larger than 600. Thank you for saying the record is 3,200. 3,200 times, or let's say 1,000, 4 times a year. And then we're not even breaking the shell. And then as the budgets are kind of flat this year and projected to be flat next year, I'm wondering, how do I justify your budget? I mean, I'm just being, we haven't gotten to that. We never will get to that, in my opinion. But, it is something for consideration. And I want us to be more a part of the community than just this entity that is within the government. So that's why I'm looking for you to come up with solutions.
Yes.
To be very honest, and you know that we've had many strong, important discussions. Thank you very much for that too.
Yes, ma'am. I think that I 100% agree with you that we need to make sure that these are more fruitful and the return on investment is greater. And those are discussions that we're having in DCHR as well. We're going to continue to be strategic about not just holding the events, but the follow-up. I think what's important to remember is, we're hosting the event, but we're not necessarily the ones that are ultimately hiring, but we do have the ability to make sure that we follow up with agencies who attend and make sure that we, one, find out how many people they hired, two, what challenges they may see as it relates to hiring people, and three, provide the support so that they can have a more fruitful outcome when they attend these events. I can assure you that we are doing everything within our power to, one, make sure that as residents show up, that they get something from the event. If it's a job, great. If it's just an experience, that's great. There are also community resources that are available for persons at these events. So it's not just about getting a job. There are additional community resources that are available for them to walk away with as well. But we want to make sure that it's a good return on investments for those who attend, for DCHR, who is, putting on and hosting the event, and for the agencies that attend. I think that as we do that, we'll get into a rhythm where we start seeing more persons that are hired from these events. And I would also add that, to your point about resume and interviewing skills, one of the things that we're even having discussions about is not just how well your resume looks, but how well you present when you show up. I think that all of us, are aware that when we show up to an interview, putting our best self forward is something that people are looking for. And those are some of the challenges that we know are real for people. And we've got to find a way to assist them with that, whether it be, providing them with an outline of how, the do's and don'ts of what to wear to an interview, those sorts of things, so that people are educated and putting their best foot forward as they show up, because we've all heard that the first impression is the lasting one. And you want to make sure that your first impression when you show up is a good one that puts you in the best light with persons. And so there's definitely additional work and effort that we can put into it. We'll put that effort into it. And hopefully what we'll see is persons take advantage of those opportunities to be educated and to learn and to be supported.
Well, I appreciate that. And as you were speaking, I was thinking that one of the areas that I wonder if you're willing to venture in, and that is to put more resources and energy in informing the applicants of the very basics that are required. In other words, if the job does require high school diploma or that skill set, literacy, whatever it is, that it be a part of the advertisement. So it's very clear, candidates that are likely to be selected will have these skills if that's what it's about, as opposed to y'all come and, I got my numbers, it's like being at a recreation center, yeah, we have 50,000, this month. Okay. 50,000. What did they do? I don't know. They were here. They were running around, and I think that we have to be more intentional. And forgive me for my examples. I'm old school,
It's okay.
old school, make it very clear as to what the intentions are. But I'm just wondering if that isn't something we need to look at. Surely, if the job is a high tech with NASA, you're not going to say y'all come. Okay. You got to have something that is part of the standout. So that's what I'm, suggesting, wondering if there is a way to do that, or a way to groom people for the jobs. I don't know. That's your domain.
Right.
But we in the public are very concerned about this aspect.
So I do think that there's an education piece that we can assist with. I think that the job training portion is something that falls more under DOES. But also to your point, I think that one, I would say what we're looking for is for persons to be hired, not just for us to say we had 3,200 people show up. But I do think that there is a way for us to provide some education. Here's what, how you should show up. Here are the to do's and what not to do's. I'd also want to point out, to your point about making sure that people know what's going to be required for the position, that the position descriptions will outline what the job is, but also what's required for the job. And so to your point, it may be about educating people about how to read and understand the position description that might help them with knowing whether or not this is a job that they're eligible for, or if they need to look for something else. That also goes to the piece, I'll reiterate, about tailoring your resume. You want to tailor your resume to the position you're applying for. That again is another educational piece that we're already doing, but we can look into adding understanding and reading a position description.
All right. Can we talk a minute about trends? How significant is work experience currently being featured in the ability of a individual to secure a job?
Let me make sure I understand the question correctly. Is work experience vital to securing a position? Yes. It is vital to securing a position because one of the things that we want to ensure is that when you get into the position, that you're going to be able to be successful in the position. We all know that there's a probationary period when people get in, and I think that we would do a disservice to people to hire them into positions that we don't believe they're suited for or may not be the best fit for them. Yes, there could be some coaching. And yes, if we see someone's not performing, they could be put on a performance improvement plan. But we want to make sure that, of course, work experience is a component. We also use the OPM classification standards. So we're using the federal classification system to guide the experience that is needed for the positions that someone will ultimately fill.
All right. And to that, since that is such a strong requirement for getting work, should we on our announcement start by saying some prior work experience is required?
Yes, so again, the position description is going to outline what you need. So when you see a job posting, The announcements that's there is going to tell you what the requirements are. So it's going to say that you need some experience in X, Y, or Z.
Okay,
So that is present already.
so you do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Wanted to ask about Ms. Truesdale's concern.
Yes.
And why it's taking so long to be compliant with the Court of Appeals decision?
Yes. So first, let me say that we are aware of Ms. Butler Truesdale's matter. And as she stated, we have engaged in conversations with her. We're actively working to conduct the classification analysis for Ms. Butler Truesdale. And we want to make sure that we go through a deliberative process, that we don't rush the process. This is a legal matter. And so I don't think that the sense or the narrative should be that we're trying to slow walk this. We are, one, working with very capable general counsel, and they are walking through the process and the steps to make sure that this is resolved appropriately. So I think that she used the date of February the 8th for the meeting that she had, and today is February the 15th.
She did use that date, Mr. Hall, but
Mhm.
she also pointed out that this has been ongoing since 2021. So you can understand her frustration. And the fact that there is a memorandum of judgment in the case concerns me, that here we are in 2024. And it's still ongoing, and our government is still reviewing it. And I know that our government might appeal. I guess we can appeal. Am I right?
So it's a legal matter that I definitely wouldn't discuss in a public hearing. Additionally,
You can say whether or not we can appeal it. If we get something from the Court of Appeals, can we appeal it? I don't know the answer. I'm not, can we appeal it?
yeah, so we just had the remand back in August or September of 2023 is my understanding. Again, I think that she said there's like 1,000 documents or something that she sent.
1,000
which is
pages.
A considerable amount of pages to go through. And again, I think that I'm open to having discussions with you more in depth, if necessary, about this offline, but because it's a legal matter, I would be very hesitant to discuss it in a public forum.
Thank you very much. I would never ask you to discuss the details, never, ever. But I was just trying to understand
Yes, ma'am.
what might be our next step, and if there's some consideration that maybe we need to appeal this. And then, of course, my question would be, what is the time frame? What is the time frame for thinking we'll get back to her? Is it in 60 days? You mentioned 1,000 sheets of paper. Is it 90 days? Is it 180 days?
So I don't have a time frame at the moment, but again, I'm more than open to having a discussion with you offline.
All right, I don't want her to go back to court, but anyway, thank you very much for that. And she mentioned she did not have a union rep nor an attorney when she made her appearance before you. Does that concern you?
I'll need to find out more details about what happened with that meeting.
Okay.
Of course, union reps, when someone is in a union, you feel like they need to be present, they can. Typically, though, a union rep is usually present for a disciplinary matter. This is not a disciplinary matter. So that is a distinction that I would make, that typically it is when there's a disciplinary matter, and this is not disciplinary in nature.
I just want to make sure that we follow the regulations
Yes,
as
ma'am.
closely as possible.
Sure.
Thank you. Do you have unionized workers in your agency?
No, ma'am, we do not.
No union workers?
No union workers.
Okay. I'm now going to the responses you gave us to the pre-questions. Page 5, question 6, attachment 6. You indicated nearly 9 million in special purpose revenue spending. Can you help me understand why you have a special revenue fund? And how does that work for you?
Five.
And if you need to have staff that may be with you to join you at the witness table, we can swear them in and they can pull the information you may need.
Sure. Which page did you say it was again?
It says page 5, and it was question 6.
I believe that is related to benefits, but I want to make sure that we're correct.
Yes, it's a chart that you gave us.
Mhm.
I can barely read it. And it's from what you sent us. It's really hard to read, but it says fund code, source of funding, revenue source name, description of the program. Let's see if this is any better. A little better.
So that would be for our benefits and retirement team.
Mm-hmm. So that's
That's
what
what
the
that's for.
special purpose
ma'am.
is. Okay, it shows that you were reimbursed for cost and other government monitoring reimbursement requests. Just so the public knows, it also speaks to reimburse for services that you provide through the MOU process, which you have a number of most agencies use the DC Department of Human Resources for their personnel matters. And so that's what the MOUs are usually about. And then it's the health insurance recipients pay a fee to your agency at a cost of 2% of the health benefits costs. And that's where the lion's share of the money is, which is $8 million.
Right. So it's to DCHR and to OCFO get some of that money. It doesn't all go to DCHR. Also, the special purpose piece that you mentioned
Mhm.
includes the fire and police board.
Right? And your minute, and it of course includes your defined benefits retirement program, the administrative expenses that goes into the special purpose fund as well.
Yes, ma'am.
So of this 8, you're saying you do not accrue $8 million from the health insurance recipients. So you're saying that a portion of it goes somewhere else?
To the yes, to the OCFO. And then a portion goes to DCHR.
So what portion do you maintain?
Of
What percentage
the special purpose
of
funds, or
this health
in general?
insurance recipients pay a fee to you?
Got it. So what you're seeing on the chart is what we receive.
That's okay.
That is not the total amount, though, that is ascribed to those, because
Ah,
it's a
so,
portion that goes.
all
to
right,
the
so you
OCFO.
do receive the 8 million.
Yes,
And
yes.
so CFO may really be 20 million.
I'm
We're not sure.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Also, just for clarity, as it relates to who's paying, it's the agencies paying, not the employees paying.
Correct. It is the agencies.
Yes.
All right. Definitely. All right. Thank you very much. I was very curious about that chart. You also indicated on page 10, question 20, in your pre-hearing answers that the agency, your agency received 54 FOIA requests in FY23, and that the cost of compliance, that is, in order to respond to these FOIA requests, was $16,000. Because you, I guess, not only is there staff costs, might be some of other costs that is accruable in that. Is that what your records show? And have you had any request in FY24 for you?
I do not believe that we've had any FY24 FOIA requests as of yet.
I see.
We have had a couple,
Had a
is my
couple of,
understanding.
okay. All right. That's why I'm saying if you need your buddies at the table. Okay. How many total vacancies are there currently in the DC government?
I believe at last count, the total number of vacancies, and so let me make an important caveat that the number of vacancies that may appear in a report may not be the number of true vacancies. The reason why I make that caveat is because agencies may be holding those vacancies for vacancy savings. So there's not an intention to fill that position. And therefore, we would not consider it a true vacancy. True vacancies would only be positions that are intended to be filled by a person.
And how is that determined? What goes into making that decision to your knowledge?
Yes, so agencies will look at their budget, and if there's a need for budget savings, if there is a budgetary matter that they'll need to cover, they will know that that position needs to remain vacant in order for them to cover it. Or if there's a cost that they need to, someplace in the budget they have to reduce, that's a place where they can have that reduction. And so agencies will make that determination on their own as it relates to the vacancies they have and the vacancies they would want to fill. At the moment, we have a little over 5,000 vacancies. But again, that caveat, what's true and what is not true is not going to show up in that number. Additionally, there are some agencies like DPR who don't close vacancies because they're going to have summer jobs that open, and instead of closing it, reposting and going through that entire process, they leave it open. So it will still reflect as a vacancy.
Okay, that's okay. So could I get from you, please, a list of the true vacancies?
Can try.
You can try. All right. Well, if you could provide me with the 5,000 vacancies across this government, and I would like to know their classification. I would like to know entry level, clerical, management, professional, attorneys.
Got
If
it.
I could get that, please,
Sure.
within the next 2 weeks, let's say by March 5th. That would be very helpful.
Okay. And I'll also say that as it relates to vacancies, one of the things that we're doing in FY24 is we're working with our HR A's in each agencies to start actually helping us identify true vacancies versus vacancies that may be identified for vacancy savings.
Okay.
So we'll start to be able to receive that information in a much more clean manner. We aren't there yet, but that is one of the things that we are beginning to implement.
All right. And so that then causes me to ask that this information be segmented by agency. That would be very helpful.
Okay.
And I think it will help us as we're looking at the budget, because one of the things that happens The mayor will provide us with the budget in the March and, or I think it's even earlier than that. And then we at the council start moving the dots around. And in moving the dots around, I want to make sure that we're doing it in such a way that it, as you say, makes sense. So I appreciate that. So you will be helping the entire council with that information. Director, thank you so much. So how many vacancies, what you call true vacancies that are in your agency at this time?
So at this time, I believe we have about 15 true vacancies. And I would add the caveat that we are currently either in the process of having identified someone to fill that or in the interview process.
For all 15?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I don't want any
Got it.
zapping to happen.
Yeah, we can't afford to have any.
No, you cannot. All right. I know one of your positions is the Associate Director in the Center for Learning and Development.
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the timeline for filling that position?
We hope to have it filled within the next month or so. We have conducted interviews and we've narrowed it down to what we believe are the final 3 candidates.
So you have your final 3.
Yes.
All right, this is a great time to ask about the process. So have you notified those 3 that they are in the final group? Have you notified those 200 applicants that you received that you are in the process of selecting someone else? Or I'm trying to understand, what do we feel is our responsibility to stay in touch enough with the applicants until we bring the issue to closure?
That's right. Yes, so we've done both. We have notified those persons who are not going to be a part of the final 3 that they were not selected. So that has occurred. Additionally, what we've asked is that those persons who are in the final 3, that we would follow up with them and that we let them know that for all intents and purposes, we want you to, stay warm. We've not made a decision yet, but you are still under consideration. So we've made those notifications to both groups.
Is that something that is custom for your office when you implement these MOUs with the agencies? Is that done for all of the agencies?
So it should be standard practice. So for DCHR, it is a standard practice for us. For many other agencies, it is a standard practice. Can I say unequivocally that it's done at all agencies? I cannot. That is part of the reason why, to go back to the testimony and what we look to do in FY24 is to provide an HR training to all HR staff to make sure that there are norms about processes that should be occurring at all agencies. Again, agencies under the mayor's authority, which we have that ability to work with, but that should be the process that is carried out. There's also something in PeopleSoft that will, if you're not selected, the system is going to give you that notification.
Okay.
The keeping people warm to let them know we've not decided, but
Okay.
you're in the final, that is something we'll work with agencies.
All right. So is there a requirement for your agency to have regulations that govern how we manage the application process from start to finish? And included in that is the outreach that we're to do with the applicants or those persons who are seeking employment?
So there's definitely outreach that can be done to ensure that people understand the norms. There is, also in the DPM, there's definitely a process that is outlined that people should.
Which is your regulations.
Right, that people should be understanding
All right.
and reading to recognize how the hiring process should go.
Would you please check the regulations and inform me in writing as to where we can find within the regulations, the requirement that the agencies must close the loop with all of the applicants in some sort of written form, which can be internet or, I guess some say they do a phone call. I don't think most people believe that, but can you just inform us where within your regulations you have that?
Right, so we can provide information on the DPM. And it's really, so the DPM is a policy document, not so much a regulation. And then there's also a process attached to this. So as we talked about PeopleSoft and closing a job so that those notifications can be triggered, that's a process that HRAs and persons who are overseeing the process need to ensure they include or they're doing so that persons get those notifications. So that's why it's going to be vital for us to have these trainings to make sure that people understand, even if you've found your person, and even if you're no longer hiring for that position, it's important to close out the position so that the notifications are triggered for those who are not selected.
Okay, so, if you need a piece of legislation for that, we will accommodate you. And this is a very serious matter, particularly when we have more and more people applying and fewer, and not knowing.
Right.
Well, yeah,
I think it's really about training and process. Because if people aren't doing it, then the process isn't being completed. And that's really where the issue is. We
Yeah.
need to make sure that the process is closed out.
yeah, I'm just reminded that, we are not Amazon. We are the government. And while Amazon can do what it likes and can lay off when it wants to, we really do have procedures that we have to follow. So with that understanding, I ask if we need legislation, we may look at that if you need us to do that.
I think that Amazon, like many employers, including the government, understand that there are HR processes that need to occur in order for exactly what you're talking about not to occur. And so part of an HR function is to ensure that when you're hiring someone, that the complete process is done. Whatever organization or business or government you work for, they'll each have a separate and distinct process. The process needs to be taught, it needs to be followed, and it needs to be completed in order to ensure that persons are getting those notifications and are aware.
Thank you for that response. We've talked a lot about recruitment, but a couple of last questions. Can you talk more about the steps that you take to recruit hard to fill, or as you say, long vacant positions, which can be the two together or collectively or individually hard to fill, or it could be taking a while?
Yes, so again, part of it is making sure that we understand an agency's needs and work with them for those agencies that we can to provide the support as it relates to identifying and distinguishing hard to fill versus those that might be challenging to hire from. Some of the reasons why we're seeing a lag in time to fill might be, again, that process piece, that ensuring that once you're screening, once you're getting the information to your hiring managers, that interviews are really being conducted, that there is a plan in place to say, here's when interviews are going to start, here's when they're going to stop. Again, there could be some factors that impact the interviewing process. Maybe there is a hold for the agency, and due to budgetary manners, they can't move forward with the interviewing process yet. So that could, have an impact. It's also ensuring that, once you schedule those interviews, that the hiring manager is following up with their HR personnel, or for DCHR, for those independent agencies or agencies that are too small, and they look at us for our services, that they're following up with us in a timely fashion to ensure that we are able to complete the process for them. So it's really about making sure that there's an understanding of the need, and that need also includes how soon do we need to fill this position, or is this not an immediate need? But it's really going to be agency specific. Again, there could be budgetary matters that they need to factor in. They may need to leave that position as vacant for vacancy savings, which is going to impact the hiring process. But at the same time, when there are hard to fill positions, there is an opportunity for agencies to utilize, hiring bonuses as a way to attract persons or bring people in as well. But it's not something that has to occur. And I'd also mention that that's going to be agency specific as well, because not all agencies will have the budget to, offer those bonuses.
Well, you mentioned hiring bonuses, and so I really want to zero in on that. For the list that I was asking about, about 10 minutes ago, that you provide us with, where you have vacancies, would you also indicate if the agency has hiring bonus resources, and if they plan on using that to fill any of these positions? And remember, this is the whole 5,000 vacancy list, not just, as you say, true vacancy list. That would be very informative for us. Thank you for that. We are going to write to you offline about very simple things like how many total resumes have been received as it relates to these hiring opportunities, jobs fairs, and what have you. Just some basic inventory information. So we'll just write, you don't need to put that on the record. We think if we get the answers in writing, we'll be able to do what needs to be done. I do want to just ask a little bit more about this skilled through alternative routes, the STARS program, as you're calling it. It's relatively new, correct?
Yes, it's
Okay.
relatively new.
And have you had any separate job fairs just for these categories of jobs?
So I want to make sure I get your question correct.
Mhm.
Have we had hiring events just for the jobs?
For the STARS
To the
type,
STARS.
yeah.
So Opportunity at Work actually is going to lead those persons who are STARS to our career page. So they would still see the same positions that other persons would be able to see on careers.dc.gov. There have been instances where we've had specific, like, tailored job events, like either an agency might sponsor it, or we might have certain positions that we're hiring for. So we have done those in the past.
Okay, this Opportunity at Work is an organization that you, like a contractor that you have hired?
So it's free. There's no cost for Opportunity at Work. It's a partnership that we have with them.
Is this organization a nonprofit?
Yes.
And they just offered to do this?
They, like you and I, are looking to place people. They understand the number of people that are out there dealing with what's called the paper ceiling. They don't have the degree, but they have the requisite skills that could make them a high performer in a position. And they want to, partner with DC to ensure that persons have opportunities and access to jobs.
All right. And has your agency had the occasion to work with other organizations like this organization that also would refer people that they know, applicants that they know, to entry level, what seems to be entry level type employment.
Yes, so two things. Stars aren't always entry level. They could have skills and experience that could help them or provide them with access to jobs that may not necessarily be entry level. And I think it's also important to flag that Opportunity at Work doesn't just have this partnership with DC, but they have it with other states as well. We welcome partners who say they're here to help us really put a spotlight on the vacancies that we have here and draw people to those vacancies to apply for them, because we are striving to make sure that we can fill as many positions with the best and the brightest as possible.
Okay, so do you keep records of those who come through that process? And how many have applied and how many have been recruited and ultimately garnered jobs? Do you have that data?
So similar to when you apply, there is a place where you can actually say what led you to apply. So again, like similar to LinkedIn, they could say that they were referred by Opportunity at Work, and in PeopleSoft, we'd be able to pull that information.
Would you please and also provide us with the number of persons who've come through that particular link to the jobs recruitment, job fairs, or however they're recruited, and who made application, and how many of those applications have gone on to be real jobs where they've been hired?
Okay.
And then next year, I'll be asking about how many are still in the jobs that they receive. That's also important. Thank you.
Mhm.
So that is one way that your agency collaborates with DOES on the jobs placement and training. Are there other ways that you collaborate with DOES, since it's like the chicken and the egg, can't have one pretty much without the other?
Yeah, so the apprenticeships is one of the ways that we do it. We have similar but distinct operations or responsibilities for DOES. They're working with private companies and really trying to help employees find jobs outside of the government. We are specifically tuned into providing access and trying to hire persons into government positions. So there's the distinction there between us and DOES.
All right, so do you do any work with the WIC, which is tasked with identifying businesses that want to hire?
Not so much. That probably is something that DOES is doing, because it's again outside of the government, and we're more focused straight
Okay.
on government positions.
All right, okay. But you do job fairs where you have outside vendors?
That's correct.
Okay.
And DOES was at our job fair. I thought I saw the WIC at the job fair, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I've spoken to the WIC director, and we are willing to
All right.
partner as best as we can.
I mean, it's all in the employment arena, so I'm just wondering if there is, connection.
Right.
Like I take with interest on your list of agencies that are using your services, you have the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education, and that seems to be the only deputy mayor office that has an MOU with you. And I wondered about DMPED, infrastructure, and my goodness, public safety, those deputy mayors.
Yeah, so all of the deputy mayors use us. They may not necessarily have an MOU with us for payment, but they all use us.
Okay, so all of them,
Yes.
DMPED as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Deputy Mayor for Public Safety, Infrastructure, and of course, Human Services, which is Mr. Turnage. Okay,
Yes.
all right. What about DC Water? They're not on the list.
Yes, so DC Water is a quasi-government agency, so they're independent for all intents and purposes. So they're not a part of the personnel authority that we have in DCHR.
And nor is the Housing Authority, DC Housing Authority,
Correct.
or the Housing Finance Agency.
I believe so.
You know, they hire people.
They all hire people.
Uh-huh.
Yes, and they have their their own human resource department that help
right.
them with those things. Again, if they don't, or if it's a small agency and they don't have sufficient people to do so, then those are the agencies that you see that they'll take an MOU with
Okay,
us for support.
Okay. So OTA is not on your list. Office of Tenant Advocate, they see themselves as an independent agency. They're small, and they hire. And nor the Board of Elections. They don't have an agreement with you according to your list.
Don't believe they do.
Okay. And OIG, for goodness sake. They hire a lot of people.
Separate and distinct. They are independent. We're currently working on a MOU for OTA, however.
Okay.
But again, these agencies may have their own HR persons. So while they may not be working with DCHR, it doesn't mean that they don't have persons who are skilled and knowledgeable about the hiring process and HR
Okay.
matters.
And Vega, although it's a very small office, it still does a lot of government business, and they do not have an agreement with you. All right. Make sure, checking it all. As you know, there've been employees, current employees that complain about the lack of opportunity for promotion, or that managers are not providing appropriate support for advancement. What can we do to improve that area, or is the current situation working about as well as to be expected?
I think that it is a two-part responsibility as it relates to your question. So one, making sure that managers and agencies make employees aware of when there is a promotional opportunity, post that information. Again, the position description would outline what's required, what experience the position expects in a candidate, and then giving people who meet those requirements the opportunity to interview. The second part, I believe, that is a requirement and a responsibility is on employees to ensure, number one, that they're continuing to both reskill and upskill. So reskill means in the position that you're in, making sure that if there are new ways, technologies, tools to do your job, that you're staying on top of those and learning how to do them. As you do that, you actually make yourself a better candidate for whatever position you're going to go into, because you're showing that you're not stagnant in your position. So you've got to make sure that you reskill, that you're continuing to learn, and that you've not remained stagnant in your position. Secondly, to ensure that you're taking advantage of opportunities to upskill outside of your job. What are some of the professional developments trainings that you can participate in? Some of the experience that you can obtain on positions that may not directly be affiliated with what you're doing now, but could help by learning how to do for a promotional opportunity, because those are things you're going to be able to talk about in your interview that's going to give you a leg up. And so there is a requirement and a responsibility on the employees end to make sure that they're doing that as well. All promotional opportunities are competitive. So you're going to be competing against people who may be in your agency or in your department and people who could be external candidates. And so it's not simply about your tenure that you've been here. It is about ensuring that you position yourself to be the best qualified candidate so that when there's a promotional opportunity that the manager, the hiring manager says, undoubtedly, this is a person that shined through, but you've got to make sure that you're doing your work on your end as well.
So the message to our employees is that tenure is just that. Tenure gives you the option to continue to have employment. Tenure does not give you the option to move up on the ranks, up the ladder. Unless you, and you've already said, reskilled and then take advantage of outside skills. I got that. Yeah, I made that note. So those are the ways that, those are the exceptions to just being, continuing in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, whatever it may be.
Yeah, I want to make sure that
See, I'm going for the absolute. I
Right.
have to go for the
Yes.
absolute because the nuances don't work.
right.
For
And that's what I want
for
to
the
make sure.
majority, yes.
So
Mhm.
I think we need to be absolute about not saying your tenure doesn't matter. I think it is your tenure matters to the extent that you leverage it. That you leverage it in reskilling and upskilling and showing that it's not just about you having been in the position, that there is something more that you can show that you have to offer. Because again, a promotional opportunity is going to be a competitive one, and you've got to show that you're the person that is best suited to do this job.
All right. We'll hold on that point. Do you have any thoughts about the fact that of the 35,000 employees in our government, 25,000 are union affiliates, and therefore, in most instances, they will be receiving an increase in their pay. The 10,000, they're not, at this moment at least. What do you have to say about that from the perspective of, is that going to create disturbance within our government? Trying to measure my words here.
Yeah. So I think that in my experience, having worked in both the private sector
Yes.
and the public sector in both unionized environments and environments that don't have unions, what I've discovered is a couple things. Number one, it's important to always keep in mind that the increases that those persons are seeing that are in the unions is part of the CBA. So the collective bargaining agreement outlines that these increases are going to occur, and that the collective bargain agreement is just that, an agreement between the employer and the union. So there's an agreement there that both have reached. Secondly, in some cases, what you'll discover is those persons who may not necessarily be in the union, in some cases may already have higher salaries, which, sort of balances out why there may be some CBAs that request additional increases, but also there are affiliated with that higher salary, additional duties, such as management of people, that someone in the union may not have. I don't think that, in my experience, I've seen that this is a huge problem. What you will see is that, yes, people may have a desire to make more money and be in those managerial positions, and they'll have to make decisions about whether or not they remain either within the government or organizations. But typically, those persons at that level understand that because of the position they're in with a higher salary, that increases aren't necessarily always guaranteed the way that someone in a union who has a CBA guarantees them increases.
So then with the OPM, I guess it's a DPM. You said it's not regulations, it's really, I guess, your policy? Okay, policy regulation. Okay, so the policy, what's the policy for time and grade? Is there one? What's the intent, its goals?
Yeah, so the intent is to, when someone is in a position, to provide them access to additional salary based on their service in those positions. That's the intent of time and grade. There is a classification in the OPM and the standards that sort of help us with this. And you have to be in a lower grade for at least 1 year in order to go to the next grade. So it does require you to serve for a period of time.
Okay, so it's a 1-year interval from
Yes.
one grade to the other, or one, do we still have the grade and the
In the steps.
steps? Yes. So you mean from one step to the other, or just one grade?
It's a grade.
It's a grade.
Yes.
So to move from one step to the other, what is that? Is that also a year, or is that 30 days or 90 days, or
Yeah,
what does that really mean?
so it's still a year.
It's still a year,
Yes.
both are a year.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, that explains. Okay. If you recall in page 12 of the pre-hearing questions, number 26, you shared the average employee evaluation rating of district agencies that have, the agencies that have more than 25 FTEs. And in the chart for FY23, you showed the employee's job title, or at least that's what I've requested, duties, and the classification, salary, and date of employment. And your answer was that your office you were going to assess employee movement and mobility opportunities across job classifications. And you sent me a chart. And what you sent me was showing that the whole agency average rating. And that's not quite what we were hoping for. What we're trying to determine if within an agency, if a classification, let's say the group that I've been speaking of a lot today, entry level or clerical, whatever that first, I don't know what grade it is, Mr. Hall. So, and I'm not trying to get into that, but let's say as an example, for entry level, it's grades 4, 5, 6, 7. If an agency has entry level positions, let's say they have 10. I was trying to understand what would be, if are the salaries pretty much the same, or are the salaries from 10,000 annual to 50,000 annual, or trying to get a handle on how our government assigns pay to the positions that are advertised, to the positions that are filled, to have a better understanding of why in one agency, FTEs at the entry level, when we come to budget, they'll say we need 60,000. And another agency may say, well, we need 80,000.
Mhm.
So I was trying to understand the differences of salary compensation for the various classification levels of performance or job titles. So I perhaps asked for too much information, but it was not designed to learn who these individuals are. I would have no capacity for that, and certainly was not interested in that. But trying to understand in an office, if they have entry-level positions, what do you pay at these entry-level positions? Maybe I should have just asked that, and that would have been easier. But the information you gave me is, I would have to be, I think, in personnel to understand that, what a 4 and a 3 is, and everyone gets a 4 or 3, so everyone's doing good, I presume. Can you go to a 5?
Yes.
Oh, you can, oh, well, they're not doing very well then, because we don't have 5s, but everyone is a 4 or a 3. So that's what I learned from what you sent me. And so I just want to sort of clear the record as to what I was asking.
So to make sure that I'm clear, your request is more about the classification information that would be associated with the salary that someone receives. And that would really be dictated by the duties of that specific position. And there could be some, differences in duties based on the agency that falls into. And then the grade that is associated would be dependent on a variety of factors. So if you could sort of let me know, are you looking for specific job titles, or what's the
Um,
specific request?
I guess probably what we should have started with was asking, what are the different job titles we have in the government? Maybe that would have been a way. And of those job titles, what is the salary range for those job titles? Maybe that would have been offer some clarity. And where do those job titles exist? Not all of the offices probably have an entry level, as an example. All offices maybe don't have attorneys or lawyers. I was trying to understand, who are the FTEs, not by name,
Mhm.
but by how we categorize our FTEs. And I guess ultimately this data could help us understand whether we are a government of FTEs that are 3/4 professional, or what? I don't know. And I think it would be worthwhile to understand that. That would help us to understand more about how vacancies can be filled, or the need for additional FTEs, maybe at the entry level. I don't know. Again, this is my quest to try and find a way to get more persons who are on the ground level into work. Not that they will stay perhaps in that position. They may move out to private sector. That certainly would be our hope, but it's at least to give them that edge so that they can at least begin to be a part of the regular society that we have created. So,
Got it.
so all of that was, this is the systematic way of going about it. And so that was the issue. So I hope that we can work together and get more granular information that will help inform us better as to what's going on.
Yes.
I must ask about, the mayor's order, 2023-131 regarding sexual harassment. Can you indicated for the most part that all district agencies have completed some of their task? Um, if you want to put on record what has been done regarding that, I would appreciate it.
Sure. So we have distributed the mayor's order, of course, and required persons in PeopleSoft to acknowledge that they have received and read the mayor's order. And that has taken place across government with those who are under the mayor's authority, of course. Independent agencies can follow the mayor's order, or they may have their own policy in place. The subsequent steps are our GC, along with the task force that is created under the mayor's order, has met several times to discuss the prohibited relationships and how we move forward with those. We have had that submission that was required for anyone who's in a prohibited relationship to turn in that information, of course, to their agency representative, so that we can know who those are and begin to work through making sure that any changes that need to occur do change. And the task force has also completed the creation of training for cabinet persons and for managers and employees. And that training will commence shortly.
All right, and have you developed qualification standards for the shows, the SHOs?
Yes, so the shows already had qualifications as far as, the requirement to make sure that they attend trainings, they go through those trainings on an annual basis. We are intentional about making sure that each agency either has a show or they're collaborating with another agency to ensure that there's a show in place. And so that has taken place as well.
All right, and does your office chair the task force?
I don't know if I would say we chair the task force, but we do devote a considerable amount of time to the task force, and we are leading as it relates to ensuring that persons are gathering together information that needs to get out, making sure that people are collaborating and working together.
So you're the lead agency for this process then?
Unofficially, I guess you could say that we are, yes.
Best I can remember, the mayor's order did not specify who would, so that's why. But we all know when you're even on the Titanic, you gotta have a leader.
Yes.
So I'm just,
Yes, our very
asking in
capable
that.
Office of General Counsel has done an extraordinary job
Yes.
of making sure they.
So
stay
I would assume it would be your Office of General Counsel that would take on that task. But thank you very much for that. I want the public to know we have a process, it's working, and our
Yes.
agencies are participating. And the Office of the Department of is on top of the matter. So thank you very much for that. Has your office, since you're new, I have to ask it this way, has your office made you aware of any changes in workplace culture, norms, expectations, and behavior in the last 5 years, given that we've gone through the stay-at-home pandemic situation?
So yes, what I can say is I work with an extraordinary group of people in DCHR who are very gifted, and I would say second to none. So when I came on board, they had a binder prepared for me. They have been very collaborative in the way that we work at DCHR. And so we, are frequently talking and engaging about matters both internally to DCHR as well as external. And on a daily basis, we show up with a passion and a priority to ensure that the work environment here in DC government is better. And I credit that to the team that I have the privilege of working with every day.
All right, and so have you, has this incredible team also advised you that they recognize some changes from 5 years ago to today, not just in your office, but in their conversations with other agencies within our government?
Yes, ma'am. And we've been intentional about scheduling agency-specific meetings where we can talk to the HR staff there, where we can talk to the directors there, to find out how we can better support them in their agencies, because every agency is going to be different, and we want to make sure that we're providing the best support to them so that they can continue to succeed and do the work that our residents have an expectation that we're all doing.
Great. I think we Director Hall, can you talk to us a little bit about, I'm looking at some notes that we have here. We wanted to understand the agency's learning and development programs that run a host of programming like the District Leadership Program, Capital City Fellows, Learn, Earn, Advance, Prosper, the LEAP program. Can you talk a little bit about those programs, and then we'll talk about the leave programs?
Sure. Career Pathways provides high school graduates and GED graduates with opportunities for employment in the district. As we talked about DLP already, there's CPM, which is the Certified Public Managers Program, which consists of about 300 hours of graduate level instruction that persons will participate in with the basic leadership course. And it focuses on team building, leadership, so that persons will have a solid foundation for the subsequent coursework that they'll engage in. And district managers also participate in performance improvement project teams where they'll have a project that they believe may be useful to an agency to implement in their individual agencies that they've been assigned. LEAP does not exist anymore. And so that is something that I wouldn't be able to provide you with information on. The Capital City Fellows is a mayoral initiative, and it really is about attracting recent graduates with a master's degree so that they'll be able to participate in programs related to public administration, public policy, urban planning, and related fields. And it's an 18-month fellowship that they'll participate in and provides them with 3 6-month rotations in different city agencies or in different departments in an agency. The current cohort has 5 fellows, and they've been hired into district government positions at the Office of the City Administrator, the Department of Housing and Community Development, DDOT, and the Health Benefit Exchange Authority. Our Executive Leadership Program, or ELP, really is about attempting to build a bench of potential cabinet level personnel and ensuring that whether it is Mayor Bowser or subsequent mayors, that they will have access to persons who would be qualified and eligible to move into cabinet level positions. And again, we've talked about DLP already.
So how many candidates do you have in the ELP?
In ELP, we currently have, sorry, let me count this. Mm, 19 persons, if I'm counting correctly.
Okay. And in the CPM, the 300 hours graduate level, I can't turn fast enough to get to your testimony to tell. What did you say you had in that group?
For CPM,
Uh-huh.
we had 22, a
That's
cohort of
okay.
22 in FY22.
I think you said 21 for some reason.
For CPM.
I believe that was your testimony. It was in your testimony. 21. No, I'm sorry. That is your 21 was your internships. That's different from your CPM.
Got it. So right now let me, sorry.
And you mentioned CPM. I didn't mention that.
I did.
Yes, you did.
I definitely
So
did.
you're on the hook here. Okay.
So for CPM, for the Capital City Fellows, right now we have 8 persons in Capital City Fellows. And then I believe for CPM, it is 22.
All right. So 8, not 5, but 8. Okay. In
8 for
Capital
Capital City
City.
Fellows, yes.
All right. And you think it's 22. Okay. All right. And these in the CPM graduate level where they earn 300 hours of training, they work with DC government managers that are looking to augment their personnel needs in order to investigate or look at issues pertaining to their office. Can you tell me where these 22 might be located and which agencies we could find them?
Sure, there were 5 agencies, DOES, Department of Health, Department of Public Works, and MPD.
MPD. Okay. Public Works, DOES, and,
DOES, Department of Health,
okay,
Department of Public Works, and MPD.
that's 4.
You're correct. That is
Okay, so it's 4.
It's 4.
4.
Oh, DCRB apparently is
Yes.
also a part of it.
Okay. All right, thank you very much for
problem.
that. Regarding leave programs, you sent us a leave chart. It's page 20. It was question 40 on the pre-hearing responses.
Okay.
Can you help me read it, understand what it is? It shows leave type, and it's a variety of leaves: administrative leave, annual leave, annual leave bank, blood donation leave, bone marrow, organ bereavement, jury duty, leave without pay, military leave, universal leave, all of that. And you indicate then another category that describes the number of employees. And for the annual leave bank, you say number less than 25. So that's literally what you're sharing, right? Less than 25. I mean,
So the annual leave bank is agency by agency. And I believe what you just read off are the codes that are entered, so the leave type codes that are entered for
Okay.
employees.
All right, but for this, it says the annual leave bank has less than, I'm interpreting it to mean less than 25 employees that I guess are participating in it or participated in it during FY23. And the number, then the next category is hours. Like for instance, the administrative leave pay shows that 14,000 employees took advantage of it. And the hours are what is this? This is 763,000 hours. Were used. When I look at the annual leave bank, it says less than 25 under the category employees, and then hours less than 25. So I'm just trying to understand the information that we received.
Got it. So I want to make sure I understand the
Yeah.
question. Are you asking why the number is 25 for annual leave?
Yeah, I'm just trying to, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So for annual leave, you enter the code that says annual leave, and we aren't able to cut that. So that's not something that we.
Okay, what I'm trying to understand, this annual leave bank,
Mhm.
what was entered or what was given to us for the annual leave bank, for the blood donation leave, for the bone marrow, and also for MPX leave and voting.
Mhm.
Those get leave to go vote. It says less than 25, and I'm just trying to, does that mean it's less than 25 employees? Because in that category, it's all employees listed, numbers rather.
Right.
Okay,
So the
is that what
code
it is?
entered is for employees that are represented for that code is the number that's there. So
Okay,
yes.
excellent. That's what I was trying to determine if I
Gotcha.
was reading it correctly. All right, and so what is the funding source for these different leaves that you can have? Administrative leave, annual leave, blood donor, bereavement, military leave, restored leave.
Yeah, so they're all based on the agency budget. So that's all
Okay,
comes from
so we
each
find this
agency.
in the agency budgets. Okay, thank you.
And remember, if it's paid, I mean, it's part of like annual leave or sick leave, you accrue those leave hours. So it's something that's tied into what you accrue
All right.
as you're working with us.
So you are keeping this for, this chart is representative of all of the data that we would accrue from throughout the government. Okay, the
Based on
annual
what's in
leave,
PeopleSoft,
okay,
yes.
okay, 14,000. Okay, all right. Paid family leave, 5,384, which is equivalent of 942,000 hours. That's how I should read it. Okay, just want to make sure I'm reading it correctly. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Mr. Hall. We appreciate hearing from you today, and hope we haven't taken too many hours from your very busy schedule, you and your team. And thank you for bringing your team to be with us as well today.
Thank you. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
All right, we're going to take 5 minutes and we'll set up for the next agency, and thank you all for being here. Thank you very much. All right, we will now have an opportunity to hear from the Public Employee Relations Board. And we have with us the Acting Executive Director, Mr. Royal Sims. And Mr. Sims, do not be nervous. We're fine. Just we're very happy to have you here and to get your testimony. So you have your red dot on, and so you may proceed when you're ready. Okay, let me turn to the page. I have to swear you in. That is correct. Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that any statements made before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Royale Sims, and I'm the Acting Executive Director at the Public Employee Relations Board. PERB is an independent quasi-judicial agency that resolves labor management disputes involving agencies of the District of Columbia, labor organizations, or individual employees of the district government. 5-member board, inclusive of both union and management representation, was created pursuant to Section 501 of the District of Columbia Comprehensive Merit Personnel Act of 1979. The CMPA empowers the board to determine appropriate compensation and non-compensation bargaining units, certify and decertify labor organizations as exclusive bargaining representatives, adjudicate unfair labor practice complaints, consider appeals of grievance arbitration awards, adjudicate unfair labor practice complaints, determine whether a particular subject or proposal is within the scope of bargaining, facilitate the resolution of impasses in contract negotiations, and adopt rules and regulations for conducting the business of the board. Consistent with these responsibilities, the board is authorized to issue subpoenas, conduct hearings, seek judicial enforcement of its orders, and retain independent legal counsel to represent its interests. In fiscal year 23, the board held 11 monthly meetings and rendered a total of 29 decisions. PERB opened 35 new cases, conducted 15 mediations, and closed 42 cases during the course of the year. PERB has continued to provide training to the district's labor relations community through its Second Tuesdays at PERB program. These trainings are conducted through a virtual format, and in FY23, we held 8 training sessions with a total of 145 participants. PERB has consistently demonstrated its ability to produce well-reasoned, legally sound decisions. In FY23, the Superior Court upheld PERB in 6 cases. Moreover, in the 3 instances where PERB was reversed in FY23, the legal basis for reversal was the retroactive application of a new statute rather than any deficiency in PERB's reasoning. In FY24, PERB will continue to provide a high level of service to the district and the labor relations community. Thank you for the opportunity to report on PERB's performance. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Acting Director, for that report. Can you noting that you are now serving in this position from your previous role as a supervising attorney, what is your thought about how this agency will continue to move forward? One time you were reviewing the cases and what have you, and now you're in the driver's seat, so to speak, and responsible for making sure that, you know, things continue to move forward. I'm really asking, how do you see your new role?
So yes, I transitioned into this position December 31st and started January 1st, right after the holidays. And our former director, Clarion Martin, she was a great value to the organization, provided nearly a decade of service, decades to the District of Columbia. And she was a great steward for the organization, and I counted on her as a mentor. Continuity is very important. And so in some ways, this committee has helped us, one, in providing for those grade increases for two of our attorneys so that we can maintain our staffing levels. PERB has a very specialized staff, and once they gain experience with our agency, they're often recruited from our agency. And so you helped us in that way. Another way you've helped us in our continuity is by taking up the appointment, the reappointment of two of our members, Member Bowser and Member Marianne Gibbons, Renee Bowser and Marianne Gibbons. They're currently on holdover, and you've accepted their renominations into your committee. And then I will also look forward to, ensuring that the board maintains its quorum and is able to, in its ability to conduct work. From my perspective, I think I can help PERB become more efficient and become a source of information. As you just mentioned in your last hearing, out of the 35,000 employees in the District of Columbia, approximately 25,000 of them are union members. PERB is the agency for those members to resolve the disputes that they may have with the district government or their labor organizations. And it's the public policy of the district to ensure that we provide an efficient collective bargaining process that improves employee morale, but also ensures improved public service. So I want to make sure that I want to make sure that the employees know that PERB is a place where they can turn to when they have those questions about disputes or recognition or unfair labor practices and get resolution. I've already started the process of reviewing our procedures to see if there are places where we can prove our timeliness. And then I've also already reached out to, and I'm glad I had today to introduce myself to the new director at DCHR, to see if we can introduce ourselves to employees earlier in their careers at the district government.
Thank you very much for that response, because I'm now very excited about your appointment. And as you said, we have to do more to help our employees understand that there are systems in place. And if you have a concern, then first stop ought to be at your shop. Now, of course, that could increase your number of cases, and it would be very wise to have some, do as much as you can to figure out how you streamline things, because you will have an increase in business, so to speak, and that can be a good thing. So I'm looking forward to hearing how it progresses through the rest of the year, as far as whether we have increased number in cases. You heard a little bit about one case that I was asking the agency on, where the employee has received a response from the courts, and through that response, the employee is still talking with the Department of Human Resources. And I'm wondering if you have any familiarity with it, and I can ask you that offline. That would be the appropriate thing. But my concern is whether or not that employee could have come to you in your office first, and maybe had more timely addressing of that issue. And it was about a classification issue moving from one class of employee to another, which would, I'm assuming entitled the employee to a different level of compensation. So do you see those kind of questions frequently from our employees, or is it something else primarily?
So that, we wouldn't typically see that type of question directly. Employees can have a variety of avenues to raise those type of complaints. And if an employee raises it through their union, we may encounter it. So it could be conceivable that an employee would file a grievance related to their classification or the process outlined in either their collective bargaining agreement or their policy at the agency. And management will respond to that grievance. That grievance could proceed up to arbitration. If there's ultimately arbitration and either party disputes the outcome of that award, then it will come to PERB for our arbitration review process. Similarly, if an employee attempted to raise a classification dispute through its union, and there was something, and there was a response from management that gave rise to an unfair labor practice, then we will also have the dispute come before PERB, and that we will resolve it through a hearing at our to discover the facts, which will ultimately lead to either an order for bargaining or a dismissal.
All right, I appreciate that. Can you tell me if you have familiarity with cases where an employee is being reprimanded by their manager and actually docked maybe 10 days of salary? Does that occur are you familiar with that? Does it occur frequently?
So that type of dispute or that type of discipline and the response to it may be appropriate for OEA. There are certain points in the disciplinary process where PERB is the agency of enforcement. For instance, in the disciplinary process, if an employee is represented by a union, they have a right to representation upon request during the disciplinary interview process. So if there's an investigatory conference or interrogation of any type and the employee requests a union representative there, that triggers what we call Weingarten rights. If the employee is then denied those rights and the interview is conducted, and then that information is used as a part of the disciplinary decision, the employee would then have a right to file an unfair labor practice with the Public Employee Relations Board.
All right, so on the report that you gave us, where you indicated that you rendered 29 decisions. Can you be more specific? And I am not asking about the case itself. What 29 do you have? Can you categorize those maybe in 2 or 3 different categories to give us some indication as to what was these decisions about?
So yes, in FY23, we issued 12 decisions in unfair labor practice cases. We issued 7 decisions in arbitration review request cases, 2 impasse resolutions, 1 election decision, 10 standard of conduct cases.
What is
Wait,
standard of conduct?
I'm
What's
sorry,
that?
I'm reading from the wrong list.
Okay.
Those were the cases that we opened. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you have open 12 unfair,
Right. That was-
7 that
Mhm.
a review, 2 impasse, 1 election, and 10 conduct.
Right, that in FY23, those are the cases we open. So a standard of conduct case is, the standard of conducts are standards that the CMPA establishes for labor organizations to be certified in the District of Columbia. They include democratic, a labor organization must ensure that it had a democratically run organization. It must maintain its fiscal integrity. There must be a fair process for disciplinary action for its members. The leaders of a labor organization have to be free of corrupt influences and corrupt practices. And so the standards of conduct is the district's version of the Department of Labor's labor management standards. It basically ensures that union members have the opportunity to hold their organizations accountable to fair and equal treatment under its constitution and bylaws.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. When you say 1 on election, I assume that's an election issue that happened in a labor
Right.
dispute.
Correct.
Okay.
Internal union election.
All right.
And I do have the number of decisions issued for
All right.
FY20.
Okay.
So in FY23, we issued 6 arbitration review request decisions, 2 standard of conduct decisions,
Okay.
6 unfair labor practice cases, 1 election, 1 unit clarification. We also have some decisions that are not included in this list, mainly like motions for reconsideration, internal appeals that may not be reflected here.
All exciting stuff, right? Business.
I find it very exciting,
Oh, but-
but you know that's a lawyer thing, right? You get into the weeds in your area and then you just love it.
Okay, I'm gonna let it rest on that. I appreciate it. Uh, So in the district, mostly your clients are labor unions or members of labor unions, much more so than just the ordinary average employee, non-union member.
Yes.
All right.
We're particularly focused, like our agency's mission is dedicated to labor organizations and management officials from the district.
So what sources of law does the agency rely on? Is it the National Labor Relations Board as a guiding principle or some other major entity?
So our agency was somewhat modeled on the National Labor Relations Board. Some people like to say the National Labor Relations Board is the granddaddy of all labor relations organizations. But we do rely on, but we've been around for so long. Since 1979, we're a part of the CMPA. So we have a lot of internal precedent that we use that may differ in some ways from the National Labor Relations Board. Also, it's an important distinction that the NLRB deals with private sector unions. And so as a public sector union, the FLRA has we're more akin to them in their management rights clause. And then one unique.
It's the FRLA.
The FLRA is the Federal Labor Relations Authority. And it is the neutral agency for federal government employees. And then finally, I've mentioned the Department of Labor, the Office of Labor Management Standards. What's unique about PERB is that we're one of the few local public employee relations boards that enforces the standards of conduct. And so, similar to the federal level, the democratic process overseeing fair elections, that will be found at the Department of Labor.
So the standards of conduct are very important. And so, yeah. And so you rendered decisions on 2 in FY23, and you currently have 10 such cases before the board now.
Yes.
Okay. So how does this work? Is it that the attorneys complete the work and your board is then responsible for reviewing the work? Or does the board help in some other way?
So, cases at PERB, they start with a complaint. And the attorney's role is to really guide that case through our internal procedures and then present it to the board for a final decision. The board is, around the country, people are jealous of our board. We're full of labor relations experts. Our chairman served at the Library of Congress. Our management member served at the U.S. Postal Service. Our labor relations member served at SEIU in the General Counsel's office. And our other public member, Mr. Winkler, he served with the NLRB. And they all have very distinguished careers. And so when we guide the case from a complaint to the board for a final decision, the board is doing more than simply approving the cases. They're providing feedback. They're asking the right questions. They have insights that the attorneys may not have. And so they really shape the decision after that presentation into a decision of the board. What's also impressive about the board is they work really by consensus. And so that decision is ultimately a decision that has accepted all of their input and their perspectives. And I think we issue very well-reasoned decisions.
Thank you very much for that. Can you explain what platform the agency uses to conduct its hearings, and then whether or not it's in person or is it virtual? And then I'll ask a third question about which system seems to work more holistically to the benefit of the clients.
So we currently use a virtual platform for conducting our hearings. We actually have the ability to switch between 2, WebEx and Teams. Most of our hearings are virtual, but that's because the parties and the hearing examiner agree to conduct a virtual hearing. PERB is really in the business of facilitating the hearings. We try to make it as convenient for witnesses and the parties as possible. We have held hybrid hearings where we've had some people in our office, in our hearing room, and others appearing virtually. We can hold in-person hearings. It's really, we facilitate the hearings for the parties. So we've done all 3 at this time.
In your opinion, and serving in this capacity as one of the staff attorneys, is there some preference? Do you get a sense of a preference in order to, let's say, to have clarity with the case, to maybe render a decision faster? I mean,
So I think the parties, there's between the parties and the hearing examiners, there seems to be a trend of preferring virtual hearings in the virtual format. I don't think it presents any challenges to us in processing the cases. We still receive the exhibits and the documents. We receive the transcript. We have the necessary materials and we received the hearing examiner's report and recommendation. And so with that, we're able to review the record and craft our recommendations for the board. And so I don't think that, if anything, the virtual format may make the cases process faster because it's less of a challenge to ensure that all the parties and all the witnesses are able to appear. And so there's less back and forth around dates. But I think, like I said, we can facilitate any format of a hearing.
So, let's say I have a case and I'm in the union XYZ and I come in, is my case heard by one of the attorneys or is there a hearing officer? Is the hearing officer a part of your staff or is the hearing officer an outside contractor? Just trying to understand the flow of the work of starting with the complaint.
So we do we contract with hearing examiners. From the flow of the complaint, so the complaint's filed, there's a short internal review process where we determine, well, the complaint is filed, we await an answer. So once the answer is filed, then we review the record, the filings to see if it's appropriate to move the case forward. We move the case forward normally to mediation to see if the parties can reach a resolution through their own negotiation. And then it moves, if mediation is unsuccessful, we'll move the case to a hearing. The hearing takes place, it's approximately 45 days after a hearing, 45 to 60 days, I should say, where we receive post-hearing briefs and the hearing examiner's report and recommendation. Once we receive the report and recommendation, there's another 30-day period for exceptions to the report. And then once we receive those exceptions, our attorneys are then able to draft a board decision.
Okay, so my case, I have filed it with your office. And then when I file my complaint, whoever or whatever I'm complaining against has the opportunity to provide your office with an answer.
Yes.
The answer comes in, and then you have contract mediators that also, okay. So hearing officers and mediators are contract personnel.
Yes.
Okay. So, doing budget, I'll be asking you about how much are we spending, how many hours of work is contained in those contracts, and I may even be so bold as to ask for some sort of understanding what the standard requirement is to serve as a hearing officer and then to serve as a mediator, and whether or not we're getting our dollars worth, indirectly. So I may ask those questions. So just want to bring that to your attention. But once the mediation has been deemed not working, or whatever the outcome is of the mediation, because the mediation is a standard step that you apply, right? Complaint comes in, okay, mediation, then it goes to the hearing officer. Okay, all right. So, and then the hearing officer is going to do the report or recommendation. And then that's the fourth step, is when the lawyers in the office get involved.
Yes. Our review process for the hearing examiner, the hearings are really about facts. So we use our hearing examiners to establish a factual record. If your complaint comes in and there's no factual question, just simply legal analysis is required, we can ask for briefs and our attorneys can then draft a decision fairly quickly. But if there are disputes in the record about was it A or was it B, we need someone to listen to the testimony, give everyone the opportunity to be heard, and then make a determination regarding credibility and support in the record.
All right.
And then our standard for reviewing those hearing examiners in our draft decisions are whether their determination of facts are consistent with board precedent, supported by the record. And we really look to see if they're legally sufficient determinations before we adopt them.
Okay. And so it is then it would be your job to make a determination as to whether or not the complaint requires the utilization of hearing officers.
Yes, and that's one of those initial steps in our review. So the complaint comes in, the answer comes in, and then we're reviewing it for those questions. There may be a motion to dismiss. There may be no dispute over facts. And once we make that determination, we decide what's the appropriate path for the complaint.
So standard judicial process of examining, okay, all right. How does your office disseminate information to unions as to the procedure you follow? I mean, is there some annual notice that goes out to remind employees, if you have a concern, we're here and this is how we're going. We want your facts, that kind of stuff. Or
think-
how is it done?
So I think that's one of the areas where we can do more. We typically use our website as the vehicle to relate information. So our rules are there, announcements are there. We have a very responsive Ask the Director mailbox, so we receive questions all the time related to cases from employees or related to the general procedures at PERB. I think we could do a better job of communicating. We had a newsletter. I'm considering whether or not that's a efficient means of communicating what's happening at PERB. We've recently had decisions that have added to the PERB's precedent. And I think they're important for the labor unions and the labor community in general to know. And so I'm reviewing the best way to communicate that.
Okay, sounds good. Can you provide us follow-up information, which taking a look at the going forward, the cases that you're currently looking at, can you indicate which ones have went through mediation and those that are now through the review process and then those that have you rendered any decisions this FY year?
Yes, we had several cases, well, the first quarter, I can pull that up for you.
Okay,
So in the first quarter of FY24, closed 17 cases.
Oh.
And of those cases, 7 were closed with a decision issued from the board.
okay. Right, so then what I'm looking for is to take a look at what you've done thus far this year and indicate those that went through the mediation program process. And then those that went on where you needed a hearing examiner. And then by these different categories that you gave me, unfair practices, that group, okay. If we could get that, maybe in 2 weeks, that would be very helpful. Trying to understand, where you are today. I think we have what you accomplished last year, so I want to ask you to go back into the file. I know your files go back, you said since 1979, so I know you have all that, but I'm not, I'm not asking all of that. That would be really unfair. But the idea is to have a sense of, I'm trying to understand the volume of work. And almost always when an organization begins to advertise that they're on the planet and they're here, come see us if you have the issue, usually the workload goes up. And so trying to get a sense of what that might be. If you want to provide information from FY23, that would be very helpful too. Okay. I understand you are moving from 4th Street Southwest to North Capitol Northeast in one of those buildings that we own. All right. All right. How's
Yeah.
the move going?
Yes, so the move is slated for the first quarter of FY25.
Oh,
So it should be pretty early, so maybe October 1st in 2024. We've been in communication with all of the parties, the design team. We've selected furniture. They've introduced us to a change management team. We should have, we're looking forward to the move. The space looks pretty nice. It's going to be 899 North Capitol Street, blocks from Union Station, UDC, I guess Gonzaga's right there,
yes.
Metro. Yeah, so heart of Midtown DC.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, wishing you well. And if there are any issues, let me know, please.
Okay.
I have a big question. We're trying to understand this. When we look at your mobile device inventory, okay, maybe you know what I'm going to say. There were 10 additional devices listed under the same 2 names. Oh, how many devices, how many employees do you have firstly?
Currently, we have 7 employees.
7 employees. All right. And each of the 7 employees has a device, like a cell phone.
Yes.
All right. So what's going on?
So
Help me understand.
So we recently reviewed the zero usage report, and we suspended several lines from service. So
I see.
we just needed to review it, and we've done that.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you much. You were committing to creating an online per se filing form. That was indicated it would be up and running by April of this year. Tell me about the current process for per se filings.
So we've made several steps to improve the pro se filing.
And you
process.
probably need to define what per se is too for the public. Yes.
So a pro se filer is an unrepresented party. So these are your filers that come in without a lawyer, without a union, and they're representing themselves. And so it's really important, for us to be as accommodating to pro se filers as possible. They're usually not familiar with the legal system or legal jargon, and PERB's processes are very legalistic and can somewhat be daunting at times. We've made several improvements to the process since coming out of the pandemic. This FY23, we were able to reestablish our pro se filing terminal, which allows individuals to come into the office with their documents and upload them directly with PERB and seek our assistance at that time. And the online filing form that we're still working on, but we're on track to launch by April, is more than just a form. We're putting together a presentation online that will explain the PERB rules, the procedures, the process, how to fill out our forms appropriately, and explain the types of evidence or support that you would need to successfully file a complaint with PERB. And so we hope that by providing this information, we'll reduce the number of deficiencies that we have from filers. And so we won't have to accept the complaint and then send it back to the individual and ask for a certificate of service or an explanation of the timeliness. And we think we can become more efficient by providing more information upfront for pro se filers.
Well, thank you for that. And on this chart that we just discussed, would you indicate also the number of filings, total number of filings you received in, or I guess, would it be filings or applications? Those that maybe ended up not being a filed case. I don't know how you would describe it, but the number of inquiries you received, we can call them the inquiries you received. That will help us to understand what we're working with.
Will do.
All right. Thank you. So the pro se litigants, are they always union representatives?
Not normally. It's not, I think it's difficult to categorize them as such. We do have some union representatives that proceed and that process cases and file complaints. But we look at our pro ses as individuals. So people that aren't representing a union or an agency, but they're really representing themselves.
Okay. I want to ask about this. Your agency entered into an MOU with Octo in 2023 to support the agency's case search application. Can you tell me what that is and how it benefits your agency and the users in general?
Yes, so there are two ways that that PERB publishes decisions of the board. The first is required by statute. So we publish all of our decisions in the DC Register within 60 days of issuance. The second one is more informal, but I think as critical to the agency. And that's, we publish our cases on our website through the case search application. All of our decisions are there. They're text searchable, so you can use it kind of like a legal research tool. And it allows our pro se litigants to research cases, to understand the board's previous holdings. It provides the public with an easy search tool for reviewing our decisions. And we also have a certifications piece there. So if you're in the union and you need to look up your certification that may have been issued in 1980, it's there on our website. And so I think it's an essential tool that we've used. It's been, and Octo's been a great partner. Any issues that we've had, they've been very responsive to addressing. And, you know, I received an update this week about continuing to improve the service and patching our server to make sure it continues its functioning. So we're very happy with the service.
Thank you very much for that. As you know, if you are petitioned, PERB may conduct representative elections. Can you tell us a little bit about any of those cases that you your agency had to, I guess, step in on in FY23, if any?
So we had one election in one election case in FY23, and I believe the agency voluntarily recognized the union. And so, and that's always ideal where a union presents, a specific number of requests to be certified, a showing of interest. So a number of employees that say, we want a
I
union.
see.
And then the agency says, okay, you have enough people to win an election, so we'll voluntarily recognize you.
Is
the-
there a set number of,
So it has to be more than a majority for voluntary recognition. The election process in general, though, PERB's role is really, again, to facilitate this process for the employees. So a petition is filed, PERB reviews the showing of interest. At minimum, there must be a 30% showing of interest for the matter to move forward. Upon reviewing that showing of interest, PERB then provides notice to the employees and notice to the agency that the election may happen. We also process any challenges. So the agency may say this bargaining unit is not appropriate, or the type of employees that the union is wishing to represent are statutorily excluded. And so we'll process those challenges. If in the end we find that the union is appropriate, the employees are appropriate, we'll provide notices for an election. Traditionally, PERB has conducted in-person elections. So our attorneys would take the ballot box to the location of the employees and provide a period for counting the ballots and then certifying the election. We've also provided mail-in ballot elections in the past that is overseen by an outside vendor. Either way, we're facilitating and we're certifying the election results shortly after the election is completed.
okay. Do union shop stewards factor in any of the work that your agency does?
I'm sure that shop stewards are responsible for many of the complaints or grievances or unfair labor practices that eventually arise to our agency. As a direct matter, our focus is really on resolving the disputes between labor and management. So once a matter comes before our agency, we're focused on ensuring that there's a resolution. And so it's not a particular requirement that any person brings the complaints or the
see.
petitions to us.
Okay, so there's no requirement that the complaint come or originate through the shop steward system, and therefore the union gets it to you. I got you.
Right.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure, because I know that those individuals stand ready throughout the government in many of the offices. And so I was just curious if they had a formal responsibility in the grievance process.
So not before PERB.
Okay, all right. Is there anyone at the agency who has been designated to track local legislation? Or do you see a value in that at this time?
I think there is a value, especially when legislation impacts the agency or impacts the agency's work. Usually that's the supervisory attorney role, something I was doing in my previous role. And while the supervisory attorney role is vacant, that's something I continue to do.
All right. Who in your office is responsible for personnel reports of sexual harassment? Do you have a show?
Yes, we have a show. Crystal Davis is our show, and I'm the alternative show.
And what about workplace harassment? Do you have anyone who deals with that, or is that has been the exclusive purview, since you're a small office, of the lead, the director?
It will be my responsibility.
Okay, all right. And has the agency had any claims of sexual harassment filed by personnel in the last FY23 or currently?
No,
All right. Do you have interns, or do you have an intern program in your agency?
we had one intern in FY23. I think PERB appeals to individuals that are interested in alternative dispute resolution and mediation. We worked with Howard University, their ADR program, and have been able to provide class credit for participation at PERB's internship program. We look to expand that opportunity, reach out to other universities to see if they're able to provide interns for the same opportunity. And we hope to have intern for the next semester.
All right. Since you provide class credit, I'm wondering if your agency would want to think about an apprenticeship program, because it's sort of what you do is a very definable niche occupation. I wondered if any thought has been given to that.
I haven't considered it. I don't know, like our class credit, we offer that to law students. And so I don't know if the apprenticeship program, if we can manage one, because we require highly specialized, legally trained individuals to participate in our internship program. And I don't know how we can convert that into an apprenticeship program,
Okay.
but willing to talk to your office if you have some ideas.
All right. I was just wondering, I mean, I know it would be probably difficult to do a full-blown program like they have at Georgetown University, but I was thinking there might be some opportunities. But thank you for that. I wanted to just go back to a matter which was certainly brought to my attention, and that is this issue of employees. I want to make sure I understand. Employees that are within a union, and the union is automatically given some authority for discipline. Am I correct? Almost all of the unions have a clause within their arrangement for that. Is that correct? Okay. So employees that are being disciplined by their directors or their managers, if they are in the union, that would be where the shop steward would work with the employee and the union to seek resolution, because that would not necessarily come to PERB. Am I correct?
Yes. So at the agency, when employee is being disciplined, the union and the agency management are engaged in collective bargaining if there is a disciplinary clause in the CBA. So there is a process that's outlined by the CBA that tells the union you have this many days to appeal. It usually tells management you have this many days to provide notice of discipline. And it's incumbent on both parties to adhere to the requirements of the collective bargaining agreement. PERB comes in when there's a claim that usually management failed to adhere to a requirement of the agreement or policy. And that is in the instance of a unfair labor practice complaint. So we have seen cases where it's alleged management has completely rejected collective bargaining, and that's a revocation of the CBA. Or in the terms of an arbitration review request, where the parties have engaged in collective bargaining, completed the arbitration process, and now either party is unsatisfied with the decision of the arbitrator, and they make claims before PERB that either the arbitrator exceeded his authority or that the arbitration decision fails to comply with law and public policy, or that there was some unlawful or fraudulent means of issuing the award.
Okay. So you have been at PERB for, what has been your tenure at PERB,
So,
Mr. Sims?
yes, this is, I was at PERB as an attorney advisor for approximately 3 years, from 2018 to 2021. I transitioned to National Union's General Counsel Office. And then I returned to PERB as a supervisory attorney in 2023, January 2023. So this has been I've completed a year as a supervisory attorney, and now I'm the acting executive director.
All right, so you have more than 3 years of experience, knee deep in this,
I have
this type of service.
I have more than a decade of experience
Oh, do you?
when it comes to labor relations, union and management relationships. At PERB, I think at PERB, I have approximately 4 or 5 years experience.
Yes, okay, all right. I asked that because I'm looking at what could possibly, what has been the history of PERB as it relates to situations where unions come to PERB because an employer, one of their employees or one of their members is feeling that they have not been treated fairly by government, the manager on the government. I'm just curious about that.
Get a lot of those cases. I think PERB has a respected role in the labor relations community, and it is looked at as a fair arbiter from both management and labor. Unions come to PERB alleging unfair labor practices, and that really means that that allegation means that management has failed to comply with the law of the district. It has in some way interfered with, coerced, or violated the rights of their union members. And we give a fair process to ensure that we don't reach a decision on that issue or that allegation in any light manner, but we receive the answer from management. We resolve all the factual issues, and then we come to a decision based on the law and our precedent.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you very much for that. I believe we have check one thing here. Just 1 second, sir. I believe we're at the conclusion. I know you're saying, yay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you are currently considering having the Department of Human Resources handle your personnel matters. And so you have a pending arrangement with them. So that's what I was checking for. Okay, so I don't have to ask the question, but I can certainly thank you for your testimony and wishing you well as your office does its work, and hope to see you during budget season. So come with real numbers, real needs, and if you have surpluses, you can share that too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to just thank the board for their continued guidance and experience, and then really thank the staff for all of their work and support.
All right, very well
Thank you.
said. Thank you very much. Okay, next we will have the pleasure of hearing from the Office of Employee Appeals. And that team is coming up. And we're going to hear from Ms. Barfield, who is the Executive Director of the Office of Employee Appeals, and she has her trusty lieutenants with her. Very good. And just to distinguish the Office of Employee Appeals from the PERB, the Office of Employee Appeals is another independent administrative adjudicatory agency, and it is the district government employee may initiate an appeal to have certain administrative actions reconsidered. The OEA, as is commonly referred to, is governed by a 5-member board. The current board members are Clarence Labor, who is the chair, Deanna Lewis, a member, Peter Rosenstein, a member, and Arrington Dixon, a member. The Office of Employee Appeals has a full staff to process appeals and a hearing unit consisting of administrative judges. And so I wanted to highlight that the agency succeeded in filling its administrative judge position, meeting their goals of preventing backlogs and transmitting court records electronically. And with that said, I'm going to swear Ms. Barfield in and her team. If you raise your right hand. All right, do you swear and affirm that any testimony you give before us today to be truthful and complete?
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you very much. And you can proceed when you're ready.
thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Sheila Barfield, and I am the Executive Director of the Office of Employee Appeals, also known as OEA. I'm joined today by my General Counsel, Lashika Brown-Bassey, and my Chief Operating Officer, Himchan Himraj. Thank you for this opportunity to submit testimony to you and the committee regarding OEA's performance for fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2024 to date. OEA is an independent agency whose mission is to render impartial, legally sufficient, and timely decisions on appeals filed by District of Columbia government employees. OEA's jurisdiction extends to appeals filed by employees who have received a performance rating which resulted in removal, and to employees who have been the subject of an adverse action for cause which resulted in the employee being terminated, suspended for at least 10 days, placed on enforced leave for at least 10 days, or reduced in grade. OEA also has jurisdiction over reductions in force, which result in an employee's position being abolished and jurisdiction over appeals wherein an employee is contesting the agency's action of designating that employee's position as a safety-sensitive position. OEA offers district government employees and agencies a three-part appeal process, which consists of mediation, adjudication, and petitions for review. The mediation process allows the employee and agency an opportunity to resolve their disputes without going through the lengthy and costly adjudication process. The adjudication process results in disputes being resolved by an administrative judge who issues an initial decision and finds in favor of either the agency or employee. The petition for review process provides an impartial review of initial decisions and culminates in the issuance of an opinion and order on petition for review. In addition to the three-part appeal process just mentioned, OEA also considers motions for compliance and motions for attorney fees. Motions for compliance are filed with the administrative judge when an employee who has been returned to work notifies the judge that the agency has not complied with OEA's decision. If the agency fails to comply with the administrative judge's decision on compliance, the matter is then certified to OEA's General Counsel's Office for enforcement. Motions for attorney fees are filed with the administrative judge when an appeal is complete and the employee is the prevailing party. I am pleased to report that OEA accomplished much in FY 2023. Firstly, among the agency's accomplishments is the fact that it met its goal of issuing 100 initial decisions last fiscal year. Secondly, this agency successfully onboarded a new administrative judge last July to replace the judge who resigned at the end of FY 2022. Thirdly, we were able to pay for our legal team to receive continuing legal education from the Federal Employment Law Training Group, also known as FELTG, as well as send our newly hired administrative judge to Judicial College for a week. Lastly, we met our goal of continuing to provide research assistance to the public by ensuring that all our decisions were published on our website and published in the DC Register as well. As for the current fiscal year, FY 2024, we again plan to issue 100 initial decisions and 15 opinions and orders. So far, we have issued 26 initial decisions and 5 opinions and orders. We are striving to issue decisions within the allotted 120 business days. While there continue to be external factors which extend that time period, such as agencies asking for additional time to file the agency answer, or both parties asking for additional time to make a filing or to change the date of a conference or evidentiary hearing, we nevertheless strive to issue timely decisions. We also plan to engage in more training opportunities. 2 weeks ago, the office's administrative judges and general counsel's office attended a training dealing with AWOL employees. This training briefly touched upon the unique situation of AWOL with respect to employees who work remotely and telework. Moreover, we plan to continue to upload our decisions to the website and send them off to be published in the District of Columbia Register. Looking ahead to the rest of 2024, we plan to hire another paralegal specialist who will work primarily with the administrative judges. Now that we have signed off on the MOU with DCHR, my plan is to begin actively recruiting for this position at the start of the third quarter. We have also begun laying the groundwork for having a system that allows for electronic filing. While our discussions with OCTO surrounding electronic filing are still in their infancy, we currently accept email filing of petitions for appeal, petitions for review, and agency answers, and we transmit our initial decisions and opinions and orders via email. We look forward to the day when we will have full electronic filing. The work that OEA performs provides a valuable service to the district government as well as to citizens of the entire city. We all have an interest in knowing that employees with performance deficiencies are having those deficiencies addressed in a manner that is in accordance with the law. And this concludes my testimony.
Thank you very much for that testimony, and you have, I'm sure, answered a lot of questions already in the public's mind. Number one, if you are just an employee like me, and not unionized, I can come to you. Okay. And that's very clear. One of the biggest hurdles we've found in government and just talking to rank and file, they don't know whether should I go to PERB or should I go to OEA? And so now I can, I'm able to distinguish clearly,
Yes.
instead of saying, oh, well, you can go either place. Not so, come to you.
Right. The agency has to notify the employee once they have had whatever action taken against the employee that they have the right to appeal to OEA.
All right,
Um,
excellent. So the agency has some responsibility.
Absolutely.
If they
yes.
take any adverse action against an employee, that they have to notify, let them know that they have a way to address that,
Yes, they
that
do.
situation. Thank you. One of the biggest, hurdles that, we hear of and we receive in my office through our constituent services, division is questions about why was I suspended? Why was I suspended without pay? Why, those kinds of questions. And it is concerning because while a director may have that authority, I would think that if the employee is cited for cause, that generates a case and a personnel case, and that personnel case should be adjudicated. Is that the service you provide?
Well, generally, the employees can have some sort of internal review process at their agency before there's actually a final agency decision that either, that pretty much, well, that they uphold whatever the director or the personnel authority has determined should be rendered against that employee. So once they have completed the internal process at the agency, the review process there, then the agency issues the employee a final agency decision. And within that decision, there's what I just mentioned about the employee having the right to appeal that decision to OEA. And they have 30 days within which to do that. So the employee then comes to OEA to appeal that decision. And we take it from there and determine whether the agency had the authority to do that to the employee or whether the employee should be returned to work or whatever.
All right. And so, Ms. Barfield, do you do the work of the agency based on the authority, like a mayor's order or the code or?
Our authority is based in the Comprehensive Merit Personnel Act and also the District Personnel Manual is has a lot of the meat and bones of what we do.
All right. And does your purview include the independent agencies, whole government, everyone who gets a DC government paycheck? Does it include everyone
Well,
or?
it depends on what service essentially the employee is. The career service, yes. MSS, Management Supervisory Service, probably not. At-will employees, no. So it's career service employees. So it's more
Okay.
based on what type of service the employee has.
All right. And so I'm familiar with the at-will. We have that here at the council, as you well know. The MSS, I'm not familiar with. You're speaking, I believe, of the management ranks that we have throughout the various agencies. So how are they treated? Who do they go to?
Management Supervisory Service, they generally don't have any appeal rights. And so
Ah.
they don't come to OEA. Well, if they do, then we determine whether or not they really are MSS employees. And if they are determined to be MSS employees, then we lack jurisdiction to adjudicate that appeal.
But they are employees that they're not working with elected officials. I understand why we are, because, our tenure it depends on how long
Very
we
extensive,
serve.
right.
But in an agency, I'm gonna look into that if you don't mind.
Oh, they may go directly to court. I don't know. Do they?
Oh, no, I'm saying I'm gonna see if that
Oh,
can't
what
be
could be-
your,
Oh, extend our
Yes,
jurisdiction?
yes,
Oh, yes, we would
yes.
gladly take that on.
Yes,
We would-
that's
we
that's
would
where I'm
welcome
coming
that.
from.
Yes, we would
That's where I'm
definitely
coming
welcome that.
from. Okay. I think that is a big area, and we really need to look at that. So any, guidance that you can provide,
Sure.
we would appreciate it. We want all of our employees to know that they have a disposition, particularly, I think the MSS category came about a few years ago.
Mm.
It wasn't always
No, it
within the
wasn't.
district government. I say that because I began in the district government in 1980. Okay, so on the other side, operating side, where you are, operating side. And so this new category, while it may be very fulfilling for our government, we want to make sure that these individuals also um, have a leg to stand on. So to
Yes, we would
speak.
welcome that.
Yes, I think it merits taking a look at it,
Yes.
particularly since we being our committee will be exploring this return to office work.
Yes, yes.
I think it requires some consideration. So I hope that you'll have your thoughts ready and
Yes.
because you'll be integral to
Yes.
how we move forward on that proposal. Already you are hearing that individuals, I think we had a public witness to say, I prefer to continue to work remotely. So why are you telling me I can't do that? And I disagree with that. So what do you have to say about that? How can we help career employees to understand why it's important to return? Or maybe you have a different set of data that would say
Well, I think-
otherwise.
I think one thing we have to keep in mind is that prior to, well, for us, March 13th of 2020, we were all in the office, except I think we teleworked 1 or 2 days per week. Then on March 13th, 2020, everything changed for the entire world, pretty much. Up until now, and I think the date is March 10th, 2024. So you look at 4 years, people have been able to have the benefit of teleworking. And they have worked, people have worked. But they have also, it's also been a benefit in like the work-life balance. And now you have the March 10th, 2024 date where everyone has to return to work in a different situation. And I totally understand that. And so you also think about, okay, you did this before 2020, so why can't you go back to doing it now, 4 years later? So you have that conundrum, and I don't know what the answer is. I understand both sides of it totally. We, in our office, we have complied essentially with the mayor's order of there being 50% of our staff in the office every day. And we've been doing that really since July of 2021 when we all returned to work. But like I said, it's harder for other people who have enjoyed this whole 4 years of whatever schedule they have had. So.
I appreciate hearing that because I think our public witness really did describe it as a benefit to having employment with district government. And so thank you for that. Thank you for your report of, the progress that you've made. And the fact that you have been able to pay your legal team to continue legal education using with the Federal Employment Law Training Group. I think that's very important.
It has, because there was a real long period of time when we did not have the funding to do any kind of continuing legal education. But now that we have some funding, we could use more. We have been able to find different trainings that are beneficial to us. And like I just mentioned, that we just took one 2 weeks ago on AWOL employees, and it briefly touched upon the remote worker, because who thinks that a remote worker can be charged with AWOL? Well, in fact, they can. So, yeah, so that's interesting. That's very relevant to this day and age, and we were glad to be able to participate in that.
My big question is, are you therefore going to do a series of seminars with our entire government explaining the AWOL situation?
Well, I haven't thought about that, but now that you mention it, it is something that we can consider, how we would go about doing that. I'm not sure, but it is something that we certainly could look into and think about. Possibly, I don't know, like I said, right now, off the top of my head, I don't know how we could do that, but it is something to consider, and we will do that. We will consider it.
I'm happy to hear that you would consider it, because I'm thinking that it could be very beneficial to our agencies. And I'm really concerned that we have a situation developing with union employees getting additional compensation, of course, through their collective bargaining process. But other employees, which is a smaller base, but nevertheless, I guess many of the MSS are in that group as are kind of held to the current rate. And I would imagine in many instances, it's the MSS and some of the career like supervisors that are in the workplace regularly, while it may be others that are not. And so I think, I just feel like we're setting ourselves up as a government to maybe have some concerns overtly expressed by our employees. So I'm trying to think ahead on this.
Yes.
So having an opportunity to learn about all the systems and this particular system might be beneficial. Perhaps the Department of Human Resources would be very, apt to learn about that.
Yes, yes.
So thank you. I was going to ask you from your testimony about the AWOL employees and what number, but you don't have that data. We're not, as a government, reporting that data to you directly, I presume.
How many AWOL cases we handle?
Well, no, you got that, but I mean, across this government that
Oh.
probably don't get to you.
No, no.
Okay, but how many cases have you handled did you handle in FY23? And is it a real problem?
I will defer to my general counsel. How many? Issued 100 initial decisions in FY23.
Right.
I know that.
Would you like to know the case type?
Yes, that would be
Okay.
great.
So of the 100 cases, 17 were jurisdiction matters, 70 were adverse action cases, and 13 were reduction in force.
So of the 70 that were adverse actions, there were, I'm sure, a mix of AWOL and suspensions and terminations.
Okay, but you don't break it out. You have not been breaking it out as AWL, but now that you've gone through the training, you might
Well,
break it out.
I mean, we certainly can.
Okay.
Look to see which type of adverse action cases.
I just wanted to note that there are 14 categories of causes for adverse action, and if we consider subcategories, there's 70. So just for example, with conduct prejudicial to the government, there are 19 different categories under that one cause of action. So if we are able to gather that information by case, it may take some time.
Oh, yes, no, I wouldn't dare ask for that specificity.
But we will work on that.
All right, just a little curiosity. So then the most, can you give me a couple of examples of the most frequent issues as it relates to employee performance under this adverse action? I mean, what
Oh, wow.
is
It's-
does, I'll guess I should rephrase, does anything or any particular kind of action stand out?
Well, I have so many different things. There are employees who just stop coming to work.
Really?
Yes, there are,
They don't report in, or they just?
well, they maybe start on some kind of leave and the leave ends. But then there's no communication between the agency and the employee to find out, well, what are you doing now? So if there's a breakdown in that area, then the agency eventually charges the employee with, whatever, leave without pay or absence, well, AWOL again, or whatever it would be, and ends up terminating the employee as a result. It's just so varied. There are employees who engage in discourteous treatment. There are employees who, one that I'm thinking of right now, has a government vehicle that they are to drive, but then they take the government vehicle outside of government work. So you have that kind of situation. It's a whole wide range of different things.
So the complaints that you get come from individual employees in their individual capacity, or do you also get complaints from, that is agency based? In other words, the director is saying, in my agency, I have this employee who is, and I am complaining or filing against them.
No, it's the employee and they're individual based. It's
Okay.
the action has been taken against the employee.
All
And the
right.
employee then initiates the appeal with OEA by filing a petition for appeal.
All right, okay. So how do you advertise the services of your agency throughout and to the government employee base?
We really haven't advertised our services, but it is something that my chief operating officer has brought to my attention. Agency is to notify the employee in their final agency decision of their right to appeal to OEA. But we have also been considering perhaps during government operations cluster meetings, just making it known to the people on in that meeting that OEA is available, that and just really making sure that the people in that meeting are in fact notifying the employees when they have an action taken against them, that OEA is their resource after that action has occurred.
Okay. Might be difficult if that's what your regulations stipulate.
Yes.
That's how you operate.
Yeah.
So it might be difficult to do too much advertisement. And I believe I noted with the Department of Human Resources, you are in the process of making sure that your personnel needs are met through an MOU with them.
Yes, we just signed off on the MOU with DCHR.
Okay,
Not too long ago,
all right.
recently. To perform certain types of personnel actions to support us in those different actions. One of them is recruitment,
Mhm.
benefits and retirement services, recruitment and staffing services, classification and compensation services.
Thank you for that. You indicated that you have a board vacancy.
Yes, we do.
Okay. So how
If
do
you-
you move forward with that? Do you reach out to the mayor's office of talent?
My
or-
general counsel has been in touch with people at the Mayor's Office of Talents and Appointments to notify them of the vacancy
Okay,
and to see what the next step will be.
all right, okay. Will
on that.
be, is there any particular kind of board member you're looking for? And what I'm asking, someone with certain type of skills or,
I think the law requires that it be someone who has some knowledge of employment personnel type law or some experience in that area. So it would need to be someone who is familiar with personnel, employment type experience.
so when a case comes to your attention, you receive the case, I'd like you to walk me through what happens with the case. Is there a hearing officer that hears the case? Is that a contracted individual? Or is it you hear it and then there's a mediation set? What happens?
So I'll just start off first by saying we don't use contracting
Okay,
hearing examiners at all. We have administrative judges that work for the agency. So an employee comes and files a petition for appeal. They have 30 days from the date of the final agency decision to file a petition for appeal with OEA. At that point, I will, in consultation with my chief operating officer, I will review the information that the employee has submitted and determine what type of case it is. Is it an adverse action case? Is it a reduction in force case? Or which type, or is it a case that may question our jurisdiction? I will review that. After that, we issue a letter to the agency that employed that employee, to notify them that this employee has filed a petition for appeal at our office and that you as an agency need to submit an answer for that petition for appeal. So the agency receives the petition for appeal so that they have it to review and see what the employee is alleging. And then the agency files their answer for that petition for appeal. And I think they have 30 days within which to file their answer. Sometimes the agency will ask for an extension of time to file that answer. But most of the time, I'd say maybe 95% of the time, the agencies comply with the 30-day deadline. After that, I then assign the appeal to an administrative judge who takes it from there. The judge will usually within about the next 2 weeks or so, schedule some kind of conference with both parties to just get to see what really the case is all about. There may or may not be an evidentiary hearing. Most of the time, if it's a 1601, meaning an adverse action appeal, and there is a question of fact, the judge will schedule an evidentiary hearing. Oftentimes, that is a task in and of itself, just scheduling, coordinating schedules, completing discovery, briefing different things. So eventually, if there is an evidentiary hearing, then the hearing will occur. After that, then the judge will generally ask for closing arguments or briefs from the parties. From there, once those are received, then the judge will sit down and actually write the decision and issue the decision. After that, the employee can then, or whoever, I won't say the employee, but usually the party that the decision was against can file a petition for review with the board, or they can go straight to the court. If they file it with the board, then the general counsel's office takes it over and they file a petition for review, and the general counsel's office takes it over and reviews the entirety of the record and prepares the decision on behalf of the board. Then the board will have its board meeting and review all of that and make a ruling on that decision. If they skip the board and go straight to the court, then we have to prepare the entire record, compile the record for the court, and send it on to the court. And that's what happens there. Then the court renders a decision. Most of the time they uphold our decisions. Sometimes they send it back to us to ask, to get us to answer a particular question. And on rare occasion, they reverse us.
Rare occasions.
Yes.
All right. That's what we
Very
want to
rare
hear.
occasion. That's what I want to hear too.
Yes, indeedy. I have my note here that says in FY21 as an example, 4.9 or about 5% of the appeals were resolved through mediation. And then in FY22, mediation began to be more frequently used, 14.3%. Why do you think so many cases are now, I believe, moving forward through mediation?
Well, I don't think right now that we have many cases in mediation. In fact, for this current fiscal year, FY24, I only have one appeal where the employee has asked so far for mediation.
Okay.
Now the agency may deny that. The agency may say, no, I don't want to participate in mediation. So it may go back to the administrative judge for adjudication. But the employee has requested mediation. In FY23, I think we had, let me look at my notes here. We had appeals through mediation, I think a total of 5.
Okay.
So I think it's just, sometimes the parties are so stuck in what they want. You know, the agency feels like they're right in taking whatever action they've taken against the employee. And then the employee feels like, I don't want to, talk to these people anymore. I want my job back. That's all I want, or whatever they want. So they don't see the point of mediating, because mediation generally means that both sides get something. Whereas adjudication, you have a winner and you have a loser, and both parties want to be the winner. So.
Okay. Okay. And so, are you seeing more cases coming to your attention than, let's say, prior to the pandemic? Are more coming to you now? I'm trying to understand because I know that usually when there is the case for adverse action against an employee, that you're beginning on the road to really severing that individual from employment. You're doing the documentation that's necessary. And so I'm just curious, are we seeing more cases since the pandemic that fall into the category of coming to your
Adverse
shop?
action.
Yes.
I'll ask Lashika to speak to that.
So we noticed, starting in fiscal year 13, so 2013, that our caseload went from majority reduction in force cases to adverse action matters. And in reduction in force cases, there are only two issues that we need to determine: whether the requisite notice was provided and if the employee was provided with one round of lateral competition. As I stated earlier, for adverse action cases, there are complex issues compared to RIF cases. So there are, like I said, 14 categories, 70 subcategories, and adverse action cases. And we've also noticed in our caseload that employees are now represented by attorneys in much larger numbers than they have been in the past. So in fiscal year 21, 60% of employees were represented by attorneys. Fiscal year 22, 48%, 44%, and fiscal year 23, 48%. So with the representation by attorneys comes more complex legal arguments that are being made. So although the number of appeals that we've received overall has declined, the number of adverse action, those more complex cases, has increased.
Thank you for that analysis. I think that's kind of important for us to understand. On one hand, we are saying that as a government, we're growing. But on the other hand, we're also saying while we're growing, we're also liquidating our problems or whatever we want to call it. But as employees, as we grow with more employees, we're also doing terminations of employee workforce. I think that would be important to examine when we talk about return to the office. I think that's going to be an issue that would be examined. Ms. Barfield, you want to say something? Go right ahead.
Well, I just wanted to echo what Lashika, the general counsel, had said, that most of the cases now are adverse actions. They're not so much as positions being abolished, but they are taking the action against the employee, adverse action cases.
All right, and I was just calculating that you get a number of adverse actions against you, and is it then that the employee decides, oh, I need to be somewhere else, and they leave on their own accord? Or do they continue to rack up these adverse actions?
Well, I don't know. I guess some employees, if they have gotten performance evaluations that are not favorable to them over or a period of time, or performance plans that have not worked out successfully, perhaps they have taken it upon themselves to resign and move on to other employment. But if the agency has to take the action against the employee, then the employee would come to our office to work all that out.
All right. It's an area I really don't know a lot about, but I'm just wondering if there's a trend that we need to be concerned about in our government at this time. And perhaps I know we're going to explore this when we have our hearing about return to the office. So please get your data ready, and
Yes,
we'll go for what maybe a time. You mentioned that you're trying to in improve your electronic communication system using the computer, and you have some ideas about what you want to do in the future. You're doing email now, but you want to have, I think, an electronic filing system in place. Can you talk a little more about that?
Well, I will start it off and then hand it off to my Chief Operating Officer.
All right.
But right now, what we are doing is we have done just essentially email, allowing the employee to file a petition for appeal or petition for, or either party, a petition for review by way of email. And then the agency can submit their agency answer to us by email. But we also then send out our initial decisions and opinions and orders by way of email. So those are the documents right now that we currently do by way of email. That is not electronic filing. That is just email submission. Our goal is to eventually get to true electronic filing. And we are just in the infancy stages of doing that, but I will ask my Chief Operating Officer to give a little bit more explanation on that, please.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bond and committee members. Just to continue the conversation. So we, as Director Barfield said, we are in the infancy stage of actually having this electronic filing. So right now I'm in contact with Octo. Octo has a team that has worked with us before in the past to upgrade our database to where it is right now. And so most of the things that we do is kind of manual. And so we're hoping that one day we'll able to reach electronic filing. Octo has worked with another sister agency, Office of Administrative Hearing, and they've had really a good experience in terms of having a full electronic filing. So we're hoping at that point, sometime in the future. Right now, we're trying to get the technical specs out so that that can inform a financial cost. And so hopefully by the end of this fiscal year, in the new fiscal year, as we prepare for the budgeting, we can actually put us to an enhancement request. And so to get that ongoing in terms of upgrading the system to full electronic filing, which we're very grateful at the office.
All right, thank you. Thank you. I got that. Now that your agency has the safety sensitive designation cases under your authority, what does that mean?
Well, it means that what it was supposed to mean, at least, was that there were certain positions within the district government that were going to be essentially converted to safety sensitive. And those generally were positions where perhaps you dealt with children or the aging, or also the term safety sensitive means a position in which it is reasonably foreseeable that if the employee performs the position's routine duties while under the influence of drugs or alcohol, the employee could suffer a lapse of attention or other temporary deficit that would likely cause actual, immediate, and serious bodily injury or loss of life to self or others. So if those positions were converted to safety sensitive, those employees who perform those types of duties were converted to safety sensitive, then they could appeal that designation to OEA. But most of the time it shows up in positions that are already safety sensitive, but then the employee has perhaps tested positive for illegal drug use. So.
Okay, I thought it might also relate to those, something like that. And I just wanted it on the record that it is about performing your duty and performing it under some influence
Yes.
that would cause some injury to others. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Aha. You, last year you talked, you mentioned that you wanted, legislation that might grant your office additional authority to handle appeals by MPD that have been pending in arbitration. You still thinking about that?
I think the legislation, I'm gonna ask Lashika to speak to that because I think she has more knowledge on what the status
Okay.
of that right now is.
So, this was actually a recommendation from the DC auditor that OEA take over the cases that were in arbitration. So, just to describe the process, the auditor explained in their October 6, 2022 report that MPD officers had the option to appeal the termination. Collective bargaining agreements between MPD and the Fraternal Order of Police, effective at the time of the report, empowered the Fraternal Order of Police to challenge MPD terminations through arbitration. If the Fraternal Order of Police decided not to appeal on behalf of the officer, the individual officer could appeal their termination independent of the union by filing with OEA. The report noted that the DC Council's permanent version of the police reform legislation would remove police discipline from the collective bargaining agreement process. As a result, appeals through arbitration would no longer be an option, and MPD officers would appeal their cases to OEA. So in September 30th of 2023, the collective bargaining agreement between MPD and the Fraternal Order of Police expired. My understanding is they are now negotiating new terms of their collective bargaining agreement and that those should be finalized by late spring, early summer. So we are waiting and ready to adjudicate those matters whenever a general order or if there's a change to Chapter 8 of the DPM occurs.
You said it's chapter 8?
Yes.
Okay. I want to keep my eye on that too, because, well, I mean, we all know that it needs to be done, and that is that every employee should have an appeals process, but we also know that there have been, some difficulties in that area. And I don't know, maybe, my feeling is that if it is a non-police or MPD process, it lends itself to more objectivity, and I think that could be good for any class of employee that we have. So maybe there'll be some consideration. I think collective bargaining has its hands filled with that. But bottom line, if this provision were to move into your agency, would you be able to absorb what might be the volume of cases? I'm not sure what it is today.
I don't know what the volume would be, but right now, we would welcome that that additional jurisdiction. It may mean that we would have to hire another administrative judge or other support kind of systems, but we would definitely be able to, we have the expertise, I believe,
Right.
to handle those types of cases.
And you might have the opportunity to hire someone from law enforcement with legal background.
Yeah,
So that could be a different kind of twist.
yes,
You know.
yes, yeah.
Try to work this out.
Yes.
So is there anyone in your agency who has responsibility for tracking local legislation?
Well, usually the general counsel's office,
Okay.
handles
All right.
that and
Okay.
stays abreast of that.
And do you have a show in your office for sexual harassment?
Yes, we do.
All right.
Yes.
And have you had any claims since December of 2023 that have been filed?
No, we have not.
All right. And last couple of questions are about internships. Do you, excuse me, do you currently have any interns, or have you had interns in the last 3 fiscal years?
The last intern we had was in fiscal year 2021. We have not had any since then. It just, and I really can't say why. We just haven't done that. We haven't had any law schools to reach out to us, nor have we reached out to any law schools, any of the area law schools to do that. But we did have one in fiscal year 2021 from Howard University School of Law.
All right, would it be beneficial to the agency to maybe reach out to UDC, to Howard, to American U, to Catholic, to see if there are,
Yes, it would be beneficial, and
Okay.
yes, we can do that.
all right, thank you. I think it would be very helpful. Thank you very much for spending time with us today. We appreciate your time, and we'll look forward to seeing you doing budget season in a couple of months. And
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds.
all right, and let us know what you need.
Thank you so much.
Okay, all right,
Thank
we'll
you.
do everything we can to accommodate you.
Thank you. I
Thank you.
appreciate all that
Thank
you
you.
do and that your committee does for us.
Thank you. We are going to now take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back. So I am going to recess our meeting officially. Thank you. Good afternoon again. We are continuing our hearing for today, performance oversight, and our final agency for review is the Workforce Investment Council. I will start with a few public witnesses that have signed up to provide testimony, and they are Miss Betty Gentile, Mr. Justin Palmer, Mr. Mark Rivera, okay, and all right, all right, that's our list. All right, that was the signal I was getting from staff and did not quite understand. All right, so we really just have 3 witnesses, am I correct? All right. And so we will begin with Ms. Gentile when she is ready.
Greetings, Chairperson Buns and members of the committee. My name is Betty Gentle, and I'm the Senior Advocacy and Community Engagement Specialist at SUM Incorporated. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Since 1970, SUM has been working to break the cycle of poverty, homelessness, and hunger. Our continuum of services includes adult education and workforce training at the SUM Center for Employment Training Program, which celebrated its 25th anniversary in November 2023. SUM CET is a licensed post-secondary vocational school located in Ward 7, where we offer free hands-on training, technical instruction, and soft skills training. For many DC residents who struggle in low-paying jobs, sector-specific accelerated training programs are a proven economic mobility solution. In 2023, SUM enrolled 110 students into our healthcare and building trade tracks. Of those enrolled, 81% obtained job placements at the completion of the program, and 96% of the graduates earned a certification. Our partnerships with OSSI, DHS's SNAP ENT program, and the WIC are essential to effectively serving our students. Today, I'd like to discuss how providing stipends to workforce training participants increases enrollment and completion rates and offers more equitable access to better job opportunities for lower-income DC residents, and how SUM's collaboration with the WIC's Healthcare Workforce Partnership exemplifies that. First, in our efforts to serve the whole person, SUM offers support such as free transportation vouchers, clothing, free breakfast, and referrals to mental health services. Still, a lack of affordable and quality childcare and low levels of literacy persist as barriers to enrollment. Unmet mental health needs and former justice involvement also pose significant challenges for our students when seeking employment. Moreover, despite our program being tuition-free with access to supportive services, enrollment and successful completion remains out of reach for persons who cannot afford to stop working for several months. Therefore, the unavailability of stipends is the biggest barrier expressed to us by our students and our residents interested in the program. Many persons are interested in investing and finding a path that will lead to economic growth and financial sustainability. However, for DC residents who are low income, housing insecure, and are supporting their families, the current high cost of living in the district far outweigh a potential higher income in the future. Therefore, as the WIC seems to fulfill its mission of helping create a fully integrated comprehensive workforce system that meets job seeker and business needs, the comprehensive needs of the job and career seekers must be embedded in its planning. This strategy should include flexible funding being available to workforce providers to provide stipends to help cover the living expenses of those enrolled in their programs. As an example, in 2021, a 25-year-old tech workforce provider with campuses in 19 cities convened a pilot program where some lower-income earners received a $1,000 stipend while completing a 3-month course. They found that stipends help students achieve significantly better outcomes, including an 18% increase in higher graduation, an 11% increase in professional skills certification rates, and a 10% increase in faster transitions to employment, compared with similar learners in the same courses who did not receive stipends. In addition, they found that the stipend recipients most often spent the funds on basic needs, with 80% of the respondents saying they covered household expenses and food, followed by utilities and then transportation. Our experience at SUM CET mirrored the results of that pilot program when we were awarded a grant from WIC through the Healthcare Workforce Partnership that allocated funds to fund stipends for students enrolled in our medical assisted program track in 2022 to 2023. These stipends provided financial aid to our students interested in healthcare, increased the probability of program completion, and enhanced opportunities for career development. The Healthcare Workforce Partnership, a program initiative established by the mayor in FY21 and implemented by the DC Hospital Association, was designed to grow the district's healthcare workforce pipeline by introducing residents to healthcare entry career points that can lead to living wage careers and offer professional growth in the field. Through the Healthcare Workforce Partnership, some CET provided 20 students with stipends totaling $1,500. Of the 20 students, only one did not complete the program. These stipends were essential because all those students can complete the training in as little as 5 months, with most averaging completion around 6 months. Foregoing an income-paying job for job training can be exceedingly difficult, especially if a student has a family. Therefore, this stipend lessens the barriers for our students to comfortably enroll and complete our program. The Healthcare Workforce Partnership exemplifies the success of the WIC in bridging the gaps between workforce providers and the health industry employers through the partnership with the DC Hospital Association, while also supporting job seekers with financial assistance and career exploration and opportunities. Thus, some recommends that the WIC support and encourage the creation of more grant and funding opportunities that allow for flexible local and federal dollars to be used to fund financial relief, such as stipends, for workforce students as they forego a paying job while working toward a living wage career. We look forward to our continued partnership with the Workforce Investment Council and to continuing serving and meeting the comprehensive workforce needs of low-income DC residents as they strive to financially thrive in the district. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now, Mr. Palmer, who is representing the DC Hospital Association.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Justin Palmer, and I'm the Vice President for Public Policy and External Affairs for the District of Columbia Hospital Association. I appreciate the opportunity to present testimony at the DC Workforce Investment Council's 2024 Performance Oversight Hearing. DCHA is the unifying force advancing hospitals and health systems in the District of Columbia. We are committed to promoting policies and initiatives that strengthen our system of care, preserve access, eliminate health disparities, and promote better health outcomes for patients in our community. Our driving vision is to achieve an efficient and effective healthcare delivery system that supports a healthy, equitable, vibrant community. The delivery of healthcare does not occur without the dedicated healthcare employees essential to providing care to our residents. Ensuring a pipeline of talent is critical to providing access to care and pathways to well-paying careers. Over the last 3.5 years, DCHA Program Services and the DC WIC have been working hand in hand to ensure the creation of an industry-driven solution to the health sector's workforce needs. Through funding from the Council and the DC WIC, the DC Healthcare Workforce Partnership was created. The partnership is an industry-driven, sector-based alliance consisting of healthcare businesses from 3 subsectors: acute, ambulatory, and behavioral health, nursing, residential, and long-term care services, core partners, and network supporters. Healthcare employers lead the work by defining the agenda and driving it forward. Core partners are aligned to implement the strategy solutions to get residents career positions and keep the industry strong. Network supporters are engaged in supportive services to plug in resources, create connections, and coordinate activities. The health sector in the district recognize the importance of aligning training and education programs to adapt to the current and future challenges in healthcare. Innovation in the district is critical as we seek to meet the employment needs of the healthcare sector and retool the workplace experience to support career pathways and higher employee satisfaction through improved job quality. In the District of Columbia, the partnership is leading the effort to tackle this challenge and address the needs of the healthcare workforce through shared priorities, education and training, realigning the industry to become a career destination, and ensuring diverse, equitable, and inclusive access through career pathways. During FY23, the WIC completed an 18-month pilot for training of entry-level careers in 4 in-demand healthcare occupations, informed by the work of the partnership. The occupations included home health aides, certified nurse aides, certified medical assistants, and pharmacy technologists. There are many lessons learned during the pilot, especially as it relates to supports needed by participants. And I'll echo some of the comments that Betty made from So Others Might Eat, which SOM was one of our great partners in this initiative. We provided $1,500 in incentives, but we found that wasn't always enough to overcome some of the challenges for some of the participants, which, were simply life challenges, whether it be health issues, trauma from violence, childcare and family challenges. And this is one of the reasons why the WIC is shifting to on-the-job training and apprenticeship programs, even as we continue to find ways to partner with existing training providers on those entry-level positions. Because as was noted, the support through stipends, and I would argue, as the Department of Employment Services has found, payment for training time as well helps that completion rate. And so as we shift to on-the-job training, we're finding that it can be difficult in healthcare because the regulatory barriers that are in place. Part of our upcoming work is to identify opportunities to support on-the-job training in areas of the regulations restrict, such as pharmacy tech training in hospitals. In closing, I want to reiterate that DCHA looks forward to our continued collaboration with the committee and the DC Workforce Investment Council and the Department of Employment Services as we seek to support a pipeline of district residents entering careers in healthcare. Thank you for allowing me to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll now hear from Mr. Mark Rivera, who is representing Bite Back. Okay, that's Alexis. Okay. All right. Apparently, we do not have Mr. Rivera, but we do have Alexis Fauntleroy, who is representing the Charter or the Chart Academy, which is located on 14th Street Northwest. Please go ahead, Mr. Fauntleroy.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds and the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of the Workforce Investment Council. My name is Alexis Fauntleroy, the Business Operations Manager of the Center for Innovation, Research, and Transformation in Education, doing business as the Chart Academy. I'm here on behalf of our organization and its CEO, Cedric Thompson, who could not be here today, but sends his gratitude. The Chart Academy is a DC-based training institution that provides occupational skills training to job seekers. We have been in existence for 7 years, and more recently, we were accredited by the Higher Education Licensure Commission, also known as HELC, to provide occupational skills training. We provide training in IT, including CompTIA A+, Network Plus, Security Plus, Amazon Web Services, and IT fundamentals. We also provide training in early childhood education and custodial management. Our company has a guiding mission that informs the work that we do, which is our North Star. By 2034, the Chart Academy will assist at least 1,000 job seekers facing systemic barriers to advancement through securing a good and viable job. This is a job that has career advancement opportunities, benefits, and self-sustaining pay. We recognize that if we want to help DC residents secure these jobs, we have to be intentional about our training programs and the supports that we provide. After we applied to HELC, we were able to apply for the eligible training providers list, the ETPL. This was beneficial because we were able to secure more opportunities to provide training to DC residents by partnering with various DC government institutions. We needed both approvals because they allowed us to help DC residents at a higher level. The system that the Workforce Investment Council has to help support training providers like ourselves is helpful because it ultimately supports DC residents. We want to thank the WIC for providing resources such as office hours, which allowed us to ask questions to them directly and get them answered immediately. As a provider, we're always looking for ways to improve while continuing to provide high-level support to our participants. From our internal conversations, we have identified a need for wraparound supports that lead residents to sustaining long-term employment. We know that even after securing employment, there are barriers that could deter them from maintaining that employment. Each case is unique, but some examples may include an immediate need for childcare, an immediate need for clothing, mid to long-term transportation support. So the question is, how do we go about getting policy in the city to get wraparound supports to DC residents that lead to full self-sustainability? We are looking forward to policies and funding to come forth to provide these types of supports to DC residents. By being accredited by the HELC and listed on the ETPO, we have been able to enhance our visibility within the community and attract a broader range of students seeking quality education and training opportunities. This accreditation has also facilitated partnerships with local employers, ensuring that our programs are aligned with the needs of the workforce and providing our students with valuable employment opportunities upon graduation. We are grateful for your commitment to higher education and workforce development in the District of Columbia, and we look forward to continuing our partnership to ensure that all residents have access to affordable, high-quality education and training options. Thank you to the DC Workforce Investment Council and its leadership for understanding the need for efficient systems. And thank you to Councilmember Bonds and the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor for your time. Should you have any questions or require further information, please do not hesitate to contact us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Fauntleroy. I want to start with you. You indicated that by the year 2034, you will assist at least 1,000 job seekers. My question is more moderated. I want to know, in FY23, did you have a relationship with the DC government?
Yes, we were able to provide multiple training programs in fiscal year 23, which did lead to employment outcomes for DC residents. So, you know, we're on the path to hit our North Star.
All right. So in 23, what was your North Star? I mean, how many did you train and how many actually got jobs as a result?
Yeah, so within fiscal year 23, we had two main programs that provided support to DC residents. One of them was our job readiness training program, supported by the Department of Employment Services. So within that program, in that year, we were able to serve about 50 DC residents, and we saw over 60% had employment outcome. And our other program was the digital literacy program. I believe our CEO, Cedric Thompson, mentioned that before and on a different panel. We served over 100 DC residents and were able to get them certified in digital literacy. And we had I think it was a 91% outcome of residents being able to achieve certification, which also led to positive employment outcomes.
All right. When you say possible employment outcomes, you don't really have a number of those that were hired as a result of being certified.
Positive employment outcomes. That program is not tracked as closely due to the setup. I don't want to go into too much detail on the panel, but there were a number of people who highlighted that they were able to gain and maintain employment. For example, I want to uplift a few of our program alumni, such as Tisha Johnson, Terrence Miles, Sir Kavan Honesty. They were able to get employment after going through our programs.
Okay. I'm trying to understand your literacy program. When you say that 100 went through the digital literacy program, and then you're saying that 91% were certified,
Yes.
that to me means that they were able to improve their reading comprehension, math Okay, okay, so we're talking the same thing. Just want to make sure. And so of those, your organization will do the training and will help your trainees get jobs, but you don't do the tracking to see if they stay in the job for a year or 6 months or 3 years. You don't have that component included in your contractual arrangement with the government. Is that correct?
We do have that component included within our RISE program, within our job readiness training program,
Okay, so we
which
can
is
talk.
why I highlighted.
Okay,
Sorry,
so
go
you want to
ahead.
talk about the readiness program then, where you said you had 50 that were enrolled, 60% were employed. And do you have any numbers that would tell us how many remained employed for more than a year? Do you do that kind of tracking?
Given the time frame of placements, it has not been a year for most participants.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted to get an indication. I was very intrigued, obviously, with you saying, okay, by the year 2034, we would have trained 1,000 folk. And so I just wanted to make sure that I understand where your projections are coming from. So I just want to thank you very much for that. You also mentioned that through this training, that I believe you mentioned that you are I don't think you actually talked to us about any additional resources that are needed. Sounds like your organization is comfortable with providing the training and helping with the placement. You just want to make sure you reach your goal of 1,000 job seekers. Is that correct?
No. I mean, that's definitely one of our internal goals that we will reach through, the culmination of our programs. We do have multiple programs. But within working with DC residents, even those who were placed in jobs, they've self-identified barriers to maintaining employment. So for example, I know one resident, she did not have childcare immediately available, which became a barrier for her. So yes, she was on a wait list for childcare, but due to that wait list, she had to figure out a childcare solution and nothing was immediately available. So we're asking for additional support for those types of services. And systems that will allow for, some immediate supports for DC residents.
All right. I hear you. Thank you for that. When did your agency, the Chart Academy, begin its affiliation with DC government? I think you mentioned through DOES. How long have you been one of the vendors?
So our company was founded in 2017. And I will get back to you and confirm, but we've been doing business with them since that year.
Okay, all right. That would be very helpful. I'm just tracking the statistics of what have been the outcomes. I think that programs that have yielded results for our residents are the programs that we want to make sure that we work towards continuing. So it would be very important to get some sense of how long you've been around and what have you accomplished, and how we can help you continue. So I thank you for your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Gentle, I hear what you are saying, and if you are still with us, what I wanted to know, you mentioned that you provided $1,500. Is that $1,500 per month for the 6 months that the 20 students were working with the DC Hospital Association?
Yeah, that was for the duration, so the 6 months.
Okay, so each month it was 1,500.
Oh, no, for the entire period, it was
Oh, my
1,500,
goodness.
sorry.
Okay, okay, all right. That's what I wanted to make sure I understood. Okay, and your organization, a great organization, by the way, you provide free transportation, food, clothing, and of course, the course is tuition free.
Yes.
So the monies that you gave to, or the stipend that went to your 20 students, it was earmarked for childcare or just was not earmarked at all?
It was earmarked for stipends.
Okay, with no restrictions on how it was spent, I presume, or was
Yeah,
there?
not that I'm aware of. Justin could correct me if I'm answering wrong, because the stipends were given through the Healthcare Workforce Partnership. But as far as
Okay,
I'm aware, yeah, there weren't restrictions on how the stipend was spent. But for us, that funding was specifically allocated for stipends for those students, specifically enrolled in the Certified Medical Assistant Program. So not, because we have 4 different tracks, and it was just that one for the medical assistants.
okay. And if I'm not mistaken, it could have been a home care aid program, could be, is it a nursing program or?
Specifically for certified medical assistants. We have 2 healthcare tracks. One is the medical administrative assistant and then the medical assistant. So it was just for that specific track.
All right,
Yeah,
okay,
so if you weren't enrolled in that specific track for that certification, you wouldn't have qualified for the stipend.
okay, all right. And so, this 20 students is a result of your 2023 program, right?
Yeah, yes. So they would have yes, they would have graduated last year.
All right, and so do you have any enrolled in the same program this year? That would have begun October 1, 2023, going into now 24?
Yeah, so there are students, I don't know the exact number. There are students enrolled in the medical assistant program track, but the stipend, that partnership expired on September 30th, 2024. But there are students enrolled in the medical assistant track.
Currently?
Yes.
All right, and is that a track where they serve for 6 months?
So on average, it's about 6 months. I think the soonest that people tend to finish is 5 months, but on average it's 6. But it's a rolling program, so you technically aren't required to finish within a certain amount of time, but most people finish within 6 months.
All right, okay. Okay, and thank you very much for that. Mr. Palmer,
Councilmember Buns,
yes.
I just want to elevate what Alexis talked about too. Childcare is also one of those services. It's also a big issue for our students as well as folks who live in our family services housing. So I just wanted to echo her on how we really do need some assistance in identifying affordable childcare placements for our students, because it really is a barrier.
Okay, and I hear you loud and clear, and knowing what people have said universally about the high cost of childcare, I'm just wondering if an organization like yours, some over in Ward 7, beautiful building, I don't know, what would it take for you to have a child care center there?
I don't think that I am equipped to answer that question, and I definitely don't want to speak out of turn. So I'm not exactly sure. Because we already have, we have the health clinic over there, behavioral health services, as well as single and family housing. So I don't know if we can add to that with childcare. But yeah.
I think I understood you to say that you do the training there on site, And my thought was, why should a parent have to go to another site and drop their young person off? Why not bring them with them to work or to training? And it's a one-stop center. That's what I'm
Okay. Yeah.
wondering if we could reach that point. I wish you would explore it with your management team and
Okay.
and have you talk with me later about that.
Okay.
I'm just thinking we have to come up with some new models.
Right.
We're reinventing our city as such, in many instances, at least the economics of it. And so what would be most conducive for getting the results that we desire? And that is to have people, DC residents hired and doing it quickly with good training and the amenities or the benefits that they need. So that's where I'm headed. So I appreciate any insight you can share
Okay.
later on that. That would be great. And the same to you, also, Ms. Fontroy, if you guys, if you do the training on site and as you say, you have a good number of trainees, what is there the possibility of there being childcare on site so that we begin to take care of some of these issues? So if you could get back to us, that would be very helpful. Can you do that within a month? You all hold your
Definitely.
powwows and come back and let us know. We'd love to get your input sincerely.
Definitely, will do.
Okay. Mr. Palmer, you see, we're challenging the community to do more. So I don't know, does that mean that at our hospitals and health facilities, we have the potential of having childcare there? Would you explore that?
I can definitely see where our hospitals have, look, I will have to get back to you to see where we are and which hospitals have explored that as well, or some of the other health employers that we have in the partnership to see what's been explored, what some of the barriers are, and what some of the needs are to help make that a reality. So I can definitely follow back up with you.
I know we're going to have barriers, but in this conversation, we are interested in how we can move forward, and for the better of our community. So we want to hear that first and foremost. But any information you can share with us, we would appreciate knowing.
Only identifying barriers so we know how high the pole vault needs to be to get over the wall.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. All right. We have pretty much exhausted our list of public witnesses today. And I know, Mr. Palmer, I didn't ask you this, but I will. This $1,500, I thought it was per month, but it's for a individual enrollee. Is that correct?
That is correct. There were metrics that participants had to meet throughout the way. So it was paid out over that training period. One is kind of an incentive to keep going. And SUM is not the only LAYCCA, which is one of our other certified medical assistant training programs, also identified that the supports. But I think, like as you identified, that one-time $1,500 isn't quite enough, and it's figuring out a way of how to support the individuals all the way through the process. And that was one of the lessons learned, because it's incredibly helpful. And I think all our training partners identified that. But like as you noted, that one time $1,500, and especially paid over time to ensure completion, when you're looking at that, the impact is significant. But as we look at identifying additional opportunities to how we incentivize and help people complete the training, I think is going to be key. And that was one of the lessons learned from this pilot.
All right. I didn't copy down all of, thank you for that. I didn't copy down all of the health trades that you're concerned with, but I do have home care aides and there were a couple of others. Can you just help me understand what are the needs in the healthcare industry?
So, in particular, the partnership identified the top 5. So when we started 3.5 years ago, we started with the 5 high need in demand fields, which were home health aide, certified nursing assistant, certified medical assistant, and pharmacy tech, and licensed practical nurses. And those were the first 5 that we started focusing on, and that was what influenced the funding that was available through this program offered by the Workforce Investment Council. And since then, we've added an additional 5 to include EMT, community health worker, registered nurse, psychiatric tech, and dental assistant. Sorry. And so the needs are great and varied, but those are the ones that have identified by healthcare employers, not just hospitals, but the primary care. We have FQHC at the table, skilled nursing facilities, home health, behavioral health, and so it's really been, as we look across the whole sector, what those needs are.
I appreciate that because, for so long, whenever we talk about healthcare, we have really exhausted ourselves talking about nursing assistants and home care aides. And so to now see that we have widened the net, because I see these as opportunities for the residents of the district. So thank you for that list. We would like to be in touch with your association. Perhaps we could have some discussion to talk about what we are doing and what we need to do to get more interest in these occupations so that we can get more trainees on board and can really help to turn this industry around.
We'd be happy to follow up because that is one of the items that the partnership has chose to focus on early on, is to highlight the opportunities with the jobs in healthcare, and where we focus on these jobs at the starting point. And if people want to stay in those positions, that's great. But looking on opportunities to move up the career ladder in healthcare, and how we look at those pathways as well. And really there is a focus on making sure that we're exposing students in middle school and high school as early as we can about the different options. It's not, nurses and doctors are very important, but those radiology technicians that take your x-rays, the MRI technicians, the nursing aides and home health aides are critical. In this, the dental assistants, there's so many opportunities in healthcare, depending on what you're interested in. Those medical office assistants are, the backbone of offices, and there's so many opportunities in healthcare. We also need HVAC. We also need facilities. And so there's just a lot of opportunities. So happy to talk with you further.
So thank you. When you say we need facilities, are you saying you need more hospital space, or are you saying you need more office space? Because we have a glut of available space now. So you should not be shy. And healthcare is one of the industries that has some resources, financial resources. So what you waiting for?
No, so I'm at facility staff, like physical plant staff, like HVAC and all of that. And there, our members, and I know others, are always looking for opportunities and meeting the needs of the community. So that's always part of it. But when we look at healthcare workers in healthcare, it varies. Your experiences of your own choosing with what opportunities there are in healthcare.
All right. So I want to make sure I'm hearing. You're saying when you say facilities, you're thinking about those that can make repairs to HVAC systems.
Yes, that's what I meant.
All right. Okay. That's great. Thank you. I just want clarification. Well, I'm certainly looking forward to working more directly with you, and I'll also collaborate with my colleague Christina Henderson, who has the Health Committee, and my other longstanding colleague, Councilmember Vincent Gray, to see where we might be able to go with and meeting this need. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for all your help and support, and happy to
Thank
stay
you.
in contact. We'll schedule a meeting soon.
All right,
your help.
excellent. Thank you. That exhausts our public testimony for today, and we are now happy to move to our government witness. And if the government witness, Mr. Drew Hubbard, would move forward, we will swear him in. I'd just like to make a few comments about the Workforce Investment Council as we know it. It is the WIC, a private sector, yet board responsible for advising the district government on the development, implementation, and continuous improvement of an integrated and effective workforce investment system. It serves as both the state and the local workforce investment board for the district, which are federally required to ensure that funds from the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WIOA, are spent appropriately. The agency is responsible for the district's 4-year unified state plan for workforce development, and it plays the important role in the coordination of programs and services with other district agencies. It is a small entity within our government, small in size and number of employees, but it is charged with working broadly to ensure that all the district's workforce investments, both federal and local, are part of a comprehensive and collaborative system supporting all of district residents and businesses. And additionally, it engages in various local and federal funded programs and initiatives, including Skills DC, career pathways to provide work opportunities to the district residents. And today we have before us again our government witness is the Executive Director, Drew Hubbard. And Ms. Hubbard, I'm going to swear you in now. If you raise your right hand, do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete? All right, you can begin when you're ready, sir.
Good afternoon. Chairperson Bond, committee members, and staff of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. As you said, I am Drew Hubbard, and I'm privileged to serve as the Executive Director of the Workforce Investment Council. Thank you for the opportunity to share our accomplishments and initiatives from fiscal year 23 and FY24 to date. Under the steadfast leadership of Mayor Bowser and in collaboration with key stakeholders, including the Deputy Mayor for Education and various partners in the education and workforce ecosystem, the WIC remains committed to fostering a robust and inclusive workforce system. All of the dedicated WIC staff share a collective focus on creating a workforce environment that is cohesive, accessible, and equitable for all residents and businesses in the district. The WIC focuses primarily on district residents facing heightened barriers to achieving and maintaining financial independence in our evolving economic landscape. For that, I am pleased and excited to have the opportunity to serve in this role that directs, supports, and guides the alignment of the district's agencies and programs in this area. Over the past few years and through the end of FY23, the WIC significantly changed and expanded its focus in response to the pandemic. Several ARPA-funded initiatives, while temporary, played a vital role in enhancing the WIC's ability to serve the district and its recovery efforts as the pandemic subsided. However, as the WIC's focus has been redirected to its traditional functions, and as these funding streams have since closed out, we have shifted our attention to 5 key priorities areas going forward. They include enhancing accessibility and continuous system improvements, integrating a comprehensive workforce development system, providing system coordination and transparency, ensuring a high level of accountability to create a high-performing, inclusive workforce ecosystem based on data-driven decisions. And lastly, providing effective leadership and stronger partnerships through innovative initiatives. The WIC has directed all efforts towards advancing these priorities, ensuring that the workforce development initiatives remain responsive to the evolving needs of the district and its residents. Through strategic planning and collaboration, we aim to build upon the foundation laid by the Bowser administration's overarching workforce programming investments. Through this lens, we will execute the functions and role required of the WIC by federal law to further enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of our workforce development system. WIC is responsible for developing and overseeing the implementation of the Federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, or WIOA state plan. This comprehensive blueprint not only outlines strategic investments, but also serves as a roadmap for collaborative actions among the various agencies in the system. As conveners, the WIC sets the tone for partners, fostering a collaborative environment conducive to achieving shared goals. Additionally, the WIC's role entails a critical oversight component, ensuring alignment and accountability across all facets of the workforce development landscape. Currently, we are facilitating the 2024 through 2028 planning process, which is due to the Department of Labor later this spring. Over the last year, the WIC supported various programs, including Career Coach, which was launched in the summer of 2022 to address the unemployment challenges faced by thousands of individuals impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. This program offered free career coaching services to residents with convenient access points at public libraries across various wards, as well as online and by phone. Over 1,249 residents received personalized support in navigating their career paths towards education, training, and employment opportunities. Thanks to the guidance provided by these coaches, 226 individuals successfully secured employment. The program has concluded, its impact endures through collaboration with DCPL. The My Journey DC is a platform to enhance the data infrastructure of the workforce development system, facilitating program analysis and outcome reporting. My Journey features a vast array of organizations and workforce programs and empowers residents to self-refer to relevant services. The in-person aspect of Career Coach has transitioned to a virtual experience via the My Journey participant portal. Agency staff now facilitate referrals between programs and agencies to ensure job seekers receive comprehensive support. Since its inception, My Journey has facilitated over 7,000 referrals to various services, including career coaching, job readiness assistance, occupational skills training, and system integration through one-stop operations. Additionally, the WIC oversees the critical function of the one-stop operator, which is a vital component of the American Job Centers. This role is essential in coordinating services and resources across the AJC network to effectively serve job seekers and employers alike. In this capacity, the WIC convenes weekly meetings with representatives from the 8 required AJC partners, totaling 30 to 40 individuals in those meetings in that function. These sessions serve as a platform for collaboration, allowing stakeholders to identify opportunities for alignment and address challenges encountered in serving our customers. The 8 required agency partners encompass a diverse range of agencies and organizations. They include the Department of Employment Services, the Department of Disability Services, the Department of Human Services, the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, the University of District of Columbia, the Housing Authority, Potomac Job Corps, and the National Caucus and Center on Black Aging, or oversees the Senior Community Service Employment Program for low-income older workers. Excuse me. The business engagement function within the WIC serves as the linchpin for the district's business-led approach to shaping a dynamic and inclusive workforce system. With businesses at the helm, the WIC is dedicated to creating an ecosystem that nurtures equitable opportunities for all residents. Business engagement stands as the focal point for forging partnerships and driving initiatives that align workforce training programs with the evolving needs of high-demand sectors. Under WIOA, business engagement plays a vital role in several key areas. It facilitates sector partnerships, ensuring that training programs are responsive to industry demands, By maintaining quality standards and fostering collaboration, business engagement fosters clear career pathways that empower individuals from diverse backgrounds. Additionally, the unit focuses on expanding the participation of businesses in essential workforce development programs such as apprenticeships and on-the-job training. As we look ahead, business engagement remains committed to enhancing the inclusivity and effectiveness of our workforce system, guided by the principles of equity and opportunity through education, training, and employment. Same vein, our recent sector updates demonstrate our continued dedication to workforce preparedness for both current employment needs and future job opportunities. The addition of education, hospitality, retail, tourism, and entertainment altogether, transportation, infrastructure, and utilities, and business and office administration as standalone categories complements our initial high-demand sectors, which have been in IT, healthcare, construction, security, and law enforcement. These adjustments stem from the work of the Career Task Force that originated in 2014 and reflect our proactive approach to aligning our workforce with the evolving needs of district businesses. Expanding our high-demand sectors to 8, we are laying the foundation for tailored training programs to ensure district residents are equipped with the knowledge, skills for available high-demand occupations. Additionally, we are actively working on fostering sector partnerships to facilitate direct business engagement, strengthening the vital connection between our workforce and industry demand. The career pathway maps developed by the WIC have been updated to align with the data informing the new high-demand sectors. These maps serve as an invaluable tool for individuals exploring opportunities in the district's high-demand sectors, as well as professionals in education, workforce development, and human resources who use them to support job seekers and employees in making informed decisions about the career paths. Updated in the summer of 2023, the WIC expanded its pathway maps from 13 to 18, integrating the newly identified high-demand sectors. Through the pathway maps, district residents can navigate their careers for upward mobility. They provide agencies with the workforce development components and necessary guidance to assist job seekers in charting their paths toward increased job opportunities and improved wages. By empowering individuals with tools and information needed to progress in their careers, the pathway maps contribute to the broader goal of enhancing economic prosperity in the district. This is evident in initiatives aimed at lifting the median household income, particularly of Black residents, by $25,000 a year, thereby reshaping the economic landscape of the district and fostering greater equity and opportunities for all residents. You heard from many of the public testimony, one of our premier partnerships around the Hospital Association intermediary partnership, and it serves as a pivotal bridge that connects businesses, training providers, and job seekers, ensuring that the workforce is well equipped to meet the demands of the job market, particularly in the healthcare arena. This partnership is an example of the crucial role that sector partnerships play in aligning industry needs with workforce development. And it serves as a model with what we are doing to expand into other sectors when it comes to sector partnerships. We have several years to really flesh out how this partnership really informs what we're doing in the healthcare sector. As conveners of the workforce system, we are working towards solving issues with industries to support those particular business sectors. One of the primary functions of the Hospital Association Intermediary Partnership is to facilitate industry-specific collaborations. By bringing together healthcare facilities, educational institutions, and prospective healthcare professionals, this partnership fosters an environment where essential skills are honed and tailored to the unique requirements of the healthcare sector. This ensures that the healthcare workforce is not only prepared, but excels in their roles, providing the high-quality care that the community relies on. The strategies developed within this partnership are instrumental in addressing labor market gaps and in the ever-evolving healthcare industry. Staying attuned to specific in-demand skills and competencies is vital. The Hospital Association Intermediary Partnership constantly assesses these needs and tailors training programs to fill those gaps. By doing so, this partnership not only meets the immediate requirements of healthcare facilities, but also contributes to long-term economic growth by ensuring a skilled and adaptable healthcare workforce. FY24, the Healthcare Workforce Partnership will continue its charge of being an industry-driven, community-supported sector-based alliance consisting of businesses from the healthcare sector. Healthcare employers continue to lead this work by defining an agenda and driving it forward. Since its inception, the partnership has grown to over 50 members, including 21 employers, and will issue the 4th annual healthcare occupations report that will not only activate the strategic recommendations within the last report, but will also serve as a model to establish a best practice, create advisory boards for the district's top 5 high-demand sectors, employment, education, and training opportunities. As we embark on the new hospital in Ward 8, we are ensuring that the training aligns with the hiring needs of the healthcare system overall, but also this new opportunity. Employer Partnership Grant Program, training grants, and the Talent Development Technical Assistance Initiative have been instrumental in shaping the approach the Workforce Investment Council takes in providing technical assistance directly to businesses. As I mentioned earlier, these are initiatives that have since come to a close, but they've really informed how we approach businesses. As an ARPA-funded activity, this was put in place to address pressing needs surrounding workforce development, skills gap, and unemployment in the district during and following, as the pandemic waned. One of the key strengths of these programs was the upskilling of incumbent workers, creating an upskill or backfill opportunity, improving the skills of existing workforce while opening doors for new talent to enter the job market. Additionally, the programs allowed employers to vet and train potential entry-level employees by making hiring decisions, leading to a more informed and efficient recruitment process. The results of the efforts were significant and include increased employment through employer partnership grants, which were looked at reducing unemployment rates and providing more residents with employment opportunities. Participants in employment-driven training programs gained new high-demand skills, enhancing their employability. Inclusive hiring initiatives promoted diversity and inclusion in the workplace, fostering equity within the district with a keen focus on Ward 7 and 8, providing long-term career pathways leading to upward mobility and a skilled talent pool and increasing business productivity and efficiency. As of September 29th, 2023, a total of 168 residents secured employment through employer-driven training initiatives with an average wage of $28.12 an hour. So although, as I mentioned, these programs have since closed out, they have left a lasting impact on the workforce development landscape in the district. They enhanced how the WIC provides technical assistance to businesses based on skills gap, fostering a more inclusive and equitable workforce, and providing data-informed decisions for agencies looking to stand up or advance programs with businesses. To ensure transparency and accountability in the workforce training for allocations, the WIC publishes the expenditure guide. This guide is mandated by the Workforce Development System Transparency Act, and it requires the WIC to develop and annually update a comprehensive report detailing funding and outcomes for all district-funded workforce development activities. The expenditure guide and its accompanying document provide detailed insights into the work of over 17 agencies responsible for delivering workforce development services across more than 80 programs. The WIC initiated the development of this report beginning in fiscal year 19 and has done so annually. And this serves as a critical tool for analyzing and assessing the district's success in delivering workforce programs and services. And again, it fits with facilitating continuous improvement in our approach to service delivery across the system. Throughout the remainder of the fiscal year, the WIC will continue its effort to achieve the goals outlined for FY24. We remain dedicated to fostering a unified workforce system that serves the needs of district residents and businesses alike through initiatives such as the development and dissemination of the expenditure guide, the identification and promotion of high-demand industry sectors and career pathways, and strengthening our industry engagement and sector partnerships. We are committed to enhancing employment opportunities and aligning training programs with market demands. Additionally, our focus is on enhancing the eligible training provider list and access to it through that process, and updating the WIC policy manual and organizing training opportunities. Dedicated training for workforce development staff through efforts such as the Workforce Summit, which is scheduled for June of this year, underscores the commitment of the system to continuous improvement and excellence in workforce development. In addition to the information of the comprehensive monitoring tools like the dashboard and vendor scorecard system, the WIC strives to ensure accountability and drive meaningful outcomes. As we forge ahead, the WIC will continue to foster strong partnerships across all agencies, bridging the gap between employers and the workforce system to build a stronger, more vibrant economy under the cluster of those within the deputy mayor of education, as well as other agencies that sit outside of that cluster. In closing, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the work of the DC WIC for FY23 and 24 to date, and I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hubbard. I want to recognize that I've been joined by another of this committee members, Mr. Matt Fruman, representing the community of Ward 3. And if you would like to make some remarks at this time, we.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Bonds. I think I'm going to forego an opening statement. I'll listen to your questions and then have some other questions.
Okay, all right, we will do that. Thank you, Mr. Hubbard, for your presentation. I know that your agency is in the throngs of becoming more of a umbrella reciprocal of information, developing strategies with the broad business community of DC, and to inform the government of the kinds of opportunities that we have in the way of workforce development, meaning for many jobs for DC residents. And you're moving, and you have moved from the posture of the past few years where you actually operated training programs. So thank you very much for that, because I say that because we certainly have this great need of finding a way to corral the business community, to make our plight as a community residents also the plight of our businesses that locate here. So thank you very much for that. You mentioned a couple of things about your priorities, like enhancing accessibility and continuous system improvement, ensuring a high level of accountability, providing system coordination, integration, that is a comprehensive workforce development system, and providing effective leadership. So that was my take from what you have shared with us. You mentioned something called the Career Coach, which was launched last year in 2022 to help individuals figure out and how to navigate what they may need or can take from the system. My question to you is, in that capacity, you said it was at the DC library and you provided 226 individuals have been able to get employment. Is that ongoing?
So in the form it was initially rolled out, it was an ARPA funded activity.
I see.
So much of that activity has migrated to our online platform, My Journey DC, but we are having ongoing partnership and not just conversations with DCPL, but how to keep that going in a more robust and in-person way. So the idea of having career coaches is really just having someone that really helps you navigate what's out there. It's a practice that we see in other jurisdictions, and we want to make sure that it doesn't go away here in the district.
All right, so are you suggesting then that or saying that into the future, this idea will be, or this function will be built into the 4-year plan?
Yes.
So, okay, all right. And so then your expectation is that DOES or some other entity will actually be doing this task. Today, I heard from the Department of Human Resources, and they are sort of doing some of this. I've heard previously from DOES that they do some of this. And so I guess then it would be the WIC's responsibility of trying to identify where it kind of lands.
Yeah, and to your point about kind of our focus and function, and as I mentioned in my statement, we were able to really pilot some of the direct programming that kind of proves out models. And it shows the efficacy of some of these approaches and where the gaps are really in the system. So career coach, as it was, and then really just kind of the general concept is really proved out as something that really could be beneficial across the system.
Okay, and it looks like it's been partnered with My Journey DC, where it facilitated over 7,000 referrals. You mentioned the one-stop operator and the American Job Center. The American Job Center, is that what is that? I mean, I know what it says it is, but is that something, entity, on the ground facility that individuals can go to research what jobs are available, or to get their resume, attention given to their resume, writing it, or what is it?
So the AJC, they are brick and mortar places you can go into, and there are several across all quadrants of the city. The physical locations are staffed primarily by DOES, but with the agency partners that I mentioned earlier, to have a more comprehensive set of supports for residents that have barriers and who are seeking employment and other related supports that they need to really be successful in seeking employment. Some of those actual AJC partners do offer some of their supports virtually also.
All right, yeah, this is that list you gave us of the 8 different entities: DOES and University of the District of Columbia, the Housing Authority, Human Services, OSSI, Potomac Jobs Corps, and the National Caucus and Center on Black Aging. Those are entities that are not within our government, those 2 entities. But nevertheless, they're incorporated in this overall labor report that the District of Columbia makes to U.S. Labor, correct?
And they are named partners
Okay.
in our state plan also.
All right, okay. Just trying to get the lay of the land as to how you might be working. All right. I did have, you heard the conversation, as you mentioned earlier, with the Hospital Association, and they gave us a wonderful list of opportunities, the kinds of jobs that they're looking for. And I wonder if you've given thought as to how we might go about getting those jobs available to DC residents. I know we're talking about recruitment and training and all of that, but it's a nice variety. Is there some responsibility that the WIC has to advertise that we're looking for this and we can have training for these programs, that this information could be disseminated to the broader community? Or
Yeah, and I start with kind of the first part of your question. That partnership is strong and enduring, and I don't say it lightly. We hold that partnership up as the model for how sector-based integration and partnership works, and we are using it kind of as a roadmap for other industries. What we've been able to do in partnership with the Hospital Association, as well as the other aspects of the healthcare system. We talked about some of the other entities besides hospitals, some of the urgent care centers, the primary care association, other aspects of the healthcare system, have similar needs across the types of workforce that they need to recruit for. But the training and the skills attainment for those are specialized. And so we need and have drawn from their experience as employers what they need in a trained workforce. So they help us to look at either developing curriculum, looking at existing trainers that may already have it, that we can nudge or encourage to seek our public funding to fund our residents, or as I think you will see bear out, we have the opportunity to do some of that funding by the government itself, based on the curriculum and needs that the employers have told us that they desperately need to fill their vacancies.
Thank you for that. As you were speaking, I was thinking that, wondered if you yet have a handle. You're new to the position. Let me let the public know that. New in that he has not been on this job for a year yet. So we consider him new. But in your role, have you had time to assess where all the training money is, and the quality of the training that we currently have, and thinking about the new DC that we are tasked with creating, the economics of DC, thinking about how we can go about getting the right programs in place so that we can train our residents for real opportunities that would be ongoing.
Yes, and I'm sure we'll talk about the expenditure guide more in depth. We have a good handle on where the money is. It sits literally across a dozen plus agencies in the government, some of which not in the traditional cluster that the rest of the workforce system sits in. But those other agencies are very important to especially servicing populations like the disability community, folks in public housing, just a couple. So we know where the money is. What we are delving into now is your question about quality as that money goes out the door. We have an ongoing initiative to really look at creating a scorecard system for folks and entities that get training dollars through our system. I think we agree across the system that we can't just train folks for the sake of training anymore. It has to be quality based on really business-driven curriculum and needs for jobs that exist now in high-demand markets. So that is the goal now, is knowing now where the pots of money are, how it's being spent, and with what entities and what the returns are on those dollars.
Thank you very much. I am a few seconds over. I'm going to turn to my colleague because he is here to ask questions as well. Mr. Fruman, and by the way, Mr. Fruman and I, both of us sit on the WIC, so we should know a lot about this subject matter. Mr. Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Bonds. I am honored to have been recently appointed to the WIC. I'm even newer to this than you, so I'm learning, and I'm actually going to use this opportunity to ask questions in my capacity as a council member, but also in a sense in my capacity as a brand new member of the WIC. I've been able to come to one meeting so far that was a sort of introductory kind of meeting, and so and now I'm hearing Chairwoman Bonds saying that she's only got twice as much experience as I do. So, and you've talked about it a little in this healthcare setting, but you know, a big question for me is, how do you go about industry by industry assessing needs, specific needs? I just happened to be at a breakfast at the Federal City Council where people there were talking about how much they want to be a partner in this effort to be feeding in the specific needs. Because for us outside of the industries, how would we know? And so can you talk about the mechanisms that you use in order to come up with, I'm hoping, kind of a roadmap of the workforce needs that we need to be committing resources to fill?
Yeah. As you said, outside of healthcare, and we have an ongoing relationship with the Federal City Council that really deals with trying to identify a lot of the folks in the both construction and other infrastructure facing businesses. We have a partnership in the IT space. So it's really incumbent upon us to go out and identify who those partners are and formalize those relationships so that we can build not just a think tank, but also businesses that actually have the opportunities. So we are really focused on our high demand sectors and building out these sector-based strategies so that we get a reoccurring group like the group with the hospital association that we have reoccurring meetings with, can do long-term kind of longitudinal looks at what the actual needs are for their particular part of the economic or the industries in the district. So again, as the entity that is mandated to be at least 51% business as the makeup of the WIC board itself, you know, we expand out into the greater business community and do that through our business engagement activities, which we're trying to really enhance more, kind of penetrate more markets.
And is there a product, and again, I'm new, but you know, I guess my hope would be somewhere there would be a document that said, we need 1,000 nurses.
Mhm.
We need 500 cybersecurity programmers or whatever it is. Does it get that specific so
Yes.
that it?
Yes. So we go into these conversations using labor market data based on the district itself. And if I can kind of bookend that, one of the deliverables on the other side are our career pathway maps, so that we can look at an industry from entry level all the way through advanced jobs and really paint a picture to residents of how they could expect to progress through that career in that industry. And it's really a tool to give our residents that view of, you know, what it actually means to have a career in healthcare. If you start as, you know, a nurse's aide, but you want to progress up through the ranks, and to see kind of what those wages are, what credentials are needed to advance to higher level jobs. So starting with the actual data of how many jobs are available, mapping it through the different types of jobs, and having those employers on the back end that have the jobs and can actually make those offers.
So in a sense, it goes in both directions. It goes from the jobs that are out there, where you could go with those and how you could qualify for them. And is it the jobs that are advertised, or is it the jobs? I would think, I mean, I've chaired the board of a long-term care entity and been a part of discussions about, we need a lot of new nurses, as an example. But they may not all be advertised today. They might be, when you talk to folks in the industry and they say, over the next years, we're going to need X. Is that the number that you have for nurses, or is it the number of jobs that are being currently?
I mean, that's the beauty of kind of looking at two ways. We have kind of the published and research data, but then we have the actual employers at the table too, who can say a particular entity or hospital might say, to your point, we're not there yet, but in 6 months we are expanding, you know, this clinic at this particular hospital, and we know we're going to need this. So we can get the big picture as well as, you know, projections kind of in a real-time manner from the actual partners at the table. So I think that's really where the real benefit to having real employers that employ folks in the district at the table to not only help us look at policy and how we inform training, but we know about, in some instances, some of the opportunities before they come. And even as an extension of that, they come and say, hey, can you help us do a hiring fair? Help us interact with the OES and some of the other partners to actually identify people. Here are what we are looking for. Help us find people. We just supported a career or a hiring activity with some of the folks that do the vending in some of the stadiums around, and we had a very good amount of folks that got offers on site.
So, well, that's great. But I guess I'm envisioning that because I'm a part of this, that we could get to a place where we could say, and I'm just making up numbers, we think there are 10,000 jobs out there that need to be filled. 2,000 of them are in healthcare, 1,000 of them are in cybersecurity. And then what are the things that we need to do in order, and then you have your career path thing where you say those things are more than they appear on their face. An entry-level nurse might look like one thing, but a career starting as an entry-level nurse can look very different than that. That's in that direction. And then going back from, here's what our needs are. These are the things that we need to do in order to fill those needs.
Yeah, and the labor market data does project outward also. So
Mhm.
when we have what's happening now as well as projections into the future.
And what does it look like when you look at it, if we were providing people the appropriate training so that they could fill the jobs that are available or expected to be available, how, in the high demand fields, what do those numbers look like?
As far as round numbers,
Round numbers, I'm not
Um,
asking you.
I'm looking over at my folks over here. 38,000
So,
we're looking to fill.
I mean, that's a big thing.
Mhm.
So let's do our job well. And I guess one place where I should expect to see this kind of thing expressed is in the state plan.
Yes.
And the state plan, I see the schedule for the state plan. I see that at a March board meeting, we will review a draft of it. Am I right that that's the next board meeting, or is there another board meeting?
That's the next board meeting.
And will the members of the board see intermediate versions of that plan?
Yes, with the ability to comment on it, ask us to make changes, say, focus more on this. So we are really going to be relying on the board members to help us refine what we
And-
put in front of you.
And when do you expect that to, for the board to be seeing an interim draft?
So we have a outline now, which we can share, and so with the partners I mentioned, they all have a responsibility to add to the plan, right? They're still trying to herd a couple of our friends to make sure we have all of the specific information from the named partners. But I anticipate we should really be compiling in a more concrete way over the next couple.
And just so that I'm braced, when in past years, these plans, and it'd be, my responsibility to review it and try to come up with comments. Are we talking about a 50-page document, a 100-page document, a 500-page document, a 20-page? What is the?
Well, of actual text. That's with all of the attachments, right? I think our most recent plan from 4 years ago, and then we had the intermediate plan was over. That included appendices and supporting information.
So then just hoping.
Sooner
that-
rather than later.
I hear you that you're hurting cats, and I hear you that you have, but sooner, I want to do my job responsibly. So I want to have the time to do my job responsibly.
And just I want to put this on the record. We've been in touch with the Department of Labor as far as timing submission and the conversations, not only that we as a jurisdiction are having them, but our surrounding jurisdictions. We want to get it right.
Mhm.
And so there is some sensitivity about having a not just to check the box plan, but having a really thoughtful plan. So they understand as far as when submission times, if they may slip some.
That we may have an opportunity to have a little bit more time. Okay, in my last 2 minutes, I'm going to turn to something different that's almost runs in the different direction from the WIC. In the idea of the WIC the goal is to connect DC residents with jobs in the district. But one of the things in the healthcare space, I had proposed legislation about a nurses compact, where a nurse's license from other jurisdictions could be valid in the district. It's a tricky thing, and actually there's been some pushback from the nurses union and some nurses on this subject. There's also people are talking about a social work compact, and in a way that's filling jobs that might not necessarily be with current district residents. It would make the district a more attractive place for people to come to. Does the WIC, from the business side of the WIC, I would expect that they are supportive of those kinds of things. Does the WIC have a position about these kinds of compacts?
So, not familiar with your legislation particularly, but I'll say this. We have the space and have had conversations about all kinds of licensure issues. The idea of reciprocity, whether it comes from training providers or licensure, are definitely within our wheelhouse to make sure that we are taking up. I feel like even in the hospital association conversation, we've had some of this discussion about should we be looking at how we license CNAs now so that they're able to have reciprocal licensure in other states. So we are having those kind of conversations. I think it's the proper venue to do that too.
Yeah, at the one meeting that I was at, and I think there's been some initiative on this, and there was going to be a meeting, I believe, on professional licensure stuff, and that in the end has been postponed. But that does, I was not aware, and this is the value of the WIC, is that I came to be aware that licensure requirements and processes that maybe not be necessary or be inefficient or become an incredible barrier to connecting people to jobs. So I do look forward to working on that.
If I may, Chair, I mean, I think it may not be intrinsically a thought right away that, oh, the licensure process may keep someone from getting a job, but anything that's a barrier is fodder for us to take up and look at if there's opportunities to make things streamlined. And licensure kind of cuts across a lot of the industries, especially some of the high growth, high demand, where you do need that credential, that licensure. We need to make sure that folks can get that in a responsible way so that we know that we're getting folks who are properly trained and can do the jobs that they're seeking, but also so it's not too onerous that they throw their hands up and say, never mind. Or that they're sitting there after they're trained and can't get into the actual work.
Well, I've run over. Thank you very much. I'm going to need to go for something else, but I did want to come and engage, and very much looking forward to working with you going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fruman. Mr. Hubbard, when I looked at the list of moving from the top 5 really now to the top 10, I think 12, because I believe that Mr. Palmer added a few more as we were talking about the healthcare industry, radiology, and the medical officer, office assistant. I'm just wondering in those particular fields, which are quite different from what I've heard, my 2 meetings at the WIC have been what we have discussed as opportunities for employment for DC residents. How do you see the WIC bridging the gap between what we currently discuss as opportunities that are open to DC residents and moving to these more specialized positions? I think that's part of the challenge. And can we expect within the new plan that there will be narrative that will inform us as to how we're going to do that bridge?
Yeah, and one of the goals I have for the plan itself is to be more of an active document, to give us some strategies on how we bridge some of these gaps, to, if we haven't really looked at, particularly settled on what the measure is going to be, at least signal that's where we're going. Just for the sake of the public, the plan itself is over the next 4-year period, but we will have opportunity to update the plan in 2 years. So I think where we haven't, fully landed on, we are going to do X and measure it this way, we can at least say we are going to develop a measure that looks at how many healthcare jobs and which type in those industries we're looking to fill, and to make it more action oriented, like you said, to bridge some of that gap, so it's not just kind of a general kind of amorphous roadmap. It really hones in on some of those gaps, calls out some of the particular populations that we know we really need to focus on, whether it is and through the LMI data, this is the one I always gravitate to first is Black women in the district, having some particular programming that really will help Black women to achieve more economic stability in this city. Looking at if there's programs for ex-offenders and returning citizens. Our immigrant population, we know we have different and varied immigrant groups in the city that may have different needs as far as barriers and getting employment. But we really need to call out who we're trying to help.
Well, thank you very much for that. You went much further than I was at the moment, but we can go there. And I think it's very important that the public understand that this is our state plan. And it is a 4-year plan. And the plan that we're currently operating under is a plan that was created during or at the start of the pandemic. And so much of what we had hoped to realize during the current plan, we have not been able to, or perhaps we didn't accomplish because of the situation, the health situation. So now things have perhaps changed in, I say, along the waterfront of the district. It's a different place in the opinion of many in our community. So this plan does have an opportunity to be more interactive. It certainly can be one that embraces where we want to go, but also where can we go with the current resources, and maybe it can be can also inform us that after a few years of getting our situation in better financial status, that we can go even further. I just wanted to be clear that my conversation previously with some of the agencies that deal with employee issues, that I'm not exclusively focused on entry level, because our community is one of many levels, professional down to entry level up to professional and technical. And I want people to know that this is a plan that really can encompass all of that. It is about the workforce of the District of Columbia. And I just wanted to put that on the record and make sure that you and I are talking apples to apples.
No, absolutely. And I think, not to be too general about it, but in some ways we're looking at, like you said, there are some folks who are really trying to get into a career path that might be starting out. So the training they may need is vastly different from someone who's trying to upskill to, you know, really progress in the career they're already in, or maybe get into a new career. But we have strategies that can address both. We have strategies where we can do training that is a certificate or a credential, or some, you know, look at how you get into more of an entry-level job. But then we also need to really focus, like you said, on some of these careers and opportunities that may take an associate's or a bachelor's degree. So this is where we are doing more to engage UDC and our other university partners to look at, to make sure we're looking at across the board for opportunities.
Now, would this plan, is it, you say it's going to be an action document. So should we expect, we being the city, expect this plan to inform as to how we are going to do these things? In other words, how we're going to accomplish these goals? Is it going to have objectives and measures? Okay.
Yes, and actionable strategies of how to, I think, again, along the lines of also pointing out the populations we want to serve, we need to point out where we know there are holes in the system, where there are gaps, and have strategies in the next breath of how we bridge those gaps.
All right, that it's such an important plan, and I'm very hopeful for it. I'm sure it will address the fact that there are 38,000 needs already that have been identified. I'm assuming. Will it also think about the 35,000 new residents that we want downtown? In the downtown space? I mean, you talk about, the different categories of employee. Certainly those that would be located downtown, easy to access the job community. That's a category very much like, to some degree, seniors are, specialized category, in other words, or those who are going to horn their interest in the healthcare industry, or those that are going to be in the hospitality segment. I'm just wondering if we have the capacity to create such a document, so that it is informing us along more than just one track. That's what I'm interested.
I mean, one of the lenses that the plan is being developed through is the district recovery plan. So.
All right. Okay. Well said. Can you mentioned in your remarks the career, I think it's pathway maps. Tell us how a pathway map works.
Well, give me 1 second. I'll start generally. I mean, again, we want to approach this work in a systemic way. Makes sense. So we're not all over the place. So we're organizing the work, as I said, in a sector-based manner. So if we take a particular sector and we know types of jobs, and kind of make a hierarchy of entry level to intermediate to advanced. We look at training requirements to attain entry level, what kind of training requirements and/or credentials it would take to move from entry level to intermediate level, and so on. And we map that with particular job titles and the corresponding training and credentials needed to really go through that pathway.
Okay, so I appreciate that very, very much. And I think you gave me a chart, which was very helpful, and we'll make sure that it gets into the file and it's online. So I
think
really
we've shared the maps themselves also.
Yes, yeah, it really helps you to go through various processes. Big question. Will we be able to take this super Magna Carta of 400 pages, I suspect it will be, and condense it to 2 pages that will inform folk as to what are our goals by occupation group, what are our goals as to recruiting the jobs providers, what is our future plan, and how members of the community can reach out to occupy or to capture one of these job categories. You go to DOES, you go to Department of Disabilities, whatever I think that's going to be needed as we talk about this plan. I know that there'll be an executive summary, but I'm just thinking about when I see a great visible document like this, I know that there's a need for these kinds of tools throughout the community. So I'm really trying to ask about, similar kinds of tools where it's just a couple of pages of information, but good information that would be a summary of what I don't expect that to be a part of your initial submission, but once we have approval, will we have that
Yeah.
kind of document?
And again, I think it's important, again, to put on the record, once we submit the plan for review up to the Department of Labor, it comes back to us, and then we need to really operationalize it. So I think your point is very well taken, that we need some digestible ways to say, these are our workforce values, and this is how we're gonna get here.
All right, and to that end, Mr. Hubbard, is there opportunity to have a WIC WIC board or group or organization that reflects the different occupational groups, and then would perhaps even have some of the employers as to sit on that body? Do you see that as being something that would help us implement this new four-year plan?
Absolutely. I think right now we have 25 filled seats, and I think there's about 9 that are vacant in some key areas that we're trying to identify folks. And if there are industry people that are interested in serving on the WIC, they can obviously go to the Mayor's Office of Talent Acquisition, but they can reach out to us first to hear about the opportunities and which sectors and which slots are available to serve on. Besides that, being a formal member of the WIC, we have many other opportunities to engage folks. We have a ongoing community-based organization set of meetings where we look at some of the direct service providers and workforce, but then some of the folks that do some of the wraparound services, or organizations like some that does a little bit of everything but does it well, that can talk to us about what the profiles of the folks that we're trying to help look like, what other opportunities are out there to help them in things that are attendant to workforce, attendant to job attainment and pension. So we're trying to spread the net as wide as possible to get input from mainly the business folks, more for our direction and policy, but we need kind of the rest of the ecosystem to help us inform, the rest of what we need to do on behalf of district residents.
All right, well, it sounds like it's a huge task. Thank you all for doing that. I have my concerns about how we get all of DC business incorporated into this important plan in one way or the other. And I guess we'll have to work through that, and there'll be room for that. I guess you can start with your committees, your subcommittees of the WIC, to get people engaged. Which leads me to, is your team large enough? You have a small team, best I can remember, right? Maybe 8,
12 authorized FTEs.
12, okay. Okay, well, you hear what the expectations are for this plan. I know that you may be borderline genius, and all your employees may also, but preparation of such a voluminous kind of document, critical document, is, and we are now in the month of February.
And we do have outside support. We have some contracting help to help with writing,
Okay.
compiling, and things like that.
Okay.
So we know that we need to put some resources towards some outside assistance also.
All right, and you have, who is, what position on your team is monitoring the preparation of this document? I mean, like, every week, where are you? What have you done? Blah, blah, blah.
My wonderful colleague sitting right here.
Okay, and no names, but position.
She is, yes, one of my workforce associate directors, so.
Okay, associate director. All right, very good. Just want to make sure that we have this system moving forward, especially when you're kind of rebuilding and reorganizing what and how the WIC operates. So you'll be in touch.
Yes.
We'll be in touch, and I must say that I know that usually in these performance hearings, the agencies cannot speak a word about resource needs. And particularly this year, it's very sensitive, but just know the council is going to do everything it can to make sure these critical entities like yours operate as best they can. So I can say that. So we have the number of FTEs, only 12, all right. Okay. You indicated in your pre-responses that your agency entered into 2 memoranda of understanding with the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. Can you tell me what that really means, MOUs, as it relates to State Superintendent of Education?
Yes.
And if so, if I can get a copy of those MOUs, please. Maybe I'll just, hold and just get a copy of those
Okay.
MOUs,
Yeah.
yes.
I mean, I can say generally, we provide funding for, I see programming around out of school, some of the older youth,
Mm-hmm.
and some educational attainment towards workforce.
All right, then there is another item, which is question 22 under reports.
Mhm.
It's DC code 32-1603, which requires the WIC to produce an annual report under section 136D of the Federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which is the WIOA, which
Mhm.
we talked. And you said historically you had not produced this report, which is the annual report. I imagine it's sort of an update on where we are. So it would be very helpful if we can begin anew
Yes.
and make sure that we have that in play so that you can be as compliant as possible. And you may very well want to do the closeout for the current program, current plan.
Mhm.
And that would, and if you do decide to do that, can we get the closeout, let's say, no later than, let's say, June 30th of this year? I think that would give you, time. Nothing, don't do anything now, but produce the new plan and then come back and do the closeout. That would be very helpful.
And just to clarify a bit, I think this response really talks about, we don't historically produce the report. We do our part, and I believe we share it with the OES, who reports it up to the Department of Labor on our behalf.
Well, let us get what your part
Okay.
is, because that's what the code is telling us. Excuse me. When we talk about your agency sort of overseeing these programs, monitoring these programs, really it's the expenditure of federal and local workforce dollars. What has been the plan in the past that would inform us how monitoring has occurred with some of these agencies? I'm really kind of at a loss to how to ask this question, because I know that you actually did programming past year, but the year prior to that, there was no programming. There was, in fact, in 2022, supposedly this monitoring process, but then we had the pandemic, so I'm not quite sure on what you may have in the way of information that you can share with the public. But if you have anything that you can, it would be very helpful.
Yeah, and we've talked about this again, and again, it's important that what we do and make public facing is digestible. So the expenditure guide really encompasses a lot of where to find the money and which agencies it's in. The accompanying document that is produced to go along, which is the raw numbers, really about the first 6 or 7 pages, that accompanying document contains a wealth of information on source of funding, what types of programs are funded, and of course, what agencies are employing that funding on behalf of district residents. Our next step, and we're working on really the 23 guide, but as we do, we're looking towards, with an eye towards 24, of how we can enhance the guide to make it more qualitative, so that we have more of a look at quality when it comes to types of vendors that are being engaged by these different agencies. So that we go from just knowing kind of aggregate numbers about spending and people who went through the programs to what was their experience and what happened after. And should we be referring more residents to these same vendors?
Okay, but the expenditure guide that you have currently in circulation for FY22,
Mhm.
you are going to update that with 23
Yes.
information. And when should we expect that we can get that updated? Are we thinking June, or
No.
are we
in
able
March.
to get it March?
Mhm.
I don't want anything to interfere with this plan that you're preparing.
We got multiple tracks going, so.
Okay. All right, so March 31, April 1.
It's the April.
All right, April 1. All right, we'll look forward to that. I'll let my
I mean, but
colleagues know.
we are, and I do want to stress that, again, some of the information that we're getting that goes in the expenditure guide is useful in looking at the state plan. So, some of the information we're gleaning is helpful for both sizes that we're currently doing.
So you're saying, I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you. You're saying that some of what is in the expenditure guide for FY23 would be information in the new plan.
It may not make it directly into the new plan, but it helps us see where trends are.
I got
The
you.
types of programs.
Okay,
that
to
we're
write the
currently-
plan.
Yes.
So then you need that today.
Mhm.
I hear you. Okay. Have you been able to discern whether the effectiveness of any of the current programs that we have in the city that are, I'm not speaking of vendor programs, but like My Journey, career. I mean, has any of that preliminary information been gleaned yet?
Sure. And just kind of level set, My Journey is a software platform. One of the biggest pluses with that is it can be used by both workforce providers, so maybe some CBOs like a SUM or some of the smaller agencies. Ultimately, we want it to be one of the main platforms where our workforce system can use that to really have a powerhouse for residents who are looking for not only job opportunities, but we also have a catalog of wraparound services. So what they were talking about in the public testimony, where can I go to look for childcare? Where can I go to look for other types of supports that really support me getting and keeping a job? So our goal right now is to really populate that system with as much information, as many organizations and resources as possible to make it dynamic.
All right, so has it been determined through your conversations at the highest level that how the city is going to approach workforce into the future? What I'm asking is about whether we as a city are going to identify all the job opportunities, have them dated so we'll know that these 200 jobs will be coming online in the spring of 2025. Therefore, we have time to train DC residents, recruit and train. Another group is putting forth the curriculum for training. I mean, has all of, is that what we are going to be presented with into the future? Or are we just going to continue where if a industry or a business needs workers, they're going to contact the DC government, say, hold the jobs fair, and we'll pick and choose based on who shows up. And there we go. That business model moves forward. Some of our residents, they move forward, but it's like catch as you can. Are we going to use the catch as you can, which is currently the way we do it? Or are we going to be more informative and more purposeful in how we move forward?
We have to be more purposeful. And the charge I've been giving is, as we pivot over an oversight role, a convener role, and looking at setting policy, not my job to more deliberate about service provision, about quality, about who gets these dollars, train on behalf of the government, or where we train ourselves, making sure that all the partners there are an active discharge of what their duty should be. This includes UDC, includes whatever the component of the community college is and will be. We have models that we know work here. We have models that we see in other jurisdictions that work. We just need to for DC and its residents. It's not our current model as it is. We have to add, subtract, update, and really.
Thank you very much for that response. I think it's so important. Can we talk just a little bit about our school system and what it produces? Can you discuss the newly established education through employment data system and its role in building out the district's ability to report on early career outcomes for youth?
Yeah. I mean, that's an initiative in the Deputy Mayor's office, Deputy Mayor for Education's office. We are a part of the initiative. We sit with the working group that's really fleshing out what that really will be when it grows up. But again, this goes along with our overall efforts to make all of our decisions data-driven. And I think it goes to in line with your last vein of questioning that, can't be, catch as you can. We have to be very deliberate and based on much of the data that we can collect, collate, and share. That's going to be a big piece of this is some of the data sharing across different parts of the government to really tailor what we're doing. I think as you are well aware, most of the workforce infrastructure sits in the Deputy Mayor of Education's cluster, but there's other needed partners, some that we work very well with and closely with, like the Department of Human Services. But this is a focus both locally and federally. One of the call outs of the state plan is one workforce system. And that's bringing everyone and having common measures, making sure that to the extent that we can get data sharing so that at the end of the day, we don't want, an individual resident having to knock on 10 doors where we could have something centralized and tailored to look at really their economic stability across all the programming, whether it's particularly grounded in the workforce system or whether it's something through DHS or our other partners, more serious about servicing the people and not just checking a box or having statistics.
All right. Well, have you had conversations that would lead us to believe that we have the capacity to address the employment needs of individuals that may have that are maybe involved in public safety issues.
Yes.
You've had the occasion to discuss those with the deputy mayor for public safety, or
We
where is that kind of discussion? Because the community is very concerned.
In particular, we have started some discussions, having ongoing discussions with the ONE's office, at the direction of the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety, Justice. We've talked to some of our other partners, including CSOSA, MORCA, the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens Affairs. So we're trying to make sure that we have a representative set of conversations with folks who are really advocates for and servicing folks that are justice involved. I think some of the other upcoming things that we're trying to look at is having conversations with DYRS and some of the same kind of conversations on the youth side. But we want to be very particular. And again, this is going to be a call out in the plan about the suite of services that we want to really build out for folks that are justice involved and use workforce as a way to enhance public safety.
Okay. All right. So there'll be a chapter in the plan
I guess it's a
that will
chapter.
speak to, as you call it, justice involved persons, and another one that speaks to returning citizens. That's very important. And I guess there'll be a chapter that speaks to engaging our middle school and older students in literacy goals, meeting literacy goals, and learning about the various occupations that are available and will be as we go into next 4 or 5 years.
I think that's key too, exposure, especially for our young people to may not have a sense of what it means to accountant or what it really entails to be a carpenter or an electrician. Getting that exposure, whether it's through academic activities, or even looking at apprenticeship and having it closely align more with the school system.
All right. So Mr. Hubbard, I know I can't ask you too much about goals and whether or not the WIC is meeting goals, because this is a new approach that you are designing. But I just wondered I would love to, indirectly, would love to have a look at your tickler file. And what I'm saying is to have an understanding of what are your goals as you are afoot trying to pull this plan together, and operationally, do you feel that did you have 10 things, a 10 item list and have accomplished 2 or accomplished 8, or, just having some understanding, because we really are just having a great conversation for some, but for those who are focused on numbers, results, we're not giving them very much meat. So I'm trying to figure out how can we do that?
Well, and I think, again, even agreeing 100% that we are in the midst of really redirecting what we do. But one of my first priorities when I took the role, we were in the midst agency of closing out those direct service functions as fiscal year 23 closed. So in our responses, we do have some of the nuts and bolts and numbers on outcomes and what we learned from running those programs and how we can apply it more broadly as policy. So I would start there. And I think Councilman Fruman alluded to this, and you have too. both of you have the added benefit of sitting on the WIC, so you'll see some of this more real time in committee meetings and full WIC meetings as we go forward. And you can, as WIC
All
members
right.
say, and depending on which hat you want that day, chair or my board member, say, hey, we want to see more analysis on this particular.
Well, I thank you for that. And just so you know, when I'm at your meeting, I am a board member. I am not, okay. But no, that's very important. I just want the public to understand that, you are regrouping, and in that capacity, it's quite different from saying, okay, what did you accomplish in FY23? How is it different from FY22? Where are you going in FY24? And I know that frequently that's the expectation when we hold the performance oversight hearings. Let me just ask. All right. My lead staff tells me we are good. And so with that, my goodness, we are ending a bit too early, but nevertheless, we are going to conclude this opportunity to speak with the WIC, the Workforce Investment Council Executive Director. I want to thank everyone who participated in today's performance oversight hearing, and especially thank you, Mr. Hubbard. We certainly learned a lot about the work of these agencies, and I hope those who watched have a better understanding of the important work that these agencies have undertaken during the past year. These are agencies that really provide accountability to many of the, what I call operating side of government, where agencies deliver programs, deposit dollars every day on behalf of our community. I appreciate the chance to examine these agencies and look forward to continuing to work with them as part of the committee that I chair as we move forward into FY year 24 budget planning, which will be designing a budget for 2025. I believe our city is better for the work of these agencies, and I believe our future is brighter because of their work. If the public has any additional thoughts or would like to submit written testimony regarding the performance of these agencies, please upload it to the hearing management system at dccouncil.gov or email it to CEAL@dccouncil.gov, and that's CEAL. It will be included in the hearing record. The hearing record will close in 2 weeks from today, on Thursday, February 29th, 2024 at 5 p.m. And the committee's next performance oversight hearing will be on next Wednesday, February 21, 2024 at 9:30. We will hear from the public witnesses regarding the performance of the Department of Employment Services, DOES. And then we will follow another day to hear from the government witnesses for DOES. With that said, the time is now 5 minutes after 5 p.m. Same day we started, on Thursday, February 15th, 2024. And I thank everyone for their contribution to today's hearing, and thank my staff as well. Thank you all. We adjourn.